cornel wood, reed arrows without feathers, and javelins. Their outer garment was the skin of a goat, which hung from their shoulders. Their headdress a hat encircled with plumes, and besides their other weapons they carried daggers and falchions. This people came from Crete, and were once called Termili. They got the name which they now bear from Lycus the son of Pandion, an Athenian. The Dorians of Asia furnished 30 ships. They were armed in the Grecian fashion, inasmuch as their forefathers came from the Peloponnese. The Carians furnished 70 ships, and were equipped like the Greeks, but carried in addition falchions and daggers. What name the Carians bore anciently was declared in the first part of this history. The Ionians furnished 100 ships, and were armed like the Greeks. Now these Ionians, during the time that they dwelt in the Peloponnese and inhabited the land now called Achaia, which was before the arrival of Danaus and Xuthus in the Peloponnese, were called, according to the Greek account, Aegialean Pelasgi, or Pelasgi of the seashore, but afterwards, from Ion the son of Xuthus, they were called Ionians. The islanders furnished 17 ships, and wore arms like the Greeks. They too were a Pelasgian race, who in later times took the name of Ionians for the same reason as those who inhabited the 12 cities founded from Athens. The Aeolians furnished 60 ships, and were equipped in the Grecian fashion. They too were anciently called Pelasgians, as the Greeks declare. The Hellespontians from Pontus, who are colonists of the Ionians and Dorians, furnished 100 ships, the crews of which wore the Grecian armour. This did not include the Abyddinians, who stayed in their own country because the king had assigned them the special duty of guarding the bridges. On board of every ship was a band of soldiers, Persians, Medes, or Sacans. The Phoenician ships were the best sailors in the fleet, and the Sidonian the best among the Phoenicians. The contingent of each nation, whether to the fleet or to the land army, had at its head a native leader, but the names of these leaders I shan't mention, as it isn't necessary for the course of my history. For the leaders of some nations weren't worthy to have their names recorded, and besides there were in each nation as many leaders as there were cities, and it was not really as commanders that they accompanied the army, but as mere slaves, like the rest of the host. For I've already mentioned the Persian generals who had the actual command, and were at the head of the several nations which composed the army. The fleet was commanded by the following: Ariobaenes, the son of Darius; Prexaspes, the son of Aspathenes; Megabazus, the son of Megabates; and Achaemenes, the son of Darius. Ariobaenes, who was the child of Darius by a daughter of Gobryas, was leader of the Ionian and Carian ships. Achaemenes, who was own brother to Xerxes of the Egyptian. The rest of the fleet was commanded by the other two. Besides the triremes, there was an assemblage of 30-oared and 50-oared galleys of Circuri, and transports for conveying horses, amounting in all to 3,000. Next to the commanders, the following were the most renowned of those who sailed aboard the fleet: Tetramnestus, the son of Anisus, the Sidonian; Mapine, the son of Syrum, the Tyrian; Merbol, the son of Agbol, the Aradian; Seganisis, the son of Oromedon, the Cilician; Cyberniscus, the son of Cicus, the Lycian; Gorgus, the son of Cersis; and Timonex, the son of Timagoras, the Cyprians; and Histius, the son of Timnes; Pygres, the son of Seldomus; and Namasithimus, the son of Candoles, the Carians. Of the other lower officers I shall make no mention, since no necessity is laid on me, but I must speak of a certain leader named Artemisia, whose participation in the attack upon Greece, notwithstanding that she was a woman, moves my special wonder. She had obtained the sovereign power after the death of her husband, and though she had now a son grown up, yet her brave spirit and manly daring sent her forth to the war when no need required her to adventure. Her name, as I said, was Artemisia, and she was the daughter of Lygdamis. By race she was on his side a Halicarnassian, though by her mother a Cretan. She ruled over the Halicarnassians, the men of Cos, of Nisyrus, and of Calydna, and the 5 triremes which he furnished to the Persians were, next to the Sidonian, the most famous ships in the fleet. She likewise gave to Xerxes sounder counsel than any of his other allies. Now the cities over which I've mentioned that she bore sway were one and all Dorian, for the Halicarnassians were colonists from Troezen, while the remainder were from Epidaurus. Thus much concerning the sea force. Now when the numbering and marshalling of the host was ended, Xerxes conceived a wish to go himself throughout the forces and with his own eyes behold everything. Accordingly he traversed the ranks, seated in his chariot, and going from nation to nation made manifold inquiries, while his scribes wrote down the answers, till at last he had passed from end to end of the whole land army, both the horsemen and likewise the foot. This done, he exchanged his chariot for a Sidonian galley, and seated beneath a golden awning, sailed along the prows of all his vessels, the vessels having now been hauled down and launched into the sea, while he made inquiries again, as he had done when he reviewed the land force, and caused the answers to be recorded by his scribes. The captains took their ships to the distance of about 400 feet from the shore, and there lay to, with their vessels in a single row, the prows facing the land, and with the fighting men upon the decks accoutred as if for war, while the king sailed along in the open space between the ships and the shore, and so reviewed the fleet. Now after Xerxes had sailed down the whole line and was gone ashore, he sent for Demaratus the son of Ariston, who had accompanied him in his march upon Greece, and bespake him thus: Demaratus, it's my pleasure at this time to ask thee certain things which I wish to know. Thou art a Greek, and as I hear from the other Greeks with whom I converse, no less than from thine own lips, thou art a native of a city which is not the meanest or the weakest in their land. Tell me therefore, what thinkest thou? Will the Greeks lift a hand against us? Mine own judgment is that even if all the Greeks and all the barbarians of the West were gathered together in one place, they wouldn't be able to abide my onset, not being really of one mind. But I would fain know what thou thinkest hereon. Thus Xerxes questioned, and the other replied in his turn, O king, is it thy will that I give thee a true answer, or dost thou wish for a pleasant one? Then the king bade him speak the plain truth, and promised that he would not on that account hold him in less favour than heretofore. So Demaratus, when he heard the promise, spake as follows: O king, since thou biddest me at all risks speak the truth, and not say what will one day prove me to have lied to thee, thus I answer. Want has at all times been a fellow-dweller with us in our land, while valour is an ally whom we have gained by dint of wisdom and strict laws. Her aid enables us to drive out want and escape thraldom. Brave are all the Greeks who dwell in any Dorian land, but what I'm about to say doesn't concern all, but only the Lacedaemonians. First, then, come what may, they will never accept thy terms, which would reduce Greece to slavery. And further, they are sure to join battle with thee, though all the rest of the Greeks should submit to thy will. As for their numbers, don't ask how many they are, that their resistance should be a possible thing, for if 1,000 of them should take the field, they will meet thee in battle, and so will any number, be it less than this, or be it more. When Xerxes heard this answer of Demaratus, he laughed, and answered, What wild words, Demaratus! 1,000 men join battle with such an army as this? Come then, wilt thou, who wert once, as thou sayest, their king, engage to fight this very day with 10 men? I trow not. And yet, if all thy fellow citizens be indeed such as thou sayest they are, thou oughtest, as their king, by thine own country's usages, to be ready to fight with twice the number. If then each one of them be a match for 10 of my soldiers, I may well call upon thee to be a match for 20. So wouldst thou assure the truth of what thou hast now said? If, however, you Greeks, who vaunt yourselves so much, are of a truth men like those whom I have seen about my court, as thyself, Demaratus, and the others with whom I'm wont to converse. If I say you are really men of this sort and size, how is the speech that thou hast uttered more than a mere empty boast? For, to go to the very verge of likelihood, how could 1,000 men, or 10,000, or even 50,000, particularly if they were all alike free and not under one lord, how could such a force, I say, stand against an army like mine? Let them be 5,000, and we shall have more than 1,000 men to each one of theirs. If indeed, like our troops, they had a single master, their fear of him might make them courageous beyond their natural bent, or they might be urged by lashes against an enemy which far outnumbered them, but left to their own free choice, assuredly they will act differently. For mine own part, I believe that if the Greeks had to contend with the Persians only, and the numbers were equal on both sides, the Greeks would find it hard to stand their ground. We, too, have among us such men as those of whom thou spakest, not many indeed, but still we possess a few. For instance, some of my bodyguard would be willing to engage singly with 3 Greeks. But this thou didst not know, and therefore it was thou talkest so foolishly. Demaratus answered him, I knew, O king, at the outset that if I told thee the truth, my speech would displease thine ears. But as thou didst require me to answer thee with all possible truthfulness, I informed thee what the Spartans will do. And in this I spake not from any love that I bear them, for none knows better than thou what my love towards them is likely to be at the present time, when they have robbed me of my rank and my ancestral honours, and made me a homeless exile, whom thy father did receive, bestowing on me both shelter and sustenance. What likelihood is there that a man of understanding should be unthankful for kindness shown him, and not cherish it in his heart? For mine own self, I pretend not to cope with 10 men, nor with 2. Nay, had I the choice, I would rather not fight even with 1. But if need appeared, or if there were any great cause urging me on, I would contend with right good will against one of those persons who boast themselves a match for any 3 Greeks. So likewise the Lacedaemonians, when they fight singly, are as good men as any in the world, and when they fight in a body are the bravest of all. For though they be free men, they are not in all respects free. Law is the master whom they own, and this master they fear more than thy subjects fear thee. Whatever he commands they do, and his commandment is always the same. It forbids them to flee in battle, whatever the number of their foes, and requires them to stand firm, and either to conquer or die. If in these words, O king, I seem to thee to speak foolishly, I'm content from this time forward evermore to hold my peace. I had not now spoken unless compelled by thee. Certes, I pray that all may turn out according to thy wishes. Such was the answer of Demaratus, and Xerxes was not angry with him at all, but only laughed, and sent him away with words of kindness. After this interview, and after he had made Mascames the son of Megadostes governor of Doriscus, setting aside the governor appointed by Darius, Xerxes started with his army and marched upon Greece through Thrace. This man Mascames, whom he left behind him, was a person of such merit that gifts were sent him yearly by the king as a special favour, because he excelled all the other governors that had been appointed either by Xerxes or by Darius. In like manner Artaxerxes, the son of Xerxes, sent gifts yearly to the descendants of Mascames. Persian governors had been established in Thrace and about the Hellespont before the march of Xerxes began, but these persons, after the expedition was over, were all driven from their towns by the Greeks, except the governor of Doriscus. No one succeeded in driving out Mascames, though many made the attempt. For this reason the gifts are sent him every year by the king who reigns over the Persians. Of the other governors whom the Greeks drove out, there wasn't one who, in the judgment of Xerxes, showed himself a brave man, except Boges, the governor of Ion. Him Xerxes never could praise enough, and such of his sons as were left in Persia and survived their father he very specially honoured. And of a truth this Boges was worthy of great commendation, For when he was besieged by the Athenians under Cimon, the son of Miltiades, and it was open to him to retire from the city upon terms and return to Asia, he refused, because he feared the king might think he had played the coward to save his own life. Wherefore, instead of surrendering, he held out to the last extremity. When all the food in the fortress was gone, he raised a vast funeral pile, slew his children, his wife, his concubines, and his household slaves, and cast them all into the flames. Then, collecting whatever gold and silver there was in the place, he flung it from the walls into the Strymon. And when that was done, to crown all, he himself leapt into the fire. For this action Boges is with reason praised by the Persians even at the present day. Xerxes, as I've said, pursued his march from Doriscus against Greece, and on his way he forced all the nations through which he passed to take part in the expedition. For the whole country, as far as the frontiers of Thessaly, had been, as I've already shown, enslaved and made tributary to the king by the conquests of Megabazus, and more likely of Mardonius. And first, after leaving Doriscus, Xerxes passed the Samothracian fortresses, whereof Mesembria is the furthermost, as one goes toward the west. The next city is Stryme, which belongs to Thasos. Midway between it and Mesembria flows the river Lissus, which didn't suffice to furnish water for the army, but was drunk up and failed. This region was formerly called Galaica, now it bears the name of Briantica, but in strict truth it likewise is really Ciconian. After crossing the dry channel of the Lissus, Xerxes passed the Grecian cities of Maroneia, Dicaea, and Abdera, and likewise the famous lakes which are in their neighbourhood, Lake Ismaris between Maroneia and Stryme, and Lake Bistonis near Dicaea, which receives the waters of two rivers, the Dravus and the Compsatus. Near Abdera there was no famous lake for him to pass, but he crossed the river Nestus, which there reaches the sea. Proceeding further upon his way, he passed by several continental cities, one of them possessing a lake nearly 30 furlongs in circuit, full of fish and very salt, of which the sumpter beasts only drank, and which they drained dry. The name of this city was Pisteris. All these towns, which were Grecian and lay upon the coast, Xerxes kept upon his left hand as he passed along. The following are the Thracian tribes through whose country he marched: the Paeti, the Ciconians, the Bistonians, the Sapians, the Dersians, the Edonians, and the Satri. Some of these dwelt by the sea and furnished ships to the king's fleet, while others lived in the more inland parts. And of these, all the tribes which I've mentioned, except the Satri, were forced to serve on foot. The Satri, so far as our knowledge goes, have never yet been brought under by anyone, but continue to this day a free and unconquered people, unlike the other Thracians. They dwell amid lofty mountains, clothed with forests of different trees, and capped with snow, and are very valiant in fight. They are the Thracians who have an oracle of Dionysus in their country, which is situated upon their highest mountain range. The Bessi, a Satrian race, deliver the oracles, but the prophet, as at Delphi, is a woman, and her answers are not harder to read. When Xerxes had passed through the region mentioned above, he came next to the Pierian fortresses, one of which is called Phagres, and another Pergamus. Here his line of march lay close by the walls, with the long high range of Pangaeum upon his right, a tract in which there are mines, both of gold and silver, some worked by the Pierians and Odomantians, but the greater part by the Satri. Xerxes then marched through the country of the Paeonian tribes, the Doberians and the Paeopli, which lay to the north of Pangaeum, and advancing westward reached the river Strymon and the city Ion, whereof Boges, of whom I spoke a short time ago, and who was then still alive, was governor. The tract of land lying about Mount Pangaeum is called Philis. On the west it reaches to the river Angaites, which flows into the Strymon, and on the south to the Strymon itself, where at this time the Magi were sacrificing white horses to make the stream favourable. After propitiating the stream by these and many other magical ceremonies, the Persians crossed the Strymon by bridges made before their arrival at a place called the 9 Ways, which was in the territory of the Edonians. And when they learnt that the name of the place was the 9 Ways, they took 9 of the youths of the land and as many of their maidens, and buried them alive on the spot. Burying alive is a Persian custom. I've heard that Amnestris, the wife of Xerxes, in her old age, buried alive 7 pairs of Persian youths, sons of illustrious men, as a thank offering to the god who is supposed to dwell underneath the earth. From the Strymon, the army, proceeding westward, came to a strip of shore on which there stands the Grecian town of Argilus. This shore and the whole tract above it is called Bisaltia. Passing this and keeping on the left hand the Gulf of Posidaium, Xerxes crossed the Cilian plain, as it's called, and passing by Stagirus, a Greek city, came to Acanthus. The inhabitants of these parts, as well as those who dwelt about Mount Pangaeum, were forced to join the armament, like those others of whom I spoke before, the dwellers along the coast being made to serve in the fleet, while those who lived more inland had to follow with the land forces. The road which the army of Xerxes took remains to this day untouched. The Thracians neither plough nor sow it, but hold it in great honour. On reaching Acanthus, the Persian king, seeing the great zeal of the Acanthians for his service, and hearing what had been done about the cutting, took them into the number of his sworn friends, sent them as a present a Median dress, and besides commended them highly. It was while he remained here that Artachaes, who presided over the canal, a man in high repute with Xerxes, and by birth an Achaemenid, who was moreover the tallest of all the Persians, being only 4 fingers short of 5 cubits, royal measure, and who had a stronger voice than any other man in the world, fell sick and died. Xerxes, therefore, who was greatly afflicted at the mischance, carried him to the tomb and buried him with all magnificence, while the whole army helped to raise a mound over his grave. The Acanthians, in obedience to an oracle, offer sacrifice to this Artachaes as a hero, invoking him in their prayers by name. But King Xerxes sorrowed greatly over his death. Now the Greeks who had to feed the army and to entertain Xerxes were brought thereby to the very extremity of distress, insomuch that some of them were forced even to forsake house and home. When the Thracians received and feasted the host on account of their possessions upon the mainland, Antipater, the son of Orges, one of the citizens of best repute, and the man to whom the business was assigned, proved that the cost of the meal was 400 talents of silver. And estimates almost to the same amount were made by the superintendents in other cities. For the entertainment, which had been ordered long beforehand, and was reckoned to be of much consequence, was, in the manner of it, such as I will now describe. No sooner did the heralds who brought the orders give their message than in every city the inhabitants made a division of their stores of corn, and proceeded to grind flour of wheat and of barley for many months together. Besides this, they purchased the best cattle that they could find, and fattened them, and fed poultry and waterfowl in ponds and buildings to be in readiness for the army, while they likewise prepared gold and silver vases and drinking cups and whatever else is needed for the service of the table. These last preparations were made for the king only, and those who sat at meat with him. For the rest of the army nothing was made ready beyond the food for which orders had been given. On the arrival of the Persians, a tent ready pitched for the purpose received Xerxes, who took his rest therein, while the soldiers remained under the open heaven. When the dinner hour came, great was the toil of those who entertained the army, while the guests ate their fill, and then, after passing the night at the place, tore down the royal tent next morning, and seizing its contents, carried them all off, leaving nothing behind. On one of these occasions, Megacrion of Abdera wittily recommended his countrymen to go to the temples in a body, men and women alike, and there take their station as suppliants, and beseech the gods that they would in future always spare them 1/2 of the woes which might threaten their peace, thanking them at the same time very warmly for their past goodness, in that they had caused Xerxes to be content with 1 meal in the day. For had the order been to provide breakfast for the king as well as dinner, the Abderites must either have fled before Xerxes came, or if they awaited his coming, have been brought to absolute ruin. As it was, the nations, though suffering heavy pressure, complied, nevertheless, with the directions that had been given. At Acanthus, Xerxes separated from his fleet, bidding the captains sail on ahead and await his coming at Therma, on the Thermaic Gulf, the place from which the bay takes its name. Through this town lay, he understood, his shortest road. Previously his order of march had been the following. From Doriscus to Acanthus his land force had proceeded in 3 bodies, one of which took the way along the seashore in company with the fleet, and was commanded by Mardonius and Macistes, while another pursued an inland track under Tritanteichmes and Gergis. The third, with which was Xerxes himself, marching midway between the other 2, and having for its leaders Smerdomenes and Megabyzus. The fleet, therefore, after leaving the king, sailed through the channel which had been cut for it by Mount Athos, and came into the bay wherein lie the cities of Assa, Pelorus, Singus, and Sarta, from all which it received contingents. Thence it stood on for the Thermaic Gulf, and rounding Cape Ampelus, the promontory of the Toronaeans, passed the Grecian cities Torone, Calepsus, Surmila, Mechiberna, and Olynthus, receiving from each a number of ships and men. This region is called Sithonia. From Cape Ampelus the fleet stretched across by a short course to Cape Canastrium, which is the point of the peninsula of Pallene that runs out furthest into the sea, and gathered fresh supplies of ships and men from Potidæa, Amphitis, Neapolis, Aiga, Terambus, Scione, Mendi, and Sani. These are the cities of the tract called anciently Phlegra, but now Pallene. Hence they again followed the coast, still advancing towards the place appointed by the king, and had accessions from all the cities that lie near Pallene, and border on the Thermaic Gulf, whereof the names are Lipaxus, Combraia, Lysae, Gigonus, Campsa, Smila, and Aenea. The tract where these towns lie still retains its old name of Crossaia. After passing Aenea, the city which I last named, the fleet found itself arrived in the Thermaic Gulf, off the land of Mygdonia. And so at length they reached Therma, the appointed place, and came likewise to Sindus and Calestra upon the river Axius, which separates Bottiaea from Mygdonia. Bottiaea has a scanty seaboard, which is occupied by the 2 cities Icni and Pella. So the fleet anchored off the Axius and off Therma and the towns that lay between, waiting the king's coming. Xerxes, meanwhile, with his land force, left Acanthus and started for Therma, taking his way across the land. This road led him through Paeonia and Crestonia to the river Echidorus, which, rising in the country of the Crestonians, flows through Mygdonia and reaches the sea near the marsh upon the Axius. Upon this march, the camels that carried the provisions of the army were set upon by lions, which left their lairs and came down by night, but spared the men and the sumpter beasts, while they made the camels their prey. I marvel what may have been the cause which compelled the lions to leave the other animals untouched and attack the camels, when they had never seen that beast before, nor had any experience of it. That whole region is full of lions and wild bulls, with gigantic horns, which are brought into Greece. The lions are confined within the tract lying between the river Nestus, which flows through Abdera, on the one side, and the Achelous, which waters Acarnania, on the other. No one ever sees a lion in the forepart of Europe east of the Nestus, nor through the entire continent west of the Achelous, but in the space between these bounds lions are found. On reaching Therma, Xerxes halted his army, which encamped along the coast, beginning at the city of Therma in Mygdonia and stretching out as far as the river Lydias and Haliacmon, two streams which, mingling their waters in one, form the boundary between Bottiaea and Macedonia. Such was the extent of country through which the barbarians encamped. The rivers here mentioned were all of them sufficient to supply the troops, except the Echadorus, which was drunk dry. From Therma, Xerxes beheld the Thessalian mountains, Olympus and Ossa, which are of a wonderful height. Here, learning that there lay between these mountains a narrow gorge through which the river Peneus ran, and where there was a road that gave an entrance into Thessaly, he formed the wish to go by sea himself and examine the mouth of the river. His design was to lead his army by the upper road through the country of the inland Macedonians, and so to enter Perrhaebia and come down by the city of Gonus, for he was told that that way was the most secure. No sooner, therefore, had he formed this wish than he acted accordingly. Embarking, as was his wont on all such occasions, aboard a Sidonian vessel, he gave the signal to the rest of the fleet to get under way, and quitting his land army, set sail and proceeded to the Peneus. Here the view of the mouth caused him to wonder greatly, and sending for his guides, he asked them whether it was possible to turn the course of the stream and make it reach the sea any other point. Now there is a tradition that Thessaly was in ancient times a lake, shut in on every side by huge hills. Ossa and Pelion, ranges which join at the foot, do in fact enclose it upon the east, while Olympus forms a barrier upon the north, Pindus upon the west, and Othrys towards the south. The tract contained within these mountains, which is a deep basin, is called Thessaly. Many rivers pour their waters into it, but 5 of them are of more note than the rest, namely the Peneus, the Apidanus, the Onoconus, the Enipeus, and the Parmesus. These streams flowed down from the mountains which surround Thessaly, and meeting in the plain, mingled their waters together and discharged themselves into the sea by a single outlet, which is a gorge of extreme narrowness. After the junction, all the other names disappear, and the river is known as the Peneus. It's said that of old the gorge which allows the waters an outlet didn't exist. Accordingly, the rivers, which were then, as well as the lake Bebais, without names, but flowed with as much water as at present, made Thessaly a sea. The Thessalians tell us that the gorge through which the water escapes was caused by Poseidon, and this is likely enough. At least any man who believes that Poseidon causes earthquakes and that chasms so produced are his handiwork would say, upon seeing this rent, that Poseidon did it, for it plainly appeared to me that the hills had been torn asunder by an earthquake. When Xerxes therefore asked his guards if there were any other outlet by which the waters could reach the sea, they, being men well acquainted with the nature of their country, made answer, "O king, there is no other passage by which this stream can empty itself into the sea, save that which thine eye beholds, for Thessaly is girt about with a circlet of hills." Xerxes is said to have observed upon this, "Wise men truly are they of Thessaly, and good reason had they to change their minds in time, and consult for their own safety, for to pass by other matters they must have felt that they lived in a country which may easily be brought under and subdued. Nothing more is needed than to turn the river upon their lands by an embankment which should fill up the gorge and force the stream from its present channel, and lo, all Thessaly, except the mountains, would at once be laid under water." The king aimed in this speech at the sons of Aluus, who were Thessalians, and had been the first of all the Greeks to make submission to him. He thought that they had made their friendly offers in the name of the whole people. So Xerxes, when he had viewed the place and made the above speech, went back to Therma. The stay of Xerxes in Pieria lasted for several days, during which a third part of his army was employed in cutting down the woods on the Macedonian mountain range to give his forces free passage into Perabia. At this time the heralds who had been sent into Greece to require earth for the king returned to the camp, some of them empty-handed, others with earth and water. Among the number of those from whom earth and water were brought were the Thessalians, Dolopians, Ennianians, Peribians, Locrians, Magnetians, Malians, Achaeans, and Theotis, Thebans and Boeotians generally, except those of Plataea and Thespiae. These are the nations against whom the Greeks that had taken up arms to resist the barbarians swore the oath which ran thus: From all those of Greek blood who delivered themselves up to the Persians without necessity, when their affairs were in good condition, we will take a tithe of their goods and give it to the god at Delphi. So ran the words of the Greek oath. King Xerxes had sent no heralds either to Athens or Sparta to ask earth and water, for a reason which I will now relate. When Darius, some time before, sent messengers for the same purpose, they were thrown at Athens into the pit of punishment, at Sparta into a well, and bidden to take therefrom earth and water for themselves and carry it to their king. On this account Xerxes did not send to ask them. What calamity came upon the Athenians to punish them for their treatment of the heralds, I can't say, unless it were the laying waste of their city and territory, but that, I believe, was not on account of this crime. On the Lacedaemonians, however, the wrath of Talthybius, Agamemnon's herald, fell with violence. Talthybius has a temple at Sparta, and his descendants, who are called Talthybiadae, still live there, and have the privilege of being the only persons who discharge the office of herald. When therefore the Spartans had done the deed of which we speak, the victims at their sacrifices failed to give good tokens, and this failure lasted for a very long time. Then the Spartans were troubled, and regarding what had befallen them as a grievous calamity, they held frequent assemblies of the people and made proclamation through the town, Was any Lacedaemonian willing to give his life for Sparta? Upon this 2 Spartans, Sperthias, the son of Anaristus, and Bulis, the son of Nicolaus, both men of noble birth and among the wealthiest in the place, came forward and freely offered themselves as an atonement to Xerxes for the heralds of Darius slain at Sparta. So the Spartans sent them away to the Medes to undergo death. Nor is the courage which these men hereby displayed alone worthy of wonder, but so likewise are the following speeches which were made by them. On their road to Susa, they presented themselves before Herodotus. This Herodotus was a Persian by birth, and had the command of all the nations that dwelt along the sea coast of Asia. He accordingly showed them hospitality, and invited them to a banquet, where, as they feasted, he said to them, Men of Lacedaemon, why will ye not consent to be friends with the king? Ye have but to look at me and my fortune to see that the king knows well how to honour merit. In like manner ye yourselves, were ye to make your submission to him, would receive at his hands, seeing that he deems you men of merit, some government in Greece. Herodotus, they answered, thou art a one-sided counsellor. Thou hast experience of half the matter, but the other half is beyond thy knowledge. A slave's life thou understandest, but never having tasted liberty, thou canst not tell whether it be sweet or no. Ah, hadst thou known what freedom is, thou wouldst have bidden us fight for it, not with the spear only, but with the battle-axe. So they answered Herodotus. And afterwards, when they were come to Susa into the king's presence, and the guards ordered them to fall down and do obeisance, and went so far as to use force to compel them, they refused, and said they would never do any such thing, even were their heads thrust down to the ground, for it was not their custom to worship men, and they had not come to Persia for that purpose. So they fought off the ceremony, and having done so, addressed the king in words much like the following. O King of the Medes, the Lacedaemonians have sent us hither in the place of those heralds of thine who were slain in Sparta, to make atonement to thee on their account. Then Xerxes answered with true greatness of soul that he would not act like the Lacedaemonians, who by killing the heralds had broken the laws which all men hold in common. As he had blamed such conduct in them, he would never be guilty of it himself, and besides, he didn't wish by putting the two men to death to free the Lacedaemonians from the stain of their former outrage. This conduct on the part of the Spartans caused the anger of Talthybius to cease for a while, notwithstanding that Sperthius and Bulis returned home alive. But many years afterwards it awoke once more, as the Lacedaemonians themselves declare during the war between the Peloponnesians and the Athenians. In my judgment, this was a case wherein the hand of heaven was most plainly manifest. That the wrath of Talthybius should have fallen upon ambassadors and not slacked till it had full vent, so much justice required, but that it should have come upon the sons of the very men who were sent up to the Persian king on its account, upon Nicolaus the son of Bulis, and Enaristus the son of Sperthius, the same who carried off fishermen from Tiryns when cruising in a well-manned merchant ship, this does seem to me to be plainly a supernatural circumstance. Yet certain it is that these two men, having been sent to Asia as ambassadors by the Lacedaemonians, were betrayed by Sitalces, the son of Teres, king of Thrace, and Nymphodorus, the son of Pythes, a native of Abdera, and being made prisoners at Bysanthe upon the Hellespont, were conveyed to Attica, and there put to death by the Athenians, at the same time as Aristeus, the son of Adamantus the Corinthian. All this happened, however, many years after the expedition of Xerxes. To return, however, to my main subject, the expedition of the Persian king, though it was in name directed against Athens, threatened really the whole of Greece. And of this the Greeks were aware some time before, but they didn't all view the matter in the same light. Some of them had given the Persian earth and water, and were bold on this account, deeming themselves thereby secured against suffering hurt from the barbarian army, while others who had refused compliance were thrown into extreme alarm. For whereas they considered all the ships in Greece too few to engage the enemy, it was plain that the greater number of states would take no part in the war, but warmly favoured the Medes. And here I feel constrained to deliver an opinion, which most men I know will mislike, but which, as it seems to me to be true, I am determined not to withhold. Had the Athenians, from fear of the approaching danger, quitted their country, or had they, without quitting it, submitted to the power of Xerxes, there would certainly have been no attempt to resist the Persians by sea, in which case the course of events by land would have been the following. Though the Peloponnesians might have carried ever so many breastworks across the isthmus, yet their allies would have fallen off from the Lacedaemonians, not by voluntary desertion, but because town after town must have been taken by the fleet of the barbarians. And so the Lacedaemonians would at last have stood alone, and standing alone would have displayed prodigies of valour and died nobly. Either they would have done thus, or else, before it came to that extremity, seeing one Greek state after another embrace the cause of the Medes, they would have come to terms with King Xerxes, and thus, either way, Greece would have been brought under Persia. For I can't understand of what possible use the walls across the isthmus could have been if the king had had the mastery of the sea. If then a man should now say that the Athenians were the saviours of Greece, he wouldn't exceed the truth, for they truly held the scales, and whichever side they espoused must have carried the day. They too it was who, when they had determined to maintain the freedom of Greece, roused up that portion of the Greek nation which had not gone over to the Medes, and so, next to the gods, they repulsed the invader. Even the terrible oracles which reached them from Delphi and struck fear into their hearts failed to persuade them to fly from Greece. They had the courage to remain faithful to their land and await the coming of the foe. When the Athenians, anxious to consult the oracle, sent their messengers to Delphi, hardly had the envoys completed the customary rites about the sacred precinct and taken their seats inside the sanctuary of the god, when the Pythoness, Aristonice by name, thus prophesied, "Wretches, why sit ye here? Fly, fly to the ends of creation, quitting your homes and to the crags which your city crowns with her circlet. Neither the head nor the body is firm in its place, nor at bottom firm the feet, nor the hands, nor resteth the middle uninjured, all ruined and lost, since fire and impetuous Ares, speeding along in a Syrian chariot, hastes to destroy her. Not alone shalt thou suffer, full many the towers he will level, many the shrines of the gods he will give to a fiery destruction. Even now they stand with dark sweat, horribly dripping, trembling and quaking for fear, and lo, from the high roofs trickleth black blood, sign prophetic of hard distresses impending. Get ye away from the temple, and brood on the ills that await ye." When the Athenian messengers heard this reply, they were filled with the deepest affliction. Whereupon Timon, the son of Androbulus, one of the men of most mark among the Delphians, seeing how utterly cast down they were at the gloomy prophecy, advised them to take an olive branch, and entering the sanctuary again, consult the oracle as suppliants. The Athenians followed this advice, and going in once more, said, "O king, we pray thee reverence these boughs of supplication which we bear in our hands, and deliver to us something more comforting concerning our country, else we will not leave thy sanctuary, but will stay here till we die." Upon this the priestess gave them a second answer, which was the following: "Pallas has not been able to soften the Lord of Olympus, though she has often prayed him and urged him with excellent counsel. Yet once more I address thee in words than adamant firmer. When the foe shall have taken whatever the limit of Cecrops holds within it, and all which divine Cytheron shelters, then far-seeing Zeus grants this to the prayers of Athena: safe shall be the wooden wall continue for thee and thy children. Wait not the tramp of the horse, nor the footman mightily moving over the land, but turn your back to the foe, and retire ye. Yet shall a day arrive when ye shall meet him in battle. Holy Salamis, thou shalt destroy the offspring of women, when men scatter the seed, and when they gather the harvest." This answer seemed, as indeed it was, gentler than the former one. So the envoys wrote it down and went back with it to Athens. When, however, upon their arrival they produced it before the people, and inquiry began to be made into its true meaning, many and various were the interpretations which men put on it. Two, more especially, seemed to be directly opposed to one another. Certain of the old men were of opinion that the god meant to tell them the citadel would escape, but this was anciently defended by a palisade, and they supposed that barrier to be the wooden wall of the oracle. Others maintained that the fleet was what the god pointed at, and their advice was that nothing should be thought of except the ships, which had best be at once got ready. Still such as said the wooden wall meant the fleet were perplexed by the last two lines of the oracle. Holy Salamis, thou shalt destroy the offspring of women, when men scatter the seed, or when they gather the harvest. These words caused great disturbance among those who took the wooden wall to be the ships, since the interpreters understood them to mean that if they made preparations for a sea fight, they would suffer defeat off Salamis. Now there was at Athens a man who had lately made his way into the first rank of citizens. His true name was Themistocles, but he was known more generally as the son of Neocles. This man came forward and said that the interpreters had not explained the oracle together aright. For if, he argued, the clause in question had really respected the Athenians, it would not have been expressed so mildly. The phrase used would have been luckless Salamis rather than holy Salamis, had those to whom the island belonged been about to perish in its neighbourhood. Rightly taken, the response of the god threatened the enemy much more than the Athenians. He therefore counselled his countrymen to make ready to fight on board their ships, since they were the wooden wall in which the god told them to trust. When Themistocles had thus cleared the matter, the Athenians embraced his view, preferring it to that of the interpreters. The advice of these last had been against engaging in a sea fight. All the Athenians could do, they said, was, without lifting a hand in their defence, to quit Attica and make a settlement in some other country. Themistocles had before this given a counsel which prevailed very seasonably. The Athenians, having a large sum of money in their treasury, the produce of the mines at Laurium, were about to share it among the full-grown citizens, who would have received 10 drachmas apiece, when Themistocles persuaded them to forbear the distribution and build with the money 200 ships, to help them in their war against the Aeginetans. It was the breaking out of the Aeginetan war which was at this time the saving of Greece, for hereby were the Athenians forced to become a maritime power. The new ships weren't used for the purpose for which they had been built, but became a help to Greece in her hour of need. And the Athenians had not only these vessels ready before the war, but they likewise set to work to build more, while they determined in a council which was held after the debate upon the oracle, that according to the advice of the god they would embark their whole force aboard their ships, and with such Greeks as chose to join them, give battle to the barbarian invader. Such then were the oracles which had been received by the Athenians. The Greeks, who were well affected to the Grecian cause, having assembled in one place, and there consulted together and interchanged pledges with each other, agreed that before any other step was taken, the feuds and enmities which existed between the different nations should first of all be appeased. Many such there were, but one was of more importance than the rest, namely the war which was still going on between the Athenians and the Aeginetans. When this business was concluded, understanding that Xerxes had reached Sardis with his army, they resolved to dispatch spies into Asia to take note of the king's affairs. At the same time, they determined to send ambassadors to the Argives and conclude a league with them against the Persians, while they likewise dispatched messengers to Gelo, the son of Dinomenes in Sicily, to the people of Corcyra, and to those of Crete, exhorting them to send help to Greece. Their wish was to unite, if possible, the entire Greek name in one, and so to bring all to join in the same plan of defence, inasmuch as the approaching dangers threatened all alike. Now the power of Gelo was said to be very great, far greater than that of any single Grecian people. So when these resolutions had been agreed upon, and the quarrels between the states made up, first of all they sent into Asia 3 men as spies. These men reached Sardis and took note of the king's forces, but being discovered, were examined by order of the generals who commanded the land army, and having been condemned to suffer death, were led out to execution. Xerxes, however, when the news reached him, disapproving the sentence of the generals, sent some of his bodyguard with instructions, if they found the spies still alive, to bring them into his presence. The messengers found the spies alive, and brought them before the king, who, when he heard the purpose for which they had come, gave orders to his guards to take them round the camp, and show them all the footmen and all the horse, letting them gaze at everything to their heart's content. Then, when they were satisfied, to send them away unharmed to whatever country they desired. For these orders Xerxes gave afterwards the following reasons. Had the spies been put to death, he said, the Greeks would have continued ignorant of the vastness of his army, which surpassed the common report of it, while he would have done them a very small injury by killing 3 of their men. On the other hand, by the return of the spies to Greece, his power would become known, and the Greeks, he expected, would make surrender of their freedom before he began his march, by which means his troops would be saved all the trouble of an expedition. This reasoning was like to that which he used upon another occasion. While he was staying at Abydos, he saw some corn ships which were passing through the Hellespont from the Euxine on their way to Aegina and the Peloponnese. His attendants, hearing that they were the enemies, were ready to capture them, and looked to see when Xerxes would give the signal. He, however, merely asked whither the ships were bound, and when they answered, "For thy foes, master, with corn on board," "We too are bound thither," he rejoined, "laden, among other things, with corn. What harm is it if they carry our provisions for us?" So the spies, when they had seen everything, were dismissed, and came back to Europe. The Greeks, who had banded themselves together against the Persian king, after dispatching the spies into Asia, sent next ambassadors to Argos. The account which the Argives give of their own proceedings is the following. They say that they had information from the very first of the preparations which the barbarians were making against Greece, so as they expected that the Greeks would come upon them for aid against the assailant, they sent envoys to Delphi to inquire of the god what it would be best for them to do in the matter. They had lost, not long before, 6,000 citizens who had been slain by the Lacedaemonians under Cleomenes, the son of Anaxandridas, which was the reason why they now sent to Delphi. When the Pythoness heard their question, she replied, "Hated of all thy neighbours, beloved of the blessed immortals, sit thou still, with thy lance drawn inward, patiently watching. Warily guard thine head, and the head will take care of the body." This prophecy had been given them some time before the envoys came, but still when they afterwards arrived it was permitted them to enter the council house and there deliver their message. And this answer was returned to their demands. "Argos is ready to do as ye require, if the Lacedaemonians will first make a truce for 30 years, and will further divide with Argos the leadership of the allied army. Although in strict right the whole command should be hers, she will be content to have the leadership divided equally." Such, they say, was the reply made by the council, in spite of the oracle which forbade them to enter into a league with the Greeks. For while, not without fear of disobeying the oracle, they were greatly desirous of obtaining a 30 years' truce, to give time for their sons to grow to man's estate. They reflected that if no such truce were concluded, and it should be their lot to suffer a second calamity at the hands of the Persians, it was likely they would fall hopelessly under the power of Sparta. But to the demands of the Argive council, the Lacedaemonian envoys made answer, they would bring before the people the question of concluding a truce. With regard to the leadership, they had received orders what to say, and the reply was that Sparta had 2 kings, Argos but 1. It was not possible that either of the 2 Spartans should be stripped of his dignity, but they didn't oppose the Argive king having 1 vote, like each of them. The Argives say that they couldn't brook this arrogance on the part of Sparta, and rather than yield 1 jot to it, they preferred to be under the rule of the barbarians. So they told the envoys to be gone before sunset from their territory, or they should be treated as enemies. Such is the account which is given of these matters by the Argives themselves. There is another story, which is told generally through Greece, of a different tenor. Xerxes, it said, before he set forth on his expedition against Greece, sent a herald to Argos, who on his arrival spoke as follows: "Men of Argos, King Xerxes speaks thus to you. We Persians deem that the Perses, from whom we descend, was the child of Perseus, the son of Danae, and of Andromeda, the daughter of Cepheus. Hereby it would seem that we come of your stock and lineage. So then it neither befits us to make war upon those from whom we spring, nor can it be right for you to fight on behalf of others against us. Your place is to keep quiet and hold yourselves aloof. Only let matters proceed as I wish, and there is no people whom I shall have in higher esteem than you." This address, says the story, was highly valued by the Argives, who therefore at the first neither gave a promise to the Greeks nor yet put forward a demand. Afterwards, however, when the Greeks called upon them to give their aid, they made the claim which has been mentioned, because they knew well that the Lacedaemonians would never yield it, and so they would have a pretext for taking no part in the war. Some of the Greeks say that this account agrees remarkably with what happened many years afterwards. Callias, the son of Hipponicus, and certain others with him had gone up to Susa, the city of Memnon, as ambassadors of the Athenians upon a business quite distinct from this. While they were there, it happened that the Argives likewise sent ambassadors to Susa to ask Artaxerxes, the son of Xerxes, if the friendship which they had formed with his father still continued, or if he looked upon them as his enemies. To which King Artaxerxes replied, "Most certainly it continues, and there's no city which I reckon more my friend than Argos." For my own part, I can't positively say whether Xerxes did send the herald to Argos or not, nor whether Argive ambassadors at Susa did really put this question to Artaxerxes about the friendship between them and him. Neither do I deliver any opinion hereupon other than that of the Argives themselves. This, however, I know, that if any nation were to bring all its evil deeds to a given place in order to make an exchange with some other nation, when they had all looked carefully at their neighbours' faults, they would be truly glad to carry their own back again. So, after all, the conduct of the Argives was not perhaps more disgraceful than that of others. For myself, my duty is to report all that's said, but I'm not obliged to believe it all alike, a remark which may be understood to apply to my whole history. Some even go so far as to say that the Argives first invited the Persians to invade Greece because of their ill success in the war with Lacedaemon, since they preferred anything to the smart of their actual sufferings. Thus much concerning the Argives. Other ambassadors, among whom was Syagurus from Lacedaemon, were sent by the allies into Sicily with instructions to confer with Gelo. The ancestor of this Gelo, who first settled at Gela, was a native of the isle of Telos, which lies off Triopium. When Gela was colonized by Antiphemus and the Lindians of Rhodes, he likewise took part in the expedition. In course of time, his descendants became the high priests of the gods who dwell below, an office which they held continually from the time that Telenes, one of Gelo's ancestors, obtained it in the way which I will now mention. Certain citizens of Gela, worsted in a sedition, had found a refuge at Mactorium, a town situated on the heights above Gela. Telenes reinstated these men without any human help, solely by means of the sacred rites of these deities. From whom he received them, or how he himself acquired them, I can't say, but certain it is that, relying on their power, he brought the exiles back. For this his reward was to be the office of high priest of those gods for himself and his seed forever. It surprises me especially that such a feat should have been performed by Telenes, for I've always looked upon acts of this nature as beyond the abilities of common men, and only to be achieved by such as are of a bold and manly spirit, whereas Telenes is said by those who dwell about Sicily to have been a soft-hearted and womanish person. He, however, obtained this office in the manner above described. Afterwards, on the death of Cleander, the son of Pantares, who was slain by Sabillus, a citizen of Gela, after he had held the tyranny for 7 years, Hippocrates, Cleander's brother, mounted the throne. During his reign, Gelo, a descendant of the high priest Telenes, served with many others, of whom Anesidemus, the son of Pataiacus, was one, in the king's bodyguard. Within a little time his merit caused him to be raised to the command of all the horse. For when Hippocrates laid siege to Callipolis, and afterwards to Naxos, to Zancli, to Leontini, and moreover to Syracuse, and many cities of the barbarians, Gelo in every war distinguished himself above all the combatants. Of the various cities above named, there was none but Syracuse which was not reduced to slavery. The Syracusans were saved from this fate after they had suffered defeat on the river Elorus by the Corinthians and Corcyraeans, who made peace between them and Hippocrates on condition of their ceding Camarina to him, for that city anciently belonged to Syracuse. When, however, Hippocrates, after a reign of the same length as that of Cleander his brother, perished near the city of Hybla, as he was warring with the native Sicilians, then Gelo, pretending to espouse the cause of the two sons of Hippocrates, Euclides and Cleander, defeated the citizens who were seeking to recover their freedom, and having done so, set aside the children, and himself took the kingly power. After this piece of good fortune, Gelo likewise became master of Syracuse, and in the following manner. The Syracusan landholders, as they were called, had been driven from their city by the common people, assisted by their own slaves, the Cilirians, and had fled to Casmene. Gelo brought them back to Syracuse, and so got possession of the town, for the people surrendered themselves and gave up their city on his approach. Being now master of Syracuse, Gelo cared less to govern Gela, which he therefore entrusted to his brother Hiero, while he strengthened the defences of his new city, which indeed was now all in all to him. And Syracuse sprang up rapidly to power, and became a flourishing place. For Gelo razed Camarina to the ground, and brought all the inhabitants to Syracuse, and made them citizens. He also brought thither more than half the citizens of Gela, and gave them the same rights as the Camarinians. So likewise with the Megarians of Sicily. After besieging their town and forcing them to surrender, he took the rich men, who, having made the war, looked now for nothing less than death at his hands, and carrying them to Syracuse, established them there as citizens, while the common people, who, as they had not taken any share in the struggle, felt secure that no harm would be done to them, he carried likewise to Syracuse, where he sold them all as slaves to be conveyed abroad. He did the like also by the Euboeans of Sicily, making the same difference. His conduct towards both nations arose from his belief that a people was a most unpleasant companion. In this way, Gelo became a great king. When the Greek envoys reached Syracuse and were admitted to an audience, they spoke as follows. "We've been sent hither by the Lacedaemonians and Athenians, with their respective allies, to ask thee to join us against the barbarian. Doubtless thou hast heard of his invasion, and art aware that a Persian is about to throw a bridge over the Hellespont, and bringing with him out of Asia all the forces of the East to carry war into Greece, professing indeed that he only seeks to attack Athens, but really bent on bringing all the Greeks into subjection. Do thou therefore, we beseech thee, aid those who would maintain the freedom of Greece, and thyself assist to free her, since the power which thou wieldest is great, and thy portion in Greece, as Lord of Sicily, is no small one. For if all Greece join together in one, there will be a mighty host collected, and we shall be a match for our assailants. But if some turn traitors, and others refuse their aid, and only a small part of the whole body remains sound, then there's reason to fear that all Greece may perish. For do not thou cherish a hope that the Persian, when he has conquered our country, will be content, and not advance against thee. Rather take thy measures beforehand, and consider that thou defendest thyself when thou givest aid to us. Wise counsels, be sure, for the most part, have prosperous issues." Thus spake the envoys, and Gelo replied with vehemence, "Greeks, ye have had the face to come here with selfish words, and exhort me to join in league with you against the barbarian. Yet when I hear while asked you to join with me in fighting barbarians, what time the quarrel broke out between me and Carthage, and when I earnestly besought you to revenge on the men of Egesta their murder of Dorius, the son of Anaxandridas, promising to assist you in setting free the trading places from which you receive great profits and advantages, you neither came hither to give me succour, nor yet to revenge Dorius. But for any efforts on your part to hinder it, these countries might at this time have been entirely under the barbarians. Now, however, that matters have prospered and gone well with me, while the danger has shifted its ground and at present threatens yourselves, lo, you call Galo to mind. But though ye slighted me then, I will not imitate you now. I am ready to give you aid, and to furnish as my contribution 200 triremes, 20,000 men-at-arms, 2,000 cavalry, and an equal number of archers, slingers, and light horsemen, together with corn for the whole Grecian army, so long as the war shall last. These services, however, I promise on one condition, that ye appoint me chief captain and commander of the Grecian forces during the war with the barbarian. Unless ye agree to this, I will neither send succours nor come myself. Syagris, when he heard these words, was unable to contain himself, and exclaimed, Surely a groan would burst from Pelops' son Agamemnon, did he hear that her leadership was snatched from Sparta by Galo and the men of Syracuse. Speak then no more of any such condition as that we should yield thee the chief command, but if thou art minded to come to the aid of Greece, prepare to serve under Lacedaemonian generals. Wilt thou not serve under a leader? Then, prithee, withhold thy succours. Hereupon Galo, seeing the indignation which showed itself in the words of Syagris, delivered the envoys his final offer. Spartan stranger, he said, reproaches cast forth against a man are wont to provoke him to anger, but the insults which thou hast uttered in thy speech shall not persuade me to outstep good breeding in my answer. Surely if you maintain so stoutly your right to the command, it's reasonable that I should be still more stiff in maintaining mine, forasmuch as I am at the head of a far larger fleet and army. Since, however, the claim which I have put forward is so displeasing to you, I will yield, and be content with less. Take, if it please you, the command of the land force, and I will be admiral of the fleet. Or assume, if you prefer it, the command by sea, and I will be leader upon the land. Unless you are satisfied with these terms, you must return home by yourselves and lose this great alliance. Such was the offer which Galo made. Hereat broke in the Athenian envoy before the Spartan could answer, and thus addressed Galo, King of the Syracusans, Greece sent us here to thee to ask for an army and not to ask for a general. Thou, however, dost not promise to send us any army at all, if thou art not made leader of the Greeks. And this command is what alone thou sticklest for. Now when thy request was to have the whole command, we were content to keep silence, for well we knew that we might trust the Spartan envoy to make answer for us both. But since, after failing in thy claim to lead the whole armament, thou hast now put forward a request to have the command of the fleet, know that even should the Spartan envoy consent to this, we will not consent. The command by sea, if the Lacedaemonians do not wish for it, belongs to us. While they like to keep this command, we shall raise no dispute, but we will not yield our right to it in favour of anyone else. Where would be the advantage of our having raised up a naval force greater than that of any other Greek people, if nevertheless we should suffer Syracusans to take the command away from us? From us, I say, who are Athenians, the most ancient nation in Greece, the only Greeks who have never changed their abode, the people who are said by the poet Homer to have sent to Troy the man best able of all the Greeks to array and marshal an army, so that we may be allowed to boast somewhat. Galo replied, Athenian stranger, ye have, it seems, no lack of commanders, but ye are likely to lack men to receive their orders. As ye are resolved to yield nothing and claim everything, ye had best make haste back to Greece and say that the spring of her year is lost to her. The meaning of this expression was the following: as the spring is manifestly the finest season of the year, so, he meant to say, were his troops the finest of the Greek army. Greece, therefore, deprived of his alliance, would be like a year with the spring taken from it. Then the Greek envoys, without having any further dealings with Gelo, sailed away home, and Gelo, who feared that the Greeks would be too weak to withstand the barbarians, and yet couldn't anyhow bring himself to go to the Peloponnese, and there, though king of Sicily, serve under the Lacedaemonians, left off altogether to contemplate that course of action, and betook himself to quite a different plan. As soon as ever tidings reached him of the passage of the Hellespont by the Persians, he sent off 3 Pentaconters under the command of Cadmus, the son of Sithus, a native of Kos, who was to go to Delphi, taking with him a large sum of money and a stock of friendly words. There he was to watch the war and see what turn it would take. If the barbarians prevailed, he was to give Xerxes the treasure, and with it earth and water for the lands which Gelo ruled. If the Greeks won the day, he was to convey the treasure back. This Cadmus had at an earlier time received from his father the kingly power at Kos in a right good condition, and had of his own free will and without the approach of any danger, from pure love of justice, given up his power into the hands of the people at large, and departed to Sicily, where he assisted in the Samian seizure and settlement of Zancli, or Messana, as it was afterwards called. Upon this occasion Gelo chose him to send into Greece, because he was acquainted with the proofs of honesty which he had given. And now he added to his former honourable deeds an action which isn't the least of his merits. With a vast sum entrusted to him and completely in his power, so that he might have kept it for his own use if he had liked, he didn't touch it. But when the Greeks gained the sea fight and Xerxes fled away with his army, he brought the whole treasure back with him to Sicily. They, however, who dwell in Sicily say that Gelo, though he knew that he must serve under the Lacedaemonians, would nevertheless have come to the aid of the Greeks had it not been for Terillus, the son of Crenippus, king of Himera, who, driven from his city by Thero, the son of Anicedemus, king of Agrigentum, brought into Sicily at this very time an army of 300,000 men, Phoenicians, Libyans, Iberians, Ligurians, Helicinians, Sardinians, and Corsicans, under the command of Hamilcar, the son of Hanno, king of the Carthaginians. Terillus prevailed upon Hamilcar, partly as his sworn friend, but more through the zealous aid of Anaxilaus, the son of Cratines, king of Rhegium, who, by giving his own sons to Hamilcar as hostages, induced him to make the expedition. Anaxilaus herein served his own father-in-law, for he was married to a daughter of Terillus, by name Sidippe. So, as Gelo couldn't give the Greeks any aid, he sent, they say, the sum of money to Delphi. They say, too, that the victory of Gelo and Thero in Sicily over Hamilcar the Carthaginian fell out upon the very day that the Greeks defeated the Persians at Salamis. Hamilcar, who was a Carthaginian on his father's side only, but on his mother's a Syracusan, and who had been raised by his merit to the throne of Carthage after the battle and the defeat, as I'm informed, disappeared from sight. Gelo made the strictest search for him, but he couldn't be found anywhere, either dead or alive. The Carthaginians, who take probability for their guide, give the following account of this matter. Hamilcar, they say, during all the time that the battle raged between the Greeks and the barbarians, which was from early dawn till evening, remained in the camp, sacrificing and seeking favourable omens, while he burned on a huge pyre the entire bodies of the victims which he offered. Here, as he poured libations upon the sacrifices, he saw the rout of his army, whereupon he cast himself headlong into the flames, and so was consumed and disappeared. But whether Hamilcar's disappearance happened, as the Phoenicians tell us, in this way, or as the Syracusans maintain, in some other, certain it is that the Carthaginians offer him sacrifice, and in all their colonies have monuments erected to his honour, as well as one which is the grandest of all at Carthage. Thus much concerning the affairs of Sicily. As for the Corcyraeans, whom the envoys that visited Sicily took in their way, and to whom they delivered the same message as to Gelo, their answers and actions were the following. With great readiness they promised to come and give their help to the Greeks, declaring that the ruin of Greece was a thing which they couldn't tamely stand by to see, for should she fall, they must the very next day submit to slavery, so that they were bound to assist her to the very uttermost of their power. But notwithstanding that they answered so smoothly, yet when the time came for the succours to be sent, they were of quite a different kind, and though they manned 60 ships, it was long ere they put to sea with them, and when they had so done, they went no further than the Peloponnese, where they lay to with their fleet off the Lacedaemonian coast, about Pylos and Taenarum, like Gelo watching to see what turn the war would take. For they despaired altogether of the Greeks gaining the day, and expected that the Persians would win a great battle, and then be masters of the whole of Greece. They therefore acted, as I've said, in order that they might be able to address Xerxes in words like these: O king, though the Greeks sought to obtain our aid in their war with thee, and though we had a force of no small size, and could have furnished a greater number of ships than any Greek state except Athens, yet we refused, since we couldn't fight against thee, nor do aught to cause thee annoyance. The Corcyraeans hoped that a speech like this would gain them better treatment from the Persians than the rest of the Greeks, and it would have done so, in my judgment. At the same time, they had an excuse ready to give their countrymen, which they used when the time came. Reproached by them for sending no succours, they replied that they had fitted out a fleet of 60 triremes, but that the Etesian winds didn't allow them to double Cape Malea, and this hindered them from reaching Salamis. It wasn't from any bad motive that they had missed the sea fight. In this way the Corcyraeans eluded the reproaches of the Greeks. The Cretans, when the envoys sent to ask aid from them came and made their request, acted as follows. They dispatched messengers in the name of their state, of Delphi, and asked the god whether it would make for their welfare if they should lend succour to Greece. Fools, replied the Pythoness, do ye not still complain of the woes which the assisting of Menelaus cost you at the hands of angry Minos? How wroth was he when, in spite of their having lent you no aid towards avenging his death at Chamicus, you helped them to avenge the carrying off by a barbarian of a woman from Sparta? When this answer was brought from Delphi to the Cretans, they thought no more of assisting the Greeks. Minos, according to tradition, went to Sicania, or Sicily, as it's now called, in search of Daedalus, and there perished by a violent death. After a while, the Cretans, warned by some god or other, made a great expedition into Sicania, all except the Polycnetes and the Prysians, and besieged Chamicus, which in my time belonged to Agrigentum, by the space of 5 years. At last, however, failing in their efforts to take the place and unable to carry on the siege any longer from the pressure of hunger, they departed and went their way. Voyaging homewards, they had reached Iapygia, when a furious storm arose and threw them upon the coast. All their vessels were broken in pieces, and so, as they saw no means of returning to Crete, they founded the town of Heria, where they took up their abode, changing their name from Cretans to Messapian Iapygians, and at the same time becoming inhabitants of the mainland instead of islanders. From Heria they afterwards founded those other towns which the Tarentines at a much later period endeavoured to take, but couldn't, being defeated signally. Indeed, so dreadful a slaughter of Greeks never happened at any other time, so far as my knowledge extends, nor was it only the Tarentines who suffered, but the men of Rhegium too, who had been forced to go to the aid of the Tarentines by Micathus, the son of Coirus, lost here 3,000 of their citizens, while the number of the Tarentines who fell was beyond all count. This Micithus had been a household slave of Anaxilaus, and was by him left in charge of Rhegium. He's the same man who was afterwards forced to leave Rhegium when he settled at Tegea in Arcadia, from which place he made his many offerings of statues to the shrine at Olympia. This account of the Rhegians and the Tarentines is a digression from the story which I was relating. To return, the Pisans say that men of various nations now flocked to Crete, which was stripped of its inhabitants, but none came in such numbers as the Grecians. 3 generations after the death of Minos, the Trojan War took place, and the Cretans weren't the least distinguished among the helpers of Menelaus, but on this account, when they came back from Troy, famine and pestilence fell upon them and destroyed both the men and the cattle. Crete was a second time stripped of its inhabitants, a remnant only being left, who formed, together with fresh settlers, the 3rd Cretan people by whom the island has been inhabited. These were the events of which the Pythoness now reminded the men of Crete, and thereby she prevented them from giving the Greeks aid, though they wished to have gone to their assistance. The Thessalians didn't embrace the cause of the Medes until they were forced to do so, for they gave plain proof that the intrigues of the Aleuadae weren't at all to their liking. No sooner did they hear that the Persian was about to cross over into Europe than they dispatched envoys to the Greeks, who were met to consult together at the Isthmus, whither all the states, which were well inclined to the Grecian cause, had sent their delegates. These envoys, on their arrival, thus addressed their countrymen: "Men of Greece, it behoves you to guard the pass of Olympus, for thus will Thessaly be placed in safety, as well as the rest of Greece. We, for our parts, are quite ready to take our share in this work, but you must likewise send us a strong force, otherwise we give you fair warning that we shall make terms with the Persians, for we ought not to be left, exposed as we are in front of all the rest of Greece, to die in your defence, alone and unassisted. If, however, you don't choose to send us aid, you can't force us to resist the enemy, for there's no force so strong as inability. We shall therefore do our best to secure our own safety." Such was the declaration of the Thessalians. Hereupon the Greeks determined to send a body of foot to Thessaly by sea, which should defend the pass of Olympus. Accordingly, a force was collected, which passed up the Euripus, and disembarking at Alus on the coast of Achaia, left the ships there and marched by land into Thessaly. Here they occupied the defile of Tempe, which leads from Lower Macedonia into Thessaly along the course of the Peneus, having the range of Olympus on the one hand and Ossa upon the other. In this place the Greek force that had been collected amounted to about 10,000 heavy-armed men, pitched their camp, and here they were joined by the Thessalian cavalry. The commanders were, on the part of the Lacedaemonians, Evanitus, the son of Carinus, who had been chosen out of the Polemarchs, but didn't belong to the blood royal, and on the part of the Athenians, Themistocles, the son of Neocles. They didn't, however, maintain their station for more than a few days, since envoys came from Alexander, the son of Amyntas, the Macedonian, and counselled them to decamp from Tempe, telling them that if they remained in the pass they would be trodden underfoot by the invading army, whose numbers they recounted, and likewise the multitude of their ships. So when the envoys thus counselled them, and the counsel seemed to be good, and the Macedonian who sent it friendly, they did even as he advised. In my opinion, what chiefly wrought on them was the fear that the Persians might enter by another pass, whereof they now heard, which led from Upper Macedonia into Thessaly through the territory of the Peraebi, and by the town of Gonus, the pass by which soon afterwards the army of Xerxes actually made its entrance. The Greeks therefore went back to their ships and sailed away to the Isthmus. Such were the circumstances of the expedition into Thessaly. They took place when the king was at Abydos, preparing to pass from Asia into Europe. The Thessalians, when their allies forsook them, no longer wavered, but warmly espoused the side of the Medes, and afterwards, in the course of the war, they were of the very greatest service to Xerxes. The Greeks, on their return to the Isthmus, took counsel together concerning the words of Alexander, and considered where they should fix the war, and what places they should occupy. The opinion which prevailed was that they should guard the pass of Thermopylae, since it was narrower than the Thessalian defile, and at the same time nearer to them. Of the pathway by which the Greeks who fell at Thermopylae were intercepted, they had no knowledge, until, on their arrival at Thermopylae, it was discovered to them by the Trachinians. This pass, then, it was determined that they should guard in order to prevent the barbarians from penetrating into Greece through it, and at the same time it was resolved that the fleet should proceed to Artemisium in the region of Histiotis, for as those places are near to one another, it will be easy for the fleet and army to hold communication. The two places may be thus described. Artemisium is where the Sea of Thrace contracts into a narrow channel running between the Isle of Scirthus and the mainland of Magnesia. When this narrow strait is passed, you come to the line of coast called Artemisium, which is a portion of Euboea and contains a temple of Artemis. As for the entrance into Greece by Trachis, it is at its narrowest point about 50 feet wide. This, however, isn't the place where the passage is most contracted, for it's still narrower a little above and a little below Thermopylae. At Alpini, which is lower down than that place, it's only wide enough for a single carriage, and up above, at the river Phoenix, near the town called Anthela, it's the same. West of Thermopylae rises a lofty and precipitous hill, impossible to climb, which runs up into the chain of Oita, while to the east the road is shut in by the sea and by marshes. In this place are the warm springs which the natives call the cauldrons, and above them stands an altar sacred to Heracles. A wall had once been carried across the opening, and in this there had of old times been a gateway. These works were made by the Phocians through fear of the Thessalians at the time when the latter came from Thesprotia to establish themselves in the land of Ialis, which they still occupy. As the Thessalians strove to reduce Phocis, the Phocians raised the wall to protect themselves, and likewise turned the hot springs upon the pass, so that the ground might be broken up by watercourses, using thus all possible means to hinder the Thessalians from invading their country. The old wall had been built in very remote times, and the greater part of it had gone to decay through age. Now, however, the Greeks resolved to repair its breaches, and here make their stand against the barbarian. At this point there's a village very nigh the road, Alpini by name, from which the Greeks reckoned on getting corn for their troops. These places, therefore, seemed to the Greeks fit for their purpose. Weighing well all that was likely to happen, and considering that in this region the barbarians could make no use of their vast numbers nor of their cavalry, they resolved to await here the invader of Greece. And when news reached them of the Persians being in Pieria, straightway they broke up from the isthmus and proceeded, some on foot to Thermopylae, others by sea to Artemisium. The Greeks now made all speed to reach the two stations, and about the same time the Delphians, alarmed both for themselves and for their country, consulted the god and received for answer a command to pray to the winds, for the winds would do Greece good service. So when this answer was given them, forthwith the Delphians sent word of the prophecy to those Greeks who were zealous for freedom, and cheering them thereby, amid the fears which they entertained with respect to the barbarian, earned their everlasting gratitude. This done, they raised an altar to the winds at Thyia, where Thyia, the daughter of Cephissus, from whom the region takes its name, has a precinct, and worshipped them with sacrifices. And even to the present day the Delphians sacrifice to the winds because of this oracle. The fleet of Xerxes now departed from Therma, and 10 of the swiftest sailing ships ventured to stretch across direct for Sciathus, at which place there were upon the lookout 3 vessels belonging to the Greeks, one a ship of Troezen, another of Aegina, and the third from Athens. These vessels no sooner saw from a distance the barbarians approaching than they all hurriedly took to flight. The barbarians at once pursued, and the Troezenian ship, which was commanded by Prexenus, fell into their hands. Hereupon the Persians took the handsomest of the men-at-arms and drew them to the prow of the vessel, where they sacrificed him. for they thought the man a good omen to their cause, seeing that he was at once so beautiful, and likewise the first captive they had made. The man who was slain in this way was called Leo, and it may be that the name he bore helped him to his fate in some measure. The Aeginetan trireme, under its captain Asonides, gave the Persians no little trouble. One of the men-at-arms, Pythes, the son of Iskenous, distinguishing himself beyond all the others who fought on that day. After the ship was taken, this man continued to resist and didn't cease fighting till he fell, quite covered with wounds. The Persians who served as men-at-arms in the squadron, finding that he wasn't dead but still breathed, and being very anxious to save his life since he had behaved so valiantly, dressed his wounds with myrrh and bound them up with bandages of cotton. Then, when they were returned to their own station, they displayed their prisoner admiringly to the whole host, and behaved towards him with much kindness. But all the rest of the ship's crew they treated merely as slaves. Thus did the Persians succeed in taking 2 of the vessels. The third, a trireme commanded by Formus of Athens, took to flight and ran aground at the mouth of the river Peneus. The barbarians got possession of the bark, but not of the men, for the Athenians had no sooner run their vessel aground than they leapt out and made their way through Thessaly back to Athens. When the Greeks stationed at Artemisium learned what had happened by fire signals from Scirthus, so terrified were they that, quitting their anchorage ground at Artemisium and leaving scouts to watch the foe on the highlands of Euboea, they removed to Chalcis, intending to guard the Euripus. Meantime, 3 of the 10 vessels sent forward by the barbarians advanced as far as the sunken rock between Scirthus and Magnesia, which is called the Ant, and there set up a stone pillar which they had brought with them for that purpose. After this, their course being now clear, the barbarians set sail with all their ships from Therma 11 days from the time that the king quitted the town. The rock which lay directly in their course had been made known to them by Pammon of Scyrus. A day's voyage without a stop brought them to Sepias in Magnesia, and to the strip of coast which lies between the town of Castanaia and the promontory of Sepias. As far as this point, then, and on land as far as Thermopylae, the armament of Xerxes had been free from mischance, and the numbers were still, according to my reckoning, of the following amount. First, there was the ancient complement of the 1,207 vessels which came with the king from Asia, the contingents of the nations severally, amounting, if we allow to each ship a crew of 200 men, to 241,400. Each of these vessels had on board, besides native soldiers, 30 fighting men who were either Persians, Medes, or Saccans, which gives an account of 36,210. To these 2 numbers I shall further add the crews of the Penteconters, which may be reckoned one with another at 80 men each. Of such vessels there were, as I said before, 3,000, and the men on board them accordingly would be 240,000. This was the sea force brought by the king from Asia, and it amounted in all to 517,610 men. The number of the foot soldiers was 1,700,000, that of the horsemen 80,000, to which must be added the Arabs, who rode on camels, and the Libyans, who fought in chariots, whom I reckon at 20,000. The whole number, therefore, of the land and sea forces added together amounts to 2,317,610 men. Such was the force brought from Asia, without including the camp followers or taking any account of the provision ships and the men whom they had on board. To the amount thus reached, we have still to add the forces gathered in Europe, concerning which I can only speak from conjecture. The Greeks dwelling in Thrace and in the islands off the coast of Thrace furnished to the fleet 120 ships, the crews of which would amount to 24,000 men. Besides these, footmen were furnished by the Thracians, the Paeonians, the Eordians, the Bottiaeans, by the Chalcidian tribes, by the Brygians, the Pierians, the Macedonians, the Perabians, the Ennianians, the Dolopians, the Magnesians, the Achaeans, and by all the dwellers upon the Thracian seaboard. And the forces of these nations amounted, I believe, to 300,000 men. These numbers, added to those of the force which came out of Asia, make the sum of the fighting men 2,641,610. Such then being the number of the fighting men, it's my belief that the attendants who followed the camp, together with the crews of the corn barks and of the other craft accompanying the army, made up an amount rather above than below that of the fighting men. However, I won't reckon them as either fewer or more, but take them at an equal number. We have therefore to add to the sum already reached an exactly equal amount. This will give 5,283,220 as the whole number of men brought by Xerxes, the son of Darius, as far as Sepias and Thermopylae. Such then was the amount of the entire host of Xerxes. As for the number of the women who ground the corn, and of the concubines, and the eunuchs, no one can give any sure account of it, nor can the baggage horses and the other sumpter beasts, nor the Indian hounds which followed the army, be calculated by reason of their multitude. Hence I'm not at all surprised that the water of the rivers was found too scant for the army in some instances. Rather, it's a marvel to me how the provisions didn't fail when the numbers were so great. For I find, on calculation, that if each man consumed no more than a koinix of corn a day, there must have been used daily by the army 110,340 medimni, and this without counting what was eaten by the women, the eunuchs, the sumpter beasts, and the hounds. Among all this multitude of men, there wasn't one who, for beauty and stature, deserved more than Xerxes himself to wield so vast a power. The fleet then, as I said, on leaving Therma, sailed to the Magnesian territory, and there occupied the strip of coast between the city of Casthenaia and Cape Sepias. The ships of the first row were moored to the land, while the remainder swung at anchor further off. The beach extended but a very little way, so that they had to anchor off the shore, row upon row, 8 deep. In this manner they passed the night. But at dawn of day, calm and stillness gave place to a raging sea, and a violent storm which fell upon them from a strong gale from the east, a wind which the people in those parts call Hellespontius. Such of them as perceived the wind rising, and were so moored as to allow of it, forestalled the tempest by dragging their ships up on the beach, and in this way saved both themselves and their vessels. But the ships which the storm caught out at sea were driven ashore, some of them near the place called Impni, the ovens at the foot of Pelion, others on the strand itself, others again about Cape Sepias, while a portion were dashed to pieces near the cities of Meliboea and Casthenaia. There was no resisting the tempest. It said that the Athenians had called upon Boreas to aid the Greeks on account of a fresh oracle which had reached to them, commanding them to seek help from their son-in-law. For Boreas, according to the tradition of the Greeks, took to wife a woman of Attica, that's to say Orithyia, the daughter of Erechtheus. So the Athenians, as the tale goes, considering that this marriage made Boreas their son-in-law, and perceiving, while they lay with their ships at Chalcis of Euboea, that the wind was rising, or it may be even before it freshened, offered sacrifice both to Boreas and likewise to Orithyia, entreating them to come to their aid and to destroy the ships of the barbarians, as they did once before off Mount Athos. Whether it was owing to this that Boreas fell with violence on the barbarians at their anchorage, I can't say. But the Athenians declare that they had received aid from Boreas before, and that it was he who now caused all these disasters. They therefore, on their return home, built a temple to this god on the banks of the Ilissus. Such as put the loss of the Persian fleet in this storm at the lowest say that 400 of their ships were destroyed. that a countless multitude of men were slain, and a vast treasure engulfed. Ameinocles, the son of Cratinnes, a Magnesian, who farmed land near Cape Sepias, found the wreck of these vessels a source of great gain to him. Many were the gold and silver drinking cups cast up long afterwards by the surf, which he gathered, while the treasure boxes too, which had belonged to the Persians, and golden articles of all kinds and beyond count, came into his possession. Ameinocles grew to be a man of great wealth in this way, but in other respects things didn't go over well with him. He too, like other men, had his own grief, the calamity of losing his offspring. As for the number of the provision craft and other merchant ships which perished, it was beyond count. Indeed, such was the loss that the commanders of the sea force, fearing lest in their shattered condition the Thessalians should venture on an attack, raised a lofty barricade about their station out of the wreck of the vessels cast ashore. The storm lasted 3 days. At length the Magians, by offering victims to the winds and charming them with the help of conjurers, while at the same time they sacrificed to Thetis and the Nereids, succeeded in laying the storm 4 days after it first began, or perhaps it ceased of itself. The reason of their offering sacrifice to Thetis was this: they were told by the Ionians that here was the place whence Peleus carried her off, and that the whole promontory was sacred to her and to her sister Nereids. So the storm lulled upon the 4th day. The scouts left by the Greeks about the highlands of Euboea hastened down from their stations on the day following that whereon the storm began, and acquainted their countrymen with all that had befallen the Persian fleet. These no sooner heard what had happened than straightway they returned thanks to Poseidon the Saviour, and poured libations in his honour, after which they hastened back with all speed to Artemisium, expecting to find very few ships left to oppose them, and arriving there for the 2nd time, took up their station on that strip of coast. Not from that day to the present have they ceased to address Poseidon by the name then given him of Saviour. The barbarians, when the wind lulled and the sea grew smooth, drew their ships down to the water and proceeded to coast along the mainland. Having then rounded the extreme point of Magnesia, they sailed straight into the bay that runs up to Pagasai. There's a place in this bay belonging to Magnesia where Hercules is said to have been put ashore to fetch water by Jason and his companions, who then deserted him and went on their way to Aia in Colchis on board the ship Argo in quest of the Golden Fleece. From the circumstance that they intended, after watering their vessel at this place, to quit the shore and launch forth into the deep, it received the name of Aphetai. Here then it was that the fleet of Xerxes came to an anchor. 15 ships, which had lagged greatly behind the rest, happening to catch sight of the Greek fleet at Artemisium, mistook it for their own, and sailing down into the midst of it, fell into the hands of the enemy. The commander of this squadron was Sandoces, the son of Thamasius, governor of Cyme, in Iolis. He was of the number of the royal judges, and had been crucified by Darius some time before on the charge of taking a bribe to determine a cause wrongly. But while he yet hung on the cross, Darius bethought him that the good deeds of Sandoces towards the king's house were more numerous than his evil deeds, and so, confessing that he had acted with more haste than wisdom, he ordered him to be taken down and set at large. Thus Sandoces escaped destruction at the hands of Darius, and was alive at this time, but he wasn't fated to come off so cheaply from his second peril, for as soon as the Greeks saw the ships making towards them, they guessed their mistake, and putting to sea, took them without difficulty. Aridolis, tyrant of Albanda in Caria, was on board one of the ships and was made prisoner, as also was the Paphian general Penthilus, the son of Demanous, who was on board another. This person had brought with him 12 ships from Paphos, and after losing 11 in the storm off Sepias, was taken in the remaining one as he sailed towards Artemisium. The Greeks, after questioning their prisoners as much as they wished concerning the forces of Xerxes, sent them away in chains to the Isthmus of Corinth. The sea force of the barbarians, with the exception of the 15 ships commanded, as I said, by Sandocles, came safe to Aphetai. Xerxes, meanwhile, with the land army, had proceeded through Thessaly and Achaia, and 3 days earlier had entered the territory of the Malians. In Thessaly he matched his own horses against the Thessalian, which he heard were the best in Greece, but the Greek coursers were left far behind in the race. All the rivers in this region had water enough to supply his army, except only the Onoconus, but in Achaia the largest of the streams, the Apidanus, barely held out. On his arrival at Arlus in Achaia, his guides, wishing to inform him of everything, told him the tale known to the dwellers in those parts concerning the temple of the Laphystian Zeus, how that Athamas, the son of Iolus, took counsel with Ino and plotted the death of Phrixus, and how that afterwards the Achaeans, warned by an oracle, laid a forfeit upon his posterity, forbidding the eldest of the race ever to enter into the courthouse, which they call the people's house, and keeping watch themselves to see the law obeyed. If one comes within the doors, he can never go out again except to be sacrificed. Further, they told him how that many persons, when on the point of being slain, are seized with such fear that they flee away and take refuge in some other country, and that these, if they come back long afterwards and are found to be the persons who entered the courthouse, are led forth covered with chaplets and in a grand procession, and are sacrificed. This forfeit is paid by the descendants of Ctisaurus, the son of Phrixus, because when the Achaeans, in obedience to an oracle, made Athamas, the son of Iolus, their sin offering, and were about to slay him, Ctisaurus came from Aia in Colchis and rescued Athamas, by which deed he brought the anger of the god upon his own posterity. Xerxes, therefore, having heard this story when he reached the grove of the god, avoided it, and commanded his army to do the like. He also paid the same respect to the house and precinct of the descendants of Athamas. Such were the doings of Xerxes in Thessaly and in Achaia. From hence he passed on into Melis, along the shores of a bay in which there is an ebb and flow of the tide daily. By the side of this bay lies a piece of flat land, in one part broad, but in another very narrow indeed, around which runs a range of lofty hills impossible to climb, enclosing all Melis within them, and called the Trachinian Cliffs. The first city upon the bay, as you come from Achaia, is Anticyra, near which the river Spercheius, flowing down from the country of the Aenianians, empties itself into the sea. About 20 furlongs from this stream there's a second river called the Dirus, which is said to have appeared first to help Heracles when he was burning. Again, at the distance of 20 furlongs, there's a stream called the Melas, near which, within about 5 furlongs, stands the city of Trachis. At the point where this city is built, the plain between the hills and the sea is broader than at any other, for it there measures 22,000 plethra. South of Trachis there's a cleft in the mountain range which shuts in the territory of Trachinia, and the river Asopus, issuing from this cleft, flows for a while along the foot of the hills. Further to the south another river called the Phoenix, which has no great body of water, flows from the same hills and falls into the Asopus. Here is the narrowest place of all, for in this part there's only a causeway wide enough for a single carriage. From the river Phoenix to Thermopylae is a distance of 15 furlongs, and in this space is situate the village called Anthela, which the river Asopus passes ere it reaches the sea. The space about Anthela is of some width, and contains a temple of Amphictyonian Demeter, as well as the seats of the Amphictyonic deputies, and a temple of Amphictyon himself. King Xerxes pitched his camp in the region of Melis, called Trachinia, while on their side the Greeks occupied the straits. These straits the Greeks in general call Thermopylae, the hot gates, but the natives and those who dwell in the neighbourhood call them Pilae, the gates. Here then the two armies took their stand, the one master of all the region lying north of Trachis, the other of the country extending southward of that place to the verge of the continent. The Greeks who at this spot awaited the coming of Xerxes were the following: from Sparta 300 men-at-arms, from Arcadia 1,000 Tegeans and Mantineans, 500 of each people, 120 Orchomenians, from the Arcadian Orchomenus, and 1,000 from other cities from Corinth, 400 men, from Phlius 200, and from Mycenae 80. Such was the number from the Peloponnese. There were also present from Boeotia 700 Thespians and 400 Thebans. Besides these troops, the Locrians of Opus and the Phocians had obeyed the call of their countrymen, and sent, the former all the force they had, the latter 1,000 men. For envoys had gone from the Greeks at Thermopylae among the Locrians and Phocians to call on them for assistance, and to say they were themselves but the vanguard of the host, sent to precede the main body, which might every day be expected to follow them. The sea was in good keeping, watched by the Athenians, the Aeginetans, and the rest of the fleet. There was no cause why they should fear, for after all the invader was not a god, but a man, and there never had been and never would be a man who wasn't liable to misfortunes from the very day of his birth, and those misfortunes greater in proportion to his own greatness. The assailant, therefore, being only a mortal, must needs fall from his glory. Thus urged, the Locrians and the Phocians had come with their troops to Trachis. The various nations had each captains of their own under whom they served, but the one to whom all especially looked up, and who had the command of the entire force, was the Lacedaemonian Leonidas. Now Leonidas was the son of Anaxandridas, who was the son of Leo, who was the son of Eurycratidas, who was the son of Anaxander, who was the son of Eurycrates, who was the son of Polydorus, who was the son of Alcamenes, who was the son of Telecles, who was the son of Archelaus, who was the son of Agesilaus, who was the son of Dorissus, who was the son of Labotus, who was the son of Echestratus, who was the son of Agis, who was the son of Eurysthenes, who was the son of Aristodemus, who was the son of Aristomachus, who was the son of Cleodius, who was the son of Hellas, who was the son of Hercules. Leonidas had come to be king of Sparta quite unexpectedly. Having two elder brothers, Cleomenes and Dorieus, he had no thought of ever mounting the throne. However, when Cleomenes died without male offspring, as Dorieus was likewise deceased, having perished in Sicily, the crown fell to Leonidas, who was older than Cleombrotus, the youngest of the sons of Anaxandridas, and moreover was married to the daughter of Cleomenes. He had now come to Thermopylae, accompanied by the 300 men which the law assigned him, whom he had himself chosen from among the citizens, and who were all of them fathers with sons living. On his way he had taken the troops from Thebes, whose number I've already mentioned, and who were under the command of Leontiades, the son of Eurymachus. The reason why he made a point of taking troops from Thebes, and Thebes only, was that the Thebans were strongly suspected of being well inclined to the Medes. Leonidas therefore called on them to come with him to the war, wishing to see whether they would comply with his demand or openly refuse and disclaim the Greek alliance. They, however, though their wishes leant the other way, nevertheless sent the men. The force with Leonidas was sent forward by the Spartans in advance of their main body, that the sight of them might encourage the allies to fight, and hinder them from going over to the Medes, as it was likely they might have done, had they seen that Sparta was backward. They intended presently, when they'd celebrated the Carnian festival, which was what now kept them at home, to leave a garrison in Sparta, and hasten in full force to join the army. The rest of the allies also intended to act similarly, for it happened that the Olympic festival fell exactly at this same period. None of them looked to see the contest at Thermopylae decided so speedily, wherefore they were content to send forward a mere advanced guard. Such, accordingly, were the intentions of the allies. The Greek forces at Thermopylae, when the Persian army drew near to the entrance of the pass, were seized with fear, and a council was held to consider about a retreat. It was the wish of the Peloponnesians generally that the army should fall back upon the Peloponnese, and there guard the isthmus. But Leonidas, who saw with what indignation the Phocians and Locrians heard of this plan, gave his voice for remaining where they were, while they sent envoys to the several cities to ask for help, since they were too few to make a stand against an army like that of the Medes. While this debate was going on, Xerxes sent a mounted spy to observe the Greeks and note how many they were and see what they were doing. He'd heard, before he came out of Thessaly, that a few men were assembled at this place, and that at their head were certain Lacedaemonians under Leonidas, a descendant of Heracles. The horseman rode up to the camp and looked about him, but didn't see the whole army, for such as were on the further side of the wall, which had been rebuilt and was now carefully guarded, it wasn't possible for him to behold. But he observed those on the outside who were encamped in front of the rampart. It chanced that at this time the Lacedaemonians held the outer guard, and were seen by the spy, some of them engaged in gymnastic exercises, others combing their long hair. At this the spy greatly marvelled, but he counted their number, and when he had taken accurate note of everything, he rode back quietly, for no one pursued after him, nor paid any heed to his visit. So he returned, and told Xerxes all that he had seen. Upon this, Xerxes, who had no means of surmising the truth, namely that the Spartans were preparing to do or die manfully, but thought it laughable that they should be engaged in such employments, sent and called to his presence Demaratus the son of Ariston, who still remained with the army. When he appeared, Xerxes told him all that he had heard, and questioned him concerning the news, since he was anxious to understand the meaning of such behavior on the part of the Spartans. Then Demaratus said, I spake to thee, O king, concerning these men long since, when we had but just begun our march upon Greece. Thou, however, didst only laugh at my words when I told thee of all this, which I saw would come to pass. Earnestly do I struggle at all times to speak truth to thee, sire, and now listen to it once more. These men have come to dispute the pass with us, and it is for this that they are now making ready. 'Tis their custom, when they are about to hazard their lives, to adorn their heads with care. But be assured, however, that if thou canst subdue the men who are here, and the Lacedaemonians who remain in Sparta, there is no other nation in all the world which will venture to lift a hand in their defence. Thou hast now to deal with the first kingdom and town in Greece, and with the bravest men. Then Xerxes, to whom what Demaratus said seemed altogether to surpass belief, asked further how it was possible for so small an army to contend with his. O king, Demaratus answered, let me be treated as a liar, if matters fall not out as I say. But Xerxes was not persuaded any the more. 4 whole days he suffered to go by, expecting that the Greeks would run away. When, however, he found on the 5th that they were not gone, thinking that their firm stand was mere impudence and recklessness, he grew wroth, and sent against them the Medes and Kissians, with orders to take them alive and bring them into his presence. Then the Medes rushed forward and charged the Greeks, but fell in vast numbers. Others, however, took the places of the slain, and would not be beaten off, though they suffered terrible losses. In this way it became clear to all, and especially to the king, that though he had plenty of competence, he had but very few warriors. The struggle, however, continued during the whole day. Then the Medes, having met so rough a reception, withdrew from the fight, and their place was taken by the band of Persians under Hydarnes, whom the king called his immortals. They, it was thought, would soon finish the business. But when they joined battle with the Greeks, 'twas no better success than the Median detachment, things went much as before, the two armies fighting in a narrow space, and the barbarians using shorter spears than the Greeks, and having no advantage from their numbers. The Lacedaemonians fought in a way worthy of note, and showed themselves far more skilful in fight than their adversaries, often turning their backs and making as though they were all flying away, on which the barbarians would rush after them with much noise and shouting, when the Spartans at their approach would wheel round and face their pursuers, in this way destroying vast numbers of the enemy. Some Spartans likewise fell in these encounters, but only a very few. At last the Persians, finding that all their efforts to gain the pass availed nothing, and that whether they attacked by divisions or in any other way it was to no purpose, withdrew to their own quarters. During these assaults it's said that Xerxes, who was watching the battle, thrice leapt from the throne on which he sat, in terror for his army. Next day the combat was renewed, but with no better success on the part of the barbarians. The Greeks were so few that the barbarians hoped to find them disabled, by reason of their wounds, from offering any further resistance, and so they once more attacked them. But the Greeks were drawn up in detachments according to their cities, and bore the brunt of the battle in turns, all except the Phocians, who had been stationed on the mountain to guard the pathway. So when the Persians found no difference between that day and the preceding, they again retired to their quarters. Now as the king was in a great strait, and knew not how he should deal with the emergency, Ephialtes, the son of Eurydemus, a man of Melis, came to him, and was admitted to a conference. Stirred by the hope of receiving a rich reward at the king's hands, he had come to tell him of the pathway which led across the mountain to Thermopylae, by which disclosure he brought destruction on the band of Greeks who had there withstood the barbarians. This Ephialtes afterwards, from fear of the Lacedaemonians, fled into Thessaly, and during his exile in an assembly of the Amphictyons held at Pylae, a price was set upon his head by the Pelagari. When some time had gone by, he returned from exile and went to Anticyra, where he was slain by Athenides, a native of Trachis. Athenides didn't slay him for his treachery, but for another reason, which I'll mention in a later part of my history. Yet still the Lacedaemonians honoured him none the less. Thus then did Ephialtes perish a long time afterwards. Besides this, there's another story told, which I don't at all believe, to wit that Onitus, the son of Phanagarus, a native of Carystus, and Corydalus, a man of Anticyra, were the persons who spoke on this matter to the king and took the Persians across the mountain. One may guess which story is true from the fact that the deputies of the Greeks, the Pelagari, who must have had the best means of ascertaining the truth, didn't offer the reward for the heads of Onitus and Corydalus, but for that of Ephialtes of Trachis, and again from the flight of Ephialtes, which we know to have been on this account. Onitus, I allow, though he was not a Malian, might have been acquainted with the path, if he had lived much in that part of the country, but as Ephialtes was the person who actually led the Persians round the mountain by the pathway, I leave his name on record as that of the man who did the deed. Great was the joy of Xerxes on this occasion, and as he approved highly of the enterprise which Ephialtes undertook to accomplish, he forthwith sent upon the errand Hydarnes and the Persians under him. The troops left the camp about the time of the lighting of the lamps. The pathway along which they went was first discovered by the Malians of these parts, who soon afterwards led the Thessalians by it to attack the Phocians at the time when the Phocians fortified the pass with a wall, and so put themselves under cover from danger. And ever since the path has always been put to an ill use by the Malians. The course which it takes is the following. Beginning at the Asopus, where that stream flows through the cleft in the hills, it runs along the ridge of the mountain, which is called, like the pathway over it, Anopaia, and ends at the city of Alpinus, the first Locrian town as you come from Melis, by the stone called Melampicus, and the seats of the Cacopians. Here it's as narrow as at any other point. The Persians took this path, and crossing the Asopus, continued their march through the whole of the night, having the mountains of Oita on their right hand, and on their left those of Trachis. At dawn of day they found themselves close to the summit. Now the hill was guarded, as I've already said, by 1,000 Phocian men-at-arms, who were placed there to defend the pathway, and at the same time to secure their own country. They'd been given the guard of the mountain path, while the other Greeks defended the pass below, because they'd volunteered for the service, and had pledged themselves to Leonidas to maintain the post. The ascent of the Persians became known to the Phocians in the following manner. During all the time that they were making their way up, the Greeks remained unconscious of it, inasmuch as the whole mountain was covered with groves of oak. But it happened that the air was very still, and the leaves which the Persians stirred with their feet made, as it was likely they would, a loud rustling, whereupon the Phocians jumped up and flew to seize their arms. In a moment the barbarians came in sight, and perceiving men arming themselves were greatly amazed, for they'd fallen in with an enemy when they expected no opposition. Hydarnes, alarmed at the sight, and fearing lest the Phocians might be Lacedaemonians, inquired of Ephialtes to what nation these troops belonged. Ephialtes told him the exact truth, whereupon he arrayed his Persians for battle. The Phocians, galled by the showers of arrows to which they were exposed, and imagining themselves the special object of the Persian attack, fled hastily to the crest of the mountain, and there made ready to meet death. But while their mistake continued, the Persians, with Ephialtes and Hydarnes, not thinking it worth their while to delay on account of Phocians, passed on and descended the mountain with all possible speed. The Greeks at Thermopylae received the first warning of the destruction which the dawn would bring on them from the seer Megistias, who read their fate in the victims as he was sacrificing. After this, deserters came in, and brought the news that the Persians were marching round by the hills. It was still night when these men arrived. Last of all, the scouts came running down from the heights, and brought in the same accounts, when the day was just beginning to break. Then the Greeks held a council to consider what they should do, and here opinions were divided. Some were strong against quitting their post, while others contended to the contrary. So when the council had broken up, part of the troops departed and went their ways homeward to their several states. Part, however, resolved to remain, and to stand by Leonidas to the last. It's said that Leonidas himself sent away the troops who departed because he tended their safety, but thought it unseemly that either he or his Spartans should quit the post which they had been especially sent to guard. For my own part, I incline to think that Leonidas gave the order because he perceived the allies to be out of heart and unwilling to encounter the danger to which his own mind was made up. He therefore commanded them to retreat, but said that he himself couldn't draw back with honor, knowing that if he stayed, glory awaited him, and that Sparta in that case would not lose her prosperity. For when the Spartans, at the very beginning of the war, sent to consult the oracle concerning it, the answer which they received from the Pythoness was that either Sparta must be overthrown by the barbarians, or one of her kings must perish. The prophecy was delivered in hexameter verse, and ran thus: O ye men who dwell in the streets of broad Lacedaemon, either your glorious town shall be sacked by the children of Perseus, or in exchange must all through the whole Laconian country mourn for the loss of a king, descendant of great Heracles. He cannot be withstood by the courage of bulls nor of lions, strive as they may. He is mighty as Jove. There is naught that shall stay him, till he have got for his prey your king or your glorious city. The remembrance of this answer, I think, and the wish to secure the whole glory for the Spartans, caused Leonidas to send the allies away. This is more likely than that they quarrelled with him, and took their departure in such unruly fashion. To me it seems no small argument in favour of this view that the seer also who accompanied the army, Megistius the Acarnanian, said to have been of the blood of Melampus, and the same who was led by the appearance of the victims to warn the Greeks of the danger which threatened them, received orders to retire, as it is certain he did, from Leonidas, that he might escape the coming destruction. Megistius, however, though bidden to depart, refused, and stayed with the army. But he had an only son present with the expedition, whom he now sent away. So the allies, when Leonidas ordered them to retire, obeyed him, and forthwith departed. Only the Thespians and the Thebans remained with the Spartans, and of these the Thebans were kept back by Leonidas as hostages, very much against their will. The Thespians, on the contrary, stayed entirely of their own accord, refusing to retreat, and declaring that they wouldn't forsake Leonidas and his followers. So they abode with the Spartans and died with them. Their leader was Demophilus, the son of Diadromes. At sunrise, Xerxes made libations, after which he waited until the time when the forum is wont to fill, and then began his advance. Ephialtes had instructed him thus, as the descent of the mountain is much quicker, and the distance much shorter than the way round the hills and the ascent. So the barbarians under Xerxes began to draw nigh, and the Greeks under Leonidas, as they now went forth, determined to die, advanced much further than on previous days, until they reached the more open portion of the pass. Hitherto they had held their station within the wall, and from this had gone forth to fight at the point where the pass was the narrowest. Now they joined battle beyond the defile, and carried slaughter among the barbarians, who fell in heaps. Behind them the captains of the squadrons, armed with whips, urged their men forward with continual blows. Many were thrust into the sea, and there perished. A still greater number were trampled to death by their own soldiers. No one heeded the dying. For the Greeks, reckless of their own safety and desperate, since they knew that as the mountain had been crossed their destruction was nigh at hand, exerted themselves with the most furious valour against the barbarians. By this time the spears of the greater number were all shivered, and with their swords they hewed down the ranks of the Persians. And here, as they strove, Leonidas fell, fighting bravely, together with many other famous Spartans, whose names I've taken care to learn on account of their great worthiness, as indeed I have those of all the 300. There fell, too, at the same time, very many famous Persians, among them 2 sons of Darius, Abrocomes and Hyperanthes, his children by Fratagune, the daughter of Artanes. Artanes was brother of King Darius, being a son of Hystaspes, the son of Arsames, and when he gave his daughter to the king, he made him heir likewise of all his substance, for she was his only child. Thus 2 brothers of Xerxes here fought and fell, and now there arose a fierce struggle between the Persians and the Lacedaemonians over the body of Leonidas, in which the Greeks 4 times drove back the enemy, and at last, by their great bravery, succeeded in bearing off the body. This combat was scarcely ended when the Persians and Ephialtes approached, and the Greeks, informed that they drew nigh, made a change in the manner of their fighting. Drawing back into the narrowest part of the pass, and retreating even behind the cross wall, they posted themselves upon a hillock, where they stood all drawn up together in one close body, except only the Thebans. The hillock whereof I speak is at the entrance of the straits, where the stone lion stands, which was set up in honour of Leonidas. Here they defended themselves to the last, such as still had swords, using them, and the others resisting with their hands and teeth, till the barbarians, who in part had pulled down the wall and attacked them in front, in part had gone round and now encircled them upon every side, overwhelmed and buried the remnant which was left beneath showers of missile weapons. Thus nobly did the whole body of Lacedaemonians and Thespians behave. But nevertheless one man is said to have distinguished himself above all the rest, to wit, Dionysius the Spartan. A speech which he made before the Greeks engaged the Medes remains on record. One of the Trachinians told him such was the number of the barbarians that when they shot forth their arrows, the sun would be darkened by their multitude. Dionysius, not at all frightened at these words, but making light of the Median numbers, answered, "Our Trachinian friend brings us excellent tidings. If the Medes darken the sun, we shall have our fight in the shade." Other sayings, too, of a like nature are reported to have been left on record by this same person. Next to him, two brothers, Lacedaemonians, are reputed to have made themselves conspicuous. They were named Alpheus and Maro, and were the sons of Orsiphantus. There was also a Thespian, who gained greater glory than any of his countrymen. He was a man called Dithyrambus, the son of Harmatidas. The slain were buried where they fell, and in their honour, nor less in honour of those who died before Leonidas sent the allies away, an inscription was set up which said, "Here did 4,000 men from Pelops' land against 300 myriads bravely stand." This was in honour of all. Another was for the Spartans alone. "Go, stranger, and to Lacedaemon tell that here, obeying her behests, we fell." This was for the Lacedaemonians. The seer had the following: "The great Megistius' tomb you here may view, whom slew the Medes fresh from Spechius' fords. Well the wise seer the coming death foreknew, yet scorned he to forsake his Spartan lords." These inscriptions and the pillars likewise were all set up by the Amphictyons, except that in honour of Megistius, which was inscribed to him on account of their sworn friendship by Simonides, the son of Leoprepes. Two of the 300, it said, Aristodemus and Eurytus, having been attacked by a disease of the eyes, had received orders from Leonidas to quit the camp, and both lay at Alpini in the worst stage of the malady. And these two men might, had they been so minded, have agreed together to return alive to Sparta, or if they didn't like to return, they might have gone both to the field and fallen with their countrymen. But at this time, when either way was open to them, unhappily they couldn't agree, but took contrary courses. Eurytus no sooner heard that the Persians had come round the mountain than straightway he called for his armour, and having buckled it on, bade his helot lead him to the place where his friends were fighting. The helot did so, and then turned and fled. But Eurytus plunged into the thick of the battle, and so perished. Aristodemus, on the other hand, was faint of heart, and remained at Alpini. It's my belief that if Aristodemus only had been sick and returned, or if both had come back together, the Spartans would have been content, and felt no angrier. But when there were two men with the very same excuse, and one of them was chary of his life, while the other freely gave it, they couldn't but be very wroth with the former. This is the account which some give of the escape of Aristodemus. Others say that he, with another, had been sent on a message from the army, and having it in his power to return in time for the battle, purposely loitered on the road, and so survived his comrades, while his fellow messenger came back in time and fell in the battle. When Aristodemus returned to Lacedaemon, reproach and disgrace awaited him. Disgrace, inasmuch as no Spartan would give him a light to kindle his fire, or so much as address a word to him, and reproach, since all spoke of him as the craven. However, he wiped away all his shame afterwards at the battle of Plataea. Another of the 300 is likewise to have survived the battle, a man named Pantites, whom Leonidas had sent on an embassy into Thessaly. He, they say, on his return to Sparta, found himself in such disesteem that he hanged himself. The Thebans, under the command of Leontiades, remained with the Greeks and fought against the barbarians only so long as necessity compelled them. No sooner did they see victory inclining to the Persians, and the Greeks under Leonidas hurrying with all speed towards the hillock, than they moved away from their companions, and with hands upraised advanced towards the barbarians, exclaiming, as was indeed most true, that they for their part wished well to the Medes, and had been among the first to give earth and water to the king. Force alone had brought them to Thermopylae, and so they must not be blamed for the slaughter which had befallen the king's army. These words, the truth of which was attested by the Thessalians, sufficed to obtain the Thebans the grant of their lives. However, their good fortune was not without some drawback, for several of them were slain by the barbarians on their first approach, and the rest, who were the greater number, had the royal mark branded upon their bodies by the command of Xerxes. Leontiades, their captain, being the first to suffer. This man's son, Eurymachus, was afterwards slain by the Plataeans when he came with a band of 400 Thebans and seized their city. Thus fought the Greeks at Thermopylae. And Xerxes, after the fight was over, called for Demaratus to question him, and began as follows. Demaratus, thou art a worthy man, thy true speaking proves it. All has happened as thou didst forewarn. Now then tell me, how many Lacedaemonians are there left, and of those left, how many are such brave warriors as these, or are they all alike? O king, replied the other, the whole number of the Lacedaemonians is very great, and many are the cities which they inhabit. But I'll tell thee what thou really wishest to learn. There is a town of Lacedaemon called Sparta, which contains within it about 8,000 full-grown men. They are, one and all, equal to those who have fought here. The other Lacedaemonians are brave men, but not such warriors as these. Tell me now, Demaratus, rejoined Xerxes, how we may with least trouble subdue these men. Thou must know all the paths of their counsels, as thou wert once their king. Then Demaratus answered, O king, since thou askest my advice so earnestly, it's fitting that I should inform thee what I consider to be the best course. Detach 300 vessels from the body of thy fleet, and send them to attack the shores of Laconia. There's an island called Cythera in those parts, not far from the coast, concerning which Chilon, one of our wisest men, made the remark that Sparta would gain if it were sunk to the bottom of the sea. So constantly did he expect that it would give occasion to some project like that which I now recommend to thee. I mean not to say that he had a foreknowledge of thy attack upon Greece, but in truth he feared all armaments. Send thy ships then to this island, and thence affright the Spartans. If once they have a war of their own close to their doors, fear not their giving any help to the rest of the Greeks, while thy land force is engaged in conquering them. In this way may all Greece be subdued, and then Sparta, left to herself, will be powerless. But if thou wilt not take this advice, I'll tell thee what thou mayst look to see. When thou comest to the Peloponnese, thou wilt find a narrow neck of land, where all the Peloponnesians who are leagued against thee will be gathered together, and there thou wilt have to fight bloodier battles than any which thou hast yet witnessed. If, however, thou wilt follow my plan, the isthmus and the cities of the Peloponnese will yield to thee without a battle. Achaemenes, who was present, now took the word and spoke. He was brother to Xerxes, and, having the command of the fleet, feared lest Xerxes might be prevailed upon to do as Demaratus advised. I perceive, O king, he said, that thou art listening to the words of a man who is envious of thy good fortune and seeks to betray thy cause. This is indeed the common temper of the Grecian people. They envy good fortune and hate power greater than their own. If in this posture of our affairs, after we've lost 400 vessels by shipwreck, 300 more be sent away to make a voyage round the Peloponnese, our enemies will become a match for us. But let us keep our whole fleet in one body, and it will be dangerous for them to venture on an attack, and they will certainly be no match for us then. Besides, while our sea and land forces advance together, the fleet and army can each help the other. But if they be parted, no aid will come either from thee to the fleet, or from the fleet to thee. Only order thine own matters well, and trouble not thyself to inquire concerning the enemy, where they will fight, or what they will do, or how many they are. Surely they can manage their own concerns without us, as we can ours without them. If the Lacedaemonians come out against the Persians to battle, they will scarce repair the disaster which has befallen them now." Xerxes replied, "Achaemenes, thy counsel pleases me well, and I will do as thou sayest." But Demaratus advised what he thought best, only his judgment was not so good as thine. Never will I believe that he doesn't wish well to my cause, for that is disproved both by his former counsels and also by the circumstances of the case. A citizen does indeed envy any fellow citizen who is more lucky than himself, and often hates him secretly. If such a man be called on for counsel, he will not give his best thoughts, unless indeed he be a man of very exalted virtue, and such are but rarely found. But a friend of another country delights in the good fortune of his foreign bond friend, and will give him, when asked, the best advice in his power. Therefore I warn all men to abstain henceforth from speaking ill of Demaratus, who is my bond friend." When Xerxes had thus spoken, he proceeded to pass through the slain. And finding the body of Leonidas, whom he knew to have been the Lacedaemonian king and captain, he ordered that the head should be struck off and the trunk fastened to a cross. This proves to me most clearly what is plain also in many other ways, namely that King Xerxes was more angry with Leonidas while he was still in life than with any other mortal. Certes, he would not else have used his body so shamefully. For the Persians are wont to honour those who show themselves valiant in fight more highly than any other nation that I know. They, however, to whom the orders were given, did according to the commands of the king. I return now to a point in my history which at the time I left incomplete. The Lacedaemonians were the first of the Greeks to hear of the king's design against their country, and it was at this time that they sent to consult the Delphic oracle, and received the answer of which I spoke a while ago. The discovery was made to them in a very strange way. Demaratus, the son of Ariston, after he took refuge with the Medes, was not, in my judgment, which is supported by probability, a well-wisher to the Lacedaemonians. It may be questioned, therefore, whether he did what I am about to mention from goodwill or from insolent triumph. It happened that he was at Susa at the time when Xerxes determined to lead his army into Greece, and in this way, becoming acquainted with his design, he resolved to send tidings of it to Sparta. So as there was no other way of effecting his purpose, since the danger of being discovered was great, Demaratus framed the following contrivance. He took a pair of tablets, and clearing the wax away from them, wrote what the king was purposing to do upon the wood whereof the tablets were made. Having done this, he spread the wax once more over the writing, and so sent it. By these means the guards placed to watch the roads, observing nothing but a blank tablet, were sure to give no trouble to the bearer. When the tablet reached Lacedaemon, there was no one, I understand, who could find out the secret, till Gorgo, the daughter of Cleomenes and wife of Leonidas, discovered it, and told the others if they would scrape the wax off the tablet, she said, they would be sure to find the writing upon the wood. The Lacedaemonians took her advice, found the writing, and read it, after which they sent it round to the other Greeks. Such then is the account which is given of this matter. The 8th book, entitled Urania. The Greeks engaged in the sea service were the following. The Athenians furnished 127 vessels to the fleet, which were manned in part by the Plataeans, who, though unskilled in such matters, were led by their active and daring spirit to undertake this duty. The Corinthians furnished a contingent of 40 vessels, the Megarians sent 20, the Chalcidians also manned 20, which had been furnished to them by the Athenians. The Aeginetans came with 18, the Sicyonians with 12, the Lacedaemonians with 10, the Epidaurians with 8, the Eretrians with 7, the Troezenians with 5, the Styrians with 2, and the Chians with 2 triremes and 2 pentecontas. Last of all, the Locrians of Opus came in aid with a squadron of 7 Penteconters. Such were the nations which furnished vessels to the fleet now at Artemisium, and in mentioning them I have given the number of ships furnished by each. The total number of the ships thus brought together, without counting the Penteconters, was 271, and the captain who had the chief command over the whole fleet was Eurybiades, the son of Euryclides. He was furnished by Sparta, since the allies had said that if a Lacedaemonian did not take the command, they would break up the fleet, for never would they serve under the Athenians. From the first, even earlier than the time when the embassy went to Sicily to solicit alliance, there had been a talk of entrusting the Athenians with the command at sea. But the allies were averse to the plan. Wherefore the Athenians didn't press it, for there was nothing they had so much at heart as the salvation of Greece, and they knew that if they quarrelled among themselves about the command, Greece would be brought to ruin. Herein they judged rightly, for internal strife is a thing as much worse than war carried on by a united people, as war itself is worse than peace. The Athenians, therefore, being so persuaded, didn't push their claims, but waived them, so long as they were in such great need of aid from the other Greeks. And they afterwards showed their motive, for at the time when the Persians had been driven from Greece, and were now threatened by the Greeks in their own country, they took occasion of the insolence of Pausanias to deprive the Lacedaemonians of their leadership. This, however, happened afterwards. At the present time, the Greeks, on their arrival at Artemisium, when they saw the number of the ships which lay at anchor near Aphetae, and the abundance of troops everywhere, feeling disappointed that matters had gone with the barbarians so far otherwise than they had expected, and full of alarm at what they saw, began to speak of drawing back from Artemisium towards the inner parts of their country. So when the Euboeans heard what was in debate, they went to Eurybiades and besought him to wait a few days, while they removed their children and their slaves to a place of safety. But as they found that they prevailed nothing, they left him and went to Themistocles, the Athenian commander, to whom they gave a bribe of 30 talents, on his promise that the fleet should remain and risk a battle in defence of Euboea. And Themistocles succeeded in detaining the fleet in the way which I will now relate. He made over to Eurybiades 5 talents out of the 30 paid him, which he gave as if they came from himself. And having in this way gained over the admiral, he addressed himself to Adimantus, the son of Archytas, the Corinthian leader, who was the only remonstrant now, and who still threatened to sail away from Artemisium and not wait for the other captains. Addressing himself to this man, Themistocles said, with an oath, "Thou forsake us? By no means. I'll pay thee better for remaining than the Mede would for leaving thy friends." And straightway he sent on board the ship of Adimantus a present of 3 talents of silver. So these 2 captains were won by gifts, and came over to the views of Themistocles, who was thereby enabled to gratify the wishes of the Euboeans. He likewise made his own gain on the occasion, for he kept the rest of the money, and no one knew of it. The commanders who took the gifts thought that the sums were furnished by Athens, and had been sent to be used in this way. Thus it came to pass that the Greeks stayed at Euboea, and there gave battle to the enemy. Now the battle was on this wise. The barbarians reached Aphetae early in the afternoon, and then saw, as they had previously heard reported, that a fleet of Greek ships, weak in number, lay at Artemisium. At once they were eager to engage, fearing that the Greeks would fly, and hoping to capture them before they should get away. They didn't, however, think it wise to make straight for the Greek station, lest the enemy should see them as they bore down and betake themselves to flight immediately, in which case they might close in before they came up with the fugitives, and so they might get clean off and make their escape from them, whereas the Persians were minded not to let a single soul slip through their hands. They therefore contrived a plan which was the following. They detached 200 of their ships from the rest, and to prevent the enemy from seeing them start, sent them round outside the island of Scirthus to make the circuit of Euboea by Caphareus and Geraestus, and so to reach the Euripus. By this plan they thought to enclose the Greeks on every side, for the ships detached would block up the only way by which they could retreat, while the others would press upon them in front. With these designs, therefore, they dispatched the 200 ships, while they themselves waited, since they didn't mean to attack the Greeks upon that day, or until they knew, by signal, of the arrival of the detachment which had been ordered to sail round Euboea. Meanwhile they made a muster of the other ships at Ephetai. Now the Persians had with them a man named Silius, a native of Scione, who was the most expert diver of his day. At the time of the shipwreck off Mount Pelion, he had recovered for the Persians a great part of what they lost, and at the same time he had taken care to obtain for himself a good share of the treasure. He had for some time been wishing to go over to the Greeks, but no good opportunity had offered till now, when the Persians were making the muster of their ships. In what way he contrived to reach the Greeks, I am not able to say for certain. I marvel much if the tale that is commonly told be true. 'Tis said he dived into the sea at Ephetai, and didn't once come to the surface till he reached Artemisium, a distance of nearly 80 furlongs. Now many things are related of this man which are plainly false, but some of the stories seem to be true. My own opinion is that on this occasion he made the passage to Artemisium in a boat. However this might be, Silius no sooner reached Artemisium than he gave the Greek captains a full account of the damage done by the storm, and likewise told them of the ships sent to make the circuit of Euboea. So the Greeks, on receiving these tidings, held a council, whereat, after much debate, it was resolved that they should stay quiet for the present where they were, and remain at their moorings, but that after midnight they should put out to sea and encounter the ships which were on their way round the island. Later in the day, when they found that no one meddled with them, they formed a new plan, which was to wait till near evening and then sail out against the main body of the barbarians, for the purpose of trying their mode of fight and skill in manoeuvring. When the Persian commanders and crews saw the Greeks thus boldly sailing towards them with their few ships, they thought them possessed with madness, and went out to meet them, expecting, as indeed seemed likely enough, that they should take all their vessels with the greatest ease. The Greek ships were so few, and their own so far outnumbered them, and sailed so much better, that they resolved, seeing their advantage, to encompass their foe on every side. And now such of the Ionians as wished well to the Grecian cause, and served in the Persian fleet unwillingly, seeing their countrymen surrounded, were sorely distressed, for they felt sure that not one of them would ever make his escape, so poor an opinion had they of the strength of the Greeks. On the other hand, such as saw with pleasure the attack on Greece now vied eagerly with each other which should be the first to make prize of an Athenian ship, and thereby to secure himself a rich reward from the king. For through both the hosts none were so much accounted of as the Athenians. The Greeks at a signal brought the sterns of their ships together into a small compass, and turned their prows on every side towards the barbarians. After which, at a second signal, although enclosed within a narrow space and closely pressed upon by the foe, yet they fell bravely to work, and captured 30 ships of the barbarians, at the same time taking prisoner Phileon, the son of Chersis, and brother of Gorgas, king of Salamis, a man of much repute in the fleet. The first who made prize of a ship of the enemy was Lycomedes, the son of Aeschrias, an Athenian, who was afterwards adjudged the meed of valour. Victory, however, was still doubtful when night came on and put a stop to the combat. The Greeks sailed back to Artemisium, and the barbarians returned to Ephetai, much surprised at the result, which was far other than they had looked for. In this battle only one of the Greeks who fought on the side of the king deserted and joined his countrymen. This was Antidorus of Lemnos, whom the Athenians rewarded for his desertion by the present of a piece of land in Salamis. Evening had barely closed in when a heavy rain, it was about midsummer, began to fall, which continued the whole night, with terrible thunderings and lightnings from Mount Pelion. The bodies of the slain and the broken pieces of the damaged ships were drifted in the direction of Amphitti and floated about the prows of the vessels there, disturbing the action of the oars. The barbarians, hearing the storm, were greatly dismayed, expecting certainly to perish, as they had fallen into such a multitude of misfortunes. For before they were well recovered from the tempest and the wreck of their vessels off Mount Pelion, they had been surprised by a sea fight which had taxed all their strength, and now the sea fight was scarcely over, when they were exposed to floods of rain and the rush of swollen streams into the sea and violent thunderings. If, however, they who lay at Amphitti passed a comfortless night, far worse were the sufferings of those who had been sent to make the circuit of Euboea, inasmuch as the storm fell on them out at sea, whereby the issue was indeed calamitous. They were sailing along near the hollows of Euboea when the wind began to rise and the rain to pour. Overpowered by the force of the gale and driven they knew not whither, at the last they fell upon rocks, heaven so contriving in order that the Persian fleet might not greatly exceed the Greek, but be brought nearly to its level. This squadron therefore was entirely lost about the hollows of Euboea. The barbarians at Amphitti were glad when day dawned, and remained in quiet at their station, content if they might enjoy a little peace after so many sufferings. Meanwhile, there came to the aid of the Greeks a reinforcement of 53 ships from Attica. Their arrival and the news, which reached Artemisium about the same time, of the complete destruction by the storm of the ships sent to sail round Euboea, greatly cheered the spirits of the Greek sailors. So they waited again till the same hour as the day before, and once more, putting out to sea, attacked the enemy. This time they fell in with some Cilician vessels, which they sank. When night came on, they withdrew to Artemisium. The third day was now come, and the captains of the barbarians, ashamed that so small a number of ships should harass their fleet, and afraid of the anger of Xerxes, instead of waiting for the others to begin the battle, weighed anchor themselves and advanced against the Greeks about the hour of noon, with shouts encouraging one another. Now it happened that these sea fights took place on the very same days with the combats at Thermopylae, and as the aim of the struggle was in the one case to maintain the pass, so in the other it was to defend the Euripus. While the Greeks, therefore, exhorted one another not to let the barbarians burst in upon Greece, these latter shouted to their fellows to destroy the Grecian fleet and get possession of the channel. And now the fleet of Xerxes advanced in good order to the attack, while the Greeks on their side remained quite motionless at Artemisium. The Persians therefore spread themselves and came forward in a half-moon, seeking to encircle the Greeks on all sides, and thereby prevent them from escaping. The Greeks, when they saw this, sailed out to meet their assailants, and the battle forthwith began. In this engagement the two fleets contended with no clear advantage to either, for the armament of Xerxes injured itself by its own greatness, the vessels falling into disorder and ofttimes running foul of one another. Yet still they didn't give way, but made a stout fight, since the crews felt it would indeed be a disgrace to turn and fly from a fleet so inferior in number. The Greeks therefore suffered much, both in ships and men, but the barbarians experienced a far larger loss of each. So the fleet separated after such a combat as I've described. On the side of Xerxes, the Egyptians distinguished themselves above all the combatants, for besides performing many other noble deeds, they took 5 vessels from the Greeks with their crews on board. On the side of the Greeks, the Athenians bore off the meed of valour, and among them the most distinguished was Clinias, the son of Alcibiades, who served at his own charge with 200 men, on board a vessel which he had himself furnished. The two fleets, on separating, hastened very gladly to their anchorage grounds. The Greeks, indeed, when the battle was over, became masters of the bodies of the slain and the wrecks of the vessels, but they had been so roughly handled, especially the Athenians, one half of whose vessels had suffered damage, that they determined to break up from their station and withdraw to the inner parts of their country. Then Themistocles, who thought that if the Ionian and Carian ships could be detached from the barbarian fleet, the Greeks might be well able to defeat the rest, called the captains together. They met upon the seashore, where the Euboeans were now assembling their flocks and herds. And here Themistocles told them he thought that he knew of a plan whereby he could detach from the king those who were of most worth among his allies. This was all that he disclosed to them of his plan at that time. Meanwhile, looking to the circumstances in which they were, he advised them to slaughter as many of the Euboean cattle as they liked, for it was better, he said, that their own troops should enjoy them than the enemy, and to give orders to their men to kindle the fires as usual. With regard to the retreat, he said that he would take upon himself to watch the proper moment, and would manage matters so that they should return to Greece without loss. These words pleased the captains, so they had the fires lighted and began the slaughter of the cattle. The Euboeans, until now, had made light of the oracle of Bacchus, as though it had been void of all significancy, and had neither removed their goods from the island, nor yet taken them into their strong places, as they would most certainly have done if they had believed that war was approaching. By this neglect they had brought their affairs into the very greatest danger. And now the oracle of which I speak ran as follows: When o'er the main shall be thrown a bibulous yoke by a stranger, be thou ware, and drive from Euboea the goats' loud bleating. So, as the Euboeans had paid no regard to this oracle when the evils approached and impended, now that they had arrived, the worst was likely to befall them. While the Greeks were employed in the way described above, the scout who had been on the watch at Trachis arrived at Artemisium. For the Greeks had employed 2 watchers. Polyas, a native of Anticyra, had been stationed off Artemisium with a rowboat at his command, ready to sail at any moment, his orders being that if an engagement took place by sea, he should convey the news at once to the Greeks at Thermopylae. And in like manner, Abronicus, the son of Lysicles, an Athenian, had been stationed with a Triaconta near Leonidas to be ready in case of disaster befalling the land force, to carry tidings of it to Artemisium. It was this Abronicus who now arrived with news of what had befallen Leonidas and those who were with him. When the Greeks heard the tidings, they no longer delayed to retreat, but withdrew in the order wherein they had been stationed, the Corinthians leading, and the Athenians sailing last of all. And now Themistocles chose out the swiftest sailors from among the Athenian vessels, and proceeding to the various watering places along the coast, cut inscriptions on the rocks, which were read by the Ionians the day following on their arrival at Artemisium. The inscriptions ran thus: Men of Ionia, ye do wrong to fight against your own fathers, and to give your help to enslave Greece. We beseech you therefore to come over, if possible, to our side. If you cannot do this, then we pray you stand aloof from the contest yourselves, and persuade the Carians to do the like. If neither of these things be possible, and you are hindered by a force too strong to resist from venturing upon desertion, at least, when we come to blows, fight backwardly, remembering that you are sprung from us, and that it was through you we first provoked the hatred of the barbarian. Themistocles, in putting up these inscriptions, looked, I believe, to 2 chances. Either Xerxes wouldn't discover them, in which case they might bring over the Ionians to the side of the Greeks, or they would be reported to him and made a ground of accusation against the Ionians, who would thereupon be distrusted, and would not be allowed to take part in the sea fights. Shortly after the cutting of the inscriptions, a man of Histiaia went in a merchant ship to Aphritae and told the Persians that the Greeks had fled from Artemisium. Disbelieving his report, the Persians kept the man a prisoner, while they sent some of their fastest vessels to see what had happened. These brought back word how matters stood, whereupon at sunrise the whole fleet advanced together in a body, and sailed to Artemisium, where they remained till midday, after which they went on to Histiaia. That city fell into their hands immediately, and they shortly overran the various villages upon the coast in the district of Helopia, which was part of the Histiaean territory. It was while they were at this station that a herald reached them from Xerxes, whom he had sent after making the following dispositions with respect to the bodies of those who fell at Thermopylae. Of the 20,000 who had been slain on the Persian side, he left 1,000 upon the field, while he buried the rest in trenches, and these he carefully filled up with earth and hid with foliage, that the sailors might not see any signs of them. The herald, on reaching Histiaia, caused the whole force to be collected together, and spake thus to them: Comrades, King Xerxes gives permission to all who please to quit their posts and see how he fights with the senseless men who think to overthrow his armies. No sooner had these words been uttered than it became difficult to get a boat, so great was the number of those who desired to see the sight. Such as went crossed the strait, and, passing among the heaps of dead, in this way viewed the spectacle. Many Helots were included in the slain, but every one imagined that the bodies were all either Lacedaemonians or Thespians. However, no one was deceived by what Xerxes had done with his own dead. It was indeed most truly a laughable device. On the one side 1,000 men were seen lying about the field, on the other 4,000 crowded together into one spot. This day, then, was given up to sightseeing. On the next, the seamen embarked on board their ships and sailed back to Histiaia, while Xerxes and his army proceeded upon their march. There came now a few deserters from Arcadia to join the Persians, poor men who had nothing to live on and were in want of employment. The Persians brought them into the king's presence, and there inquired of them, by a man who acted as their spokesman, what the Greeks were doing. The Arcadians answered, "They are holding the Olympic Games, seeing the athletic sports and the chariot races." "And what," said the man, "is the prize for which they contend?" "An olive wreath," returned the others, "which is given to the man who wins." On hearing this, Tritanteichmes, the son of Artabanus, uttered a speech which was in truth most noble, but which caused him to be taxed with cowardice by King Xerxes. Hearing the men say that the prize was not money but a wreath of olive, he couldn't forbear from explaining before them all, "Good heavens, Mardonius, what manner of men are these against whom thou hast brought us to fight? Men who contend with one another, not for money, but for honour." A little before this, and just after the blow had been struck at Thermopylae, a herald was sent into Phocis by the Thessalians, who had always been on bad terms with the Phocians, and especially since their last overthrow. For it wasn't many years previous to this invasion of Greece by the king that the Thessalians with their allies entered Phocis in full force, but were defeated by the Phocians in an engagement wherein they were very roughly handled. The Phocians, who had with them a soothsayer, Teleas of Elis, were blocked up in the mountain of Parnassus when the following stratagem was contrived for them by their Elean ally. He took 600 of their bravest men and whitened their bodies and their arms with chalk. Then, instructing them to slay every one whom they should meet that was not whitened like themselves, he made a night attack upon the Thessalians. No sooner did the Thessalian sentries, who were the first to see them, behold this strange sight, than, imagining it to be a prodigy, they were all filled with affright. From the sentries the alarm spread to the army, which was seized with such a panic that the Phocians killed 4,000 of them, and became masters of their dead bodies and shields. Of the shields, one half were sent as an offering to the temple at Abai, the other half were deposited at Delphi, while from the 10th part of the booty gained in the battle were made the gigantic figures which stand round the tripod in front of the Delphic shrine, and likewise the figures of the same size and character at Abai. Besides this slaughter of the Thessalian foot when it was blockading them, The Phocians had dealt a blow to their horse upon its invading their territory, from which they had never recovered. There's a pass near the city of Hyampolis where the Phocians, having dug a broad trench, filled up the void with empty wine jars, after which they covered the place with mould, so that the ground all looked alike, and then awaited the coming of the Thessalians. These, thinking to destroy the Phocians at one sweep, rushed rapidly forward and became entangled in the wine jars, which broke the legs of their horses. The Thessalians had therefore a double cause of quarrel with the Phocians, when they dispatched the herald above mentioned, who thus delivered his message. At length acknowledge, ye men of Phocis, that ye may not think to match with us. In times past, when it pleased us to hold with the Greeks, we had always the vantage over you, and now our influence is such with the barbarian that if we choose it, you will lose your country, and, what is even worse, you will be sold as slaves. However, though we can now do with you exactly as we like, we are willing to forget our wrongs. Quit them with a payment of 50 talents of silver, and we undertake to ward off the evils which threaten your country. Such was the message which the Thessalians sent. The Phocians were the only people in these parts who had not espoused the cause of the Medes, and it's my deliberate opinion that the motive which swayed them was none other, neither more nor less, than their hatred of the Thessalians. For had the Thessalians declared in favour of the Greeks, I believe that the men of Phocis would have joined the Median side. As it was, when the message arrived, the Phocians made answer that they would not pay anything. It was open to them, equally with the Thessalians, to make common cause with the Medes if they only chose so to do, but they would never of their own free will become traitors to Greece. On the return of this answer, the Thessalians, full of wrath against the Phocians, offered themselves as guides to the barbarian army, and led them forth from Trachinia into Doris. In this place there is a narrow tongue of Dorian territory, not more than 30 furlongs across, interposed between Melis and Phocis. It's the tract in ancient times called Dryopis, and the land of which it's a part is the mother country of the Dorians in the Peloponnese. This territory the barbarians didn't plunder, for the inhabitants had espoused their side, and besides, the Thessalians wished that they should be spared. From Doris they marched forward into Phocis, but here the inhabitants didn't fall into their power, for some of them had taken refuge in the high grounds of Parnassus, one summit of which, called Tithorea, standing quite by itself, not far from the city of Neon, is well fitted to give shelter to a large body of men, and had now received a number of the Phocians with their movables, while the greater portion had fled to the country of the Ozolian Locrians, and placed their goods in the city called Amphissa, which lies above the Chrysean plain. The land of Phocis, however, was entirely overrun, for the Thessalians led the Persian army through the whole of it, and wherever they went, the country was wasted with fire and sword, the cities and even the temples being wilfully set alight by the troops. The march of the army lay along the valley of the Cephissus, and here they ravaged far and wide, burning the towns of Trymus, Caradra, Erocus, Tethronium, Amphicaia, Neon, Pediais, Tritaeus, Elatia, Hyampolis, Parapotami, and Abi. At the last named place there was a temple of Apollo, very rich and adorned with a vast number of treasures and offerings. There was likewise an oracle there in those days, as indeed there is at the present time. This temple the Persians plundered and burnt, and here they captured a number of the Phocians before they could reach the hills, and caused the death of some of their women by ill usage. After passing Parapotami, the barbarians marched to Panopeus, and now the army separated into two bodies, whereof one, which was the more numerous and the stronger of the two, marched under Xerxes himself towards Athens, entering Boeotia by the country of the Orchomenians. The Boeotians had one and all embraced the cause of the Medes, and their towns were in the possession of Macedonian garrisons, whom Alexander had sent there to make it manifest to Xerxes that the Boeotians were on the Median side. Such then was the road followed by one division of the barbarians. The other division took guides and proceeded towards the temple of Delphi, keeping Mount Parnassus on their right hand. They too laid waste such parts of Phocis as they passed through, burning the city of the Panopeans, together with those of the Dolians and of the Iolidae. This body had been detached from the rest of the army and made to march in this direction, for the purpose of plundering the Delphian temple and conveying to King Xerxes the riches which were there laid up. For Xerxes, as I am informed, was better acquainted with what there was worthy of note at Delphi than even with what he had left in his own house. So many of those about him were continually describing the treasures, more especially the offerings made by Croesus, the son of Aliates. Now when the Delphians heard what danger they were in, great fear fell on them. In their terror they consulted the oracle concerning the holy treasures, and inquired if they should bury them in the ground, or carry them away to some other country. The god, in reply, bade them leave the treasures untouched. He was able, he said, without help, to protect his own. So the Delphians, when they received this answer, began to think about saving themselves. And first of all they sent their women and children across the gulf into Achaia, after which the greater number of them climbed up into the tops of Parnassus and placed their goods for safety in the Corycian cave, while some effected their escape to Amphissa in Locris. In this way all the Delphians quitted the city except 60 men and the prophet. When the barbarian assailants drew near and were in sight of the place, the prophet, who was named Acharatus, beheld in front of the temple a portion of the sacred armour, which it was not lawful for any mortal hand to touch, lying upon the ground, removed from the inner shrine where it was wont to hang. Then went he and told the prodigy to the Delphians who had remained behind. Meanwhile the enemy pressed forward briskly, and had reached the shrine of Athena Pronaia, when they were overtaken by other prodigies, still more wonderful than the first. Truly it was marvel enough when warlike harness was seen lying outside the temple, removed there by no power but its own. What followed, however, exceeded in strangeness all prodigies that had ever before been seen. The barbarians had just reached in their advance the chapel of Athena Pronaia, when a storm of thunder burst suddenly over their heads. At the same time 2 crags split off from Mount Parnassus and rolled down upon them with a loud noise, crushing vast numbers beneath their weight, while from the temple of Athena there went up the war cry and the shout of victory. All these things together struck terror into the barbarians, who forthwith turned and fled. The Delphians, seeing this, came down from their hiding places and smote them with a great slaughter, from which such as escaped fled straight into Boeotia. These men, on their return, declared, as I am told, that besides the marvels mentioned above, they witnessed also other supernatural sights. 2 armed warriors, they said, of a stature more than human, pursued after their flying ranks, pressing them close and slaying them. These men, the Delphians maintain, were 2 heroes belonging to the place, by name Phylacus and Autonomous, each of whom has a sacred precinct near the temple. One, that of Phylacus, hard by the road which runs above the temple of Pronaia, the other, that of Autonomous, near the Castalian spring, at the foot of the peak called Hyampaya. The blocks of stone which fell from Parnassus might still be seen in my day. They lay in the precinct of Pronaia, where they stopped after rolling through the host of the barbarians. Thus was this body of men forced to retire from the temple. Meanwhile, the Grecian fleet, which had left Artemisium, proceeded to Salamis, at the request of the Athenians, and there cast anchor. The Athenians had begged them to take up this position in order that they might convey their women and children out of Attica, and further might deliberate upon the course which it now behooved them to follow. Disappointed in the hopes which they had previously entertained, they were about to hold a council concerning the present posture of their affairs, for they had looked to see the Peloponnesians drawn up in full force to resist the enemy in Boeotia, but found nothing of what they had expected. Nay, they learnt that the Greeks of those parts, only concerning themselves about their own safety, were building a wall across the isthmus, and intended to guard the Peloponnese, and let the rest of Greece take its chance. These tidings caused them to make the request whereof I spoke, that the combined fleet should anchor at Salamis. So while the rest of the fleet lay to off this island, the Athenians cast anchor along their own coast. Immediately upon their arrival, proclamation was made that every Athenian should save his children and household as best he could. Whereupon some sent their families to Aegina, some to Salamis, but the greater number to Troezen. This removal was made with all possible haste, partly from a desire to obey the advice of the oracle, but still more for another reason. The Athenians say that they have in their Acropolis a huge serpent, which lives in the temple, and is the guardian of the whole place. Nor do they only say this, but as if the serpent really dwelt there, every month they lay out its food, which consists of a honey cake. Up to this time the honey cake had always been consumed, but now it remained untouched. So the priestess told the people what had happened, whereupon they left Athens the more readily, since they believed that the goddess had already abandoned the citadel. As soon as all was removed, the Athenians sailed back to their station. And now the remainder of the Grecian sea force, hearing that the fleet which had been at Artemisium was come to Salamis, joined it at that island from Troezen, orders having been issued previously that the ships should muster at Pogon, the port of the Troezenians. The vessels collected were many more in number than those which had fought at Artemisium, and were furnished by more cities. The admiral was the same who had commanded before, to wit Eurybiades, the son of Eurycleides, who was a Spartan, but not of the family of the kings. The city, however, which sent by far the greatest number of ships and the best sailors, was Athens. Now these were the nations who composed the Grecian fleet. From the Peloponnese the following: the Lacedaemonians with 16 ships, the Corinthians with the same number as at Artemisium, the Sicyonians with 15, the Epidaurians with 10, the Troezenians with 5, and the Hermionians with 3. These were Dorians and Macedonians, all of them, except those from Hermione, and had emigrated last from Erineus, Pindus, and Dryopis. The Hermionians were Dryopians, of the race which Heracles and the Malians drove out of the land now called Doris. Such were the Peloponnesian nations. From the mainland of Greece beyond the Peloponnese came the Athenians with 180 ships, a greater number than that furnished by any other people, and these were now manned wholly by themselves, for the Plataeans didn't serve aboard the Athenian ships at Salamis, owing to the following reason. When the Greeks, on their withdrawal from Artemisium, arrived off Chalcis, the Plataeans disembarked upon the opposite shore of Boeotia and set to work to remove their households, whereby it happened that they were left behind. The Athenians, when the region which is now called Greece was held by the Pelasgi, were Pelasgians, and bore the name of Cranaeans. But under their king Cecrops they were called Cecropidae. When Erechtheus got the sovereignty, they changed their name to Athenians, and when Ion, the son of Zeuthus, became their general, they were named after him Ionians. The Megarians served with the same number of ships as at Artemisium. The Ambraciots came with 7, the Leucadians, who were Dorians from Corinth, with 3. Of the islanders, the Aeginetans furnished 30 ships. They had a larger number equipped, but some were kept back to guard their own coasts, and only 30, which, however, were their best sailors, took part in the fight at Salamis. The Aeginetans are Dorians from Epidaurus. Their island was called formerly Oenone. The Chalcidians came next in order. They furnished the 20 ships with which they had served at Artemisium. The Eretrians likewise furnished their 7. These races are Ionian. Chios gave its old number. The Chians are Ionians from Attica. Naxos furnished 4. This detachment, like those from the other islands, had been sent by the citizens at home to join the Medes, but they made light of the orders given them and joined the Greeks at the instigation of Democritus, a citizen of good report, who was at that time captain of a trireme. The Naxians are Ionians of the Athenian stock. The Styrians served with the same ships as before. The Cythnians contributed one, and likewise a Penteconta. These two nations are Dryopians. The Seriphians, Siphnians, and Melians also served. They were the only islanders who had not given earth and water to the barbarian. All these nations dwelt inside the river Acheron and the country inhabited by the Thesprotians, for that people borders on the Ambraciots and Leucadians, who are the most remote of all those by whom the fleet was furnished. From the countries beyond there was only one people which gave help to the Greeks in their danger. This was the people of Crotona, who contributed a single ship under the command of Phaelus, a man who had thrice carried off the prize at the Pythian Games. The Crotoniates are, by descent, Achaeans. Most of the allies came with triremes, but the Melians, Siphnians, and Seriphians brought Pentecontas. The Melians, who draw their race from Lacedaemon, furnished 2. The Siphnians and Seriphians, who are Ionians of the Athenian stock, 1 each. The whole number of the ships, without counting the Pentecontas, was 378. When the captains from these various nations were come together at Salamis, a council of war was summoned, and Eurybiades proposed that anyone who liked to advise should say which place seemed to him the fittest, among those still in the possession of the Greeks, to be the scene of a naval combat. Attica, he said, was not to be thought of now, but he desired their counsel as to the remainder. The speakers mostly advised that the fleet should sail away to the Isthmus and there give battle in defence of the Peloponnese. And they urged as a reason for this that if they were worsted in a sea fight at Salamis, they would be shut up in an island where they could get no help, but if they were beaten near the Isthmus, they could escape to their homes. As the captains from the Peloponnese were thus advising, there came an Athenian to the camp, who brought word that the barbarians had entered Attica and were ravaging and burning everything. For the division of the army under Xerxes was just arrived at Athens from its march through Boeotia, where it had burnt Thespiae and Plataea, both which cities were forsaken by their inhabitants who had fled to the Peloponnese. And now it was laying waste all the possessions of the Athenians. Thespiae and Plataea had been burnt by the Persians because they knew from the Thebans that neither of those cities had espoused their side. Since the passage of the Hellespont and the commencement of the march upon Greece, a space of 4 months had gone by. 1 while the army made the crossing and delayed about the region of the Hellespont, and 3 while they proceeded thence to Attica, which they entered in the archonship of Calliades. They found the city forsaken. A few people only remained in the temple, either keepers of the treasures or men of the poorer sort. These persons, having fortified the citadel with planks and boards, held out against the enemy. It was in some measure their poverty which had prevented them from seeking shelter in Salamis, but there was likewise another reason which in part induced them to remain. They imagined themselves to have discovered the true meaning of the oracle uttered by the Pythoness, which promised that the wooden wall should never be taken. The wooden wall, they thought, didn't mean the ships, but the place where they had taken refuge. The Persians encamped upon the hill over against the citadel, which is called Ares Hill by the Athenians, and began the siege of the place, attacking the Greeks with arrows, whereto pieces of lighted tow were attached, which they shot at the barricade. And now those who were within the citadel found themselves in a most woeful case, for their wooden rampart betrayed them. Still, however, they continued to resist. It was in vain that the Pisistratidae came to them and offered terms of surrender. They stoutly refused all parley, and among their other modes of defence rolled down huge masses of stone upon the barbarians as they were mounting up to the gates, so that Xerxes was for a long time very greatly perplexed, and couldn't contrive any way to take them. At last, however, in the midst of these many difficulties, the barbarians made discovery of an access. for verily the oracle had spoken truth, and it was fated that the whole mainland of Attica should fall beneath the sway of the Persians. Right in front of the citadel, but behind the gates and the common ascent, where no watch was kept, and no one would have thought it possible that any foot of man could climb, a few soldiers mounted from the sanctuary of Aglaurus, Cecrops's daughter, notwithstanding the steepness of the precipice. As soon as the Athenians saw them upon the summit, some threw themselves headlong from the wall, and so perished, while others fled for refuge to the inner part of the temple. The Persians rushed to the gates and opened them, after which they massacred the suppliants. When all were slain, they plundered the temple and fired every part of the citadel. Xerxes, thus completely master of Athens, dispatched a horseman to Susa with a message to Artabanus informing him of his success hitherto. The day after, he collected together all the Athenian exiles who had come into Greece in his train, and bade them go up into the citadel and there offer sacrifice after their own fashion. I know not whether he had had a dream which made him give this order, or whether he felt some remorse on account of having set the temple on fire. However this may have been, the exiles were not slow to obey the command given them. I'll now explain why I've made mention of this circumstance. There's a temple of Erechtheus, the Earthborn, as he's called, in this citadel, containing within it an olive tree and a sea. The tale goes among the Athenians that they were placed there as witnesses by Poseidon and Athena when they had their contention about the country. Now this olive tree had been burnt with the rest of the temple when the barbarians took the place. But when the Athenians, whom the king had commanded to offer sacrifice, went up into the temple for the purpose, they found a fresh shoot, as much as a cubit in length, thrown out from the old trunk. Such at least was the account which these persons gave. Meanwhile, at Salamis, the Greeks no sooner heard what had befallen the Athenian citadel than they fell into such alarm that some of the captains didn't even wait for the council to come to a vote, but embarked hastily on board their vessels and hoisted sail as though they would take to flight immediately. The rest, who stayed at the council board, came to a vote that the fleet should give battle at the isthmus. Night now drew on, and the captains, dispersing from the meeting, proceeded on board their respective ships. Themistocles, as he entered his own vessel, was met by Mnesiophilus, an Athenian, who asked him what the council had resolved to do. On learning that the resolve was to stand away for the isthmus and there give battle on behalf of the Peloponnese, Mnesiophilus exclaimed, "If these men sail away from Salamis, thou wilt have no fight at all for the one fatherland. For they will all scatter themselves to their own homes, and neither Eurybiades nor anyone else will be able to hinder them, nor to stop the breaking up of the armament. Thus will Greece be brought to ruin through evil counsels. But haste thee now, and if there be any possible way, seek to unsettle these resolves. Mayhap thou mightest persuade Eurybiades to change his mind and continue here." The suggestion greatly pleased Themistocles, and without answering a word, he went straight to the vessel of Eurybiades. Arrived there, he let him know that he wanted to speak with him on a matter touching the public service. So Eurybiades bade him come on board and say whatever he wished. Then Themistocles, seating himself at his side, went over all the arguments which he had heard from Mnesiophilus, pretending as if they were his own, and added to them many new ones besides, until at last he persuaded Eurybiades by his importunity to quit his ship and again collect the captains to council. As soon as they were come, and before Eurybiades had opened to them his purpose in assembling them together, Themistocles, as men are wont to do when they are very anxious, spoke much to divers of them. Whereupon the Corinthian captain Adimantus, the son of Orchytus, observed, "Themistocles, at the games they who start too soon are scourged." "True," rejoined the other in his excuse, "but they who wait too late are not crowned." Thus he gave the Corinthian at this time a mild answer, and towards Eurybiades himself he didn't now use any of those arguments which he had urged before, or say aught of the allies betaking themselves to flight if once they broke up from Salamis. It would have been ungrateful for him, when the confederates were present, to make accusation against any, but he had recourse to quite a new sort of reasoning, and addressed him as follows: With thee it rests, O Eurybiades, to save Greece, if thou wilt only hearken unto me, and give the enemy battle here, rather than yield to the advice of those among us who would have the fleet withdrawn to the Isthmus. Hear now, I beseech thee, and judge between the two courses. At the Isthmus thou wilt fight in an open sea, which is greatly to our disadvantage, since our ships are heavier and fewer in number than the enemy's. And further, thou wilt in any case lose Salamis, Megara, and Aegina, even if all the rest goes well with us. The land and sea force of the Persians will advance together, and thy retreat will but draw them towards the Peloponnese, and so bring all Greece into peril. If, on the other hand, thou doest as I advise, these are the advantages which thou wilt so secure. In the first place, as we shall fight in a narrow sea with few ships against many, if the war follows the common course, we shall gain a great victory. For to fight in a narrow space is favourable to us, in an open sea to them. Again, Salamis will in this case be preserved, where we have placed our wives and children. Nay, that very point by which ye set most store is secured as much by this course as by the other, for whether we fight here or at the Isthmus, we shall equally give battle in defence of the Peloponnese. Assuredly ye will not do wisely to draw the Persians upon that region, for if things turn out as I anticipate, and we beat them by sea, then we shall have kept your Isthmus free from the barbarians, and they will have advanced no further than Attica, but from thence have fled back in disorder, and we shall, moreover, have saved Megara, Aegina, and Salamis itself, where an oracle has said that we are to overcome our enemies. When men counsel reasonably, reasonable success ensues, but when in their counsels they reject reason, God doesn't choose to follow the wanderings of human fancies. When Themistocles had thus spoken, Adimantus the Corinthian again attacked him and bade him be silent, since he was a man without a city. And at the same time he called on Eurybiades not to put the question at the instance of one who had no country, and urged that Themistocles should show of what state he was envoy before he gave his voice with the rest. This reproach he made because the city of Athens had been taken, and was in the hands of the barbarians. Hereupon Themistocles spake many bitter things against Adimantus and the Corinthians generally, and for proof that he had a country, reminded the captains that with 200 ships at his command, all fully manned for battle, he had both city and territory as good as theirs, since there was no Grecian state which could resist his men if they were to make a descent. After this declaration he turned to Eurybiades, and addressing him with still greater warmth and earnestness, If thou wilt stay here, he said, and behave like a brave man, all will be well. If not, thou wilt bring Greece to ruin, for the whole fortune of the war depends on our ships. Be thou persuaded by my words. If not, we'll take our families on board and go, just as we are, to Cyrrhus in Italy, which is ours from of old, and which the prophecies declare we are to colonize some day or other. You then, when you've lost allies like us, will hereafter call to mind what I have now said. At these words of Themistocles, Eurybiades changed his determination, principally, as I believe, because he feared that if he withdrew the fleet to the Isthmus, the Athenians would sail away, and knew that without the Athenians the rest of their ships could be no match for the fleet of the enemy. He therefore decided to remain and give battle at Salamis. And now the different chiefs, notwithstanding their skirmish of words, on learning the decision of Eurybiades, at once made ready for the fight. Morning broke, and just as the sun rose, the shock of an earthquake was felt, both on shore and at sea. Whereupon the Greeks resolved to approach the gods with prayer, and likewise to send and invite the Aeacids to their aid. and this they did with as much speed as they had resolved on it. Prayers were offered to all the gods, and Telamon and Ajax were invoked at once from Salamis, while a ship was sent to Aegina to fetch Aeacus himself and the other Aeacids. The following is a tale which was told by Dicaius, the son of Theocydes, an Athenian, who was at this time in exile and had gained a good report among the Medes. He declared that after the army of Xerxes had, in the absence of the Athenians, wasted Attica, he chanced to be with Demaratus the Lacedaemonian in the Thriasian plain, and that while there he saw a cloud of dust advancing from Eleusis, such as a host of 30,000 men might raise. As he and his companion were wondering who the men from whom the dust arose could possibly be, a sound of voices reached his ear, and he thought that he recognized the mystic hymn to Dionysus. Now Demaratus was unacquainted with the rites of Eleusis, and so he inquired of Dicaius what the voices were saying. Dicaius made answer, "O Demaratus, beyond a doubt some mighty calamity is about to befall the king's army, for it's manifest inasmuch as Attica is deserted by its inhabitants, that the sound which we've heard is an unearthly one, and is now upon its way from Eleusis to aid the Athenians and their confederates. If it descends upon the Peloponnese, danger will threaten the king himself and his land army. If it moves towards the ships at Salamis, 'twill go hard, but the king's fleet there suffers destruction. Every year the Athenians celebrate this feast to the mother and the daughter, and all who wish, whether they be Athenians or any other Greeks, are initiated. The sound thou hearest is the Dionysiac song, which is wont to be sung at that festival." "Hush now," rejoined the other, "and see thou tell no man of this matter, for if thy words be brought to the king's ear, thou wilt assuredly lose thy head because of them. Neither I nor any man living can then save thee. Hold thy peace, therefore. The gods will see to the king's army." Thus Demaratus counselled him, and they looked and saw the dust, from which the sound arose, become a cloud, and the cloud rise up into the air and sail away to Salamis, making for the station of the Grecian fleet. Then they knew that it was the fleet of Xerxes which would suffer destruction. Such was the tale told by Dicaius, the son of Theocydes, and he appealed for its truth to Demaratus and other eyewitnesses. The men belonging to the fleet of Xerxes, after they'd seen the Spartan dead at Thermopylae, and crossed the channel from Trachis to Histiaia, waited there by the space of 3 days, and then, sailing down through the Euripus, in 3 more came to Phalerum. In my judgment, the Persian forces, both by land and sea, when they invaded Attica, were not less numerous than they had been on their arrival at Sepias and Thermopylae. For against the Persian loss in the storm and at Thermopylae, and again in the sea fights off Artemisium, I set the various nations which had since joined the king, as the Malians, the Dorians, the Locrians, and the Boeotians, each serving in full force in his army, except the last, who didn't number in their ranks either the Thespians or the Plataeans. And together with these, the Caristians, the Andrians, the Teneans, and the other people of the islands, who all fought on this side, except the 5 states already mentioned. For as the Persians penetrated further into Greece, they were joined continually by fresh nations. Reinforced by the contingents of all these various states except Paros, the barbarians reached Athens. As for the Parians, they tarried at Kithnos, waiting to see how the war would go. The rest of the sea forces came safe to Phalerum, where they were visited by Xerxes, who had conceived a desire to go aboard and learn the wishes of the fleet. So he came and sat in a seat of honour, and the sovereigns of the nations and the captains of the ships were sent for to appear before him, and as they arrived took their seats according to the rank assigned them by the king. In the first seat sat the king of Sidon, after him the king of Tyre, then the rest in their order. When the whole had taken their places one after another, and were set down in orderly array, Xerxes, to try them, sent Mardonius, and questioned each whether a sea fight should be risked or no. Mardonius accordingly went round the entire assemblage, beginning with the Sidonian monarch, and asked this question, to which all gave the same answer, advising to engage the Greeks, except only Artemisia, who spake as follows: "Say to the king, Mardonius, that these are my words to him. I wasn't the least brave of those who fought at Euboea, nor were my achievements there among the meanest. It's my right, therefore, O my lord, to tell thee plainly what I think to be most for thy advantage now. This, then, is my advice. Spare thy ships, and do not risk a battle, for these people are as much superior to thy people in seamanship as men to women. What so great need is there for thee to incur hazard at sea? Art thou not master of Athens, for which thou didst undertake thy expedition? Is not Greece subject to thee? Not a soul now resists thy advance. They who once resisted were handled even as they deserved. Now learn how I expect that affairs will go with thy adversaries. If thou art not over hasty to engage with them by sea, but will keep thy fleet near the land, then whether thou abidest as thou art, or marchest forward towards the Peloponnese, thou wilt easily accomplish all for which thou art come hither. The Greeks cannot hold out against thee very long. Thou wilt soon part them asunder, and scatter them to their several homes. In the island where they lie, I hear they have no food in store, nor is it likely, if thy land force begins its march towards the Peloponnese, that they will remain quietly where they are, at least such as come from that region. Of a surety they will not greatly trouble themselves to give battle on behalf of the Athenians. On the other hand, if thou art hasty to fight, I tremble lest the defeat of thy sea force bring harm likewise to thy land army. This too thou shouldst remember, O king. Good masters are apt to have bad servants, and bad masters good ones. Now as thou art the best of men, thy servants must needs be a sorry set. These Egyptians, Cyprians, Cilicians, and Pamphylians, who are counted in the number of thy subject allies, of how little service are they to thee?" As Artemisia spake, they who wished her well were greatly troubled concerning her words, thinking that she would suffer some hurt at the king's hands, because she exhorted him not to risk a battle. They, on the other hand, who disliked and envied her, favoured as she was by the king above all the rest of the allies, rejoiced at her declaration, expecting that her life would be the forfeit. But Xerxes, when the words of the several speakers were reported to him, was pleased beyond all others with the reply of Artemisia, and whereas even before this he had always esteemed her much, he now praised her more than ever. Nevertheless, he gave orders that the advice of the greater number should be followed, for he thought that at Euboea the fleet had not done its best, because he himself was not there to see, whereas this time he resolved that he would be an eyewitness of the combat. Orders were now given to stand out to sea, and the ships proceeded towards Salamis, and took up the stations to which they were directed, without let or hindrance from the enemy. The day, however, was too far spent for them to begin the battle, since night already approached, so they prepared to engage upon the morrow. The Greeks, meanwhile, were in great distress and alarm, more especially those of the Peloponnese, who were troubled that they had been kept at Salamis to fight on behalf of the Athenian territory, and feared that if they should suffer defeat, they would be pent up and besieged in an island, while their own country was left unprotected. The same night the land army of the barbarians began its march towards the Peloponnese, where, however, all that was possible had been done to prevent the enemy from forcing an entrance by land. As soon as ever news reached the Peloponnese of the death of Leonidas and his companions at Thermopylae, the inhabitants flocked together from the various cities and encamped at the isthmus under the command of Cleombrotus, son of Anaxandridas and brother of Leonidas. Here their first care was to block up the Scironian way, after which it was determined in council to build a wall across the isthmus. As the number of assembled amounted to many tens of thousands, and there wasn't one who didn't give himself to the work, it was soon finished. Stones, bricks, timber, baskets filled full of sand were used in the building, and not a moment was lost by those who gave their aid, for they laboured without ceasing either by night or day. Now the nations who gave their aid and who had flocked in full force to the isthmus were the following: the Lacedaemonians, all the tribes of the Arcadians, the Eleans, the Corinthians, the Sicyonians, the Epidaurians, the Phliasians, the Troezenians, and the Hermionians. These all gave their aid, being greatly alarmed at the danger which threatened Greece. But the other inhabitants of the Peloponnese took no part in the matter, though the Olympic and Carnaean festivals were now over. 7 nations inhabit the Peloponnese. 2 of them are aboriginal and still continue in the regions where they dwelt at first, to wit the Arcadians and the Kynurians. A third, that of the Achaeans, has never left the Peloponnese, but has been dislodged from its own proper country and inhabits a district which once belonged to others. The remaining nations, 4 out of the 7, are all immigrants, namely the Dorians, the Aetolians, the Dryopians, and the Lemnians. To the Dorians belong several very famous cities. To the Aetolians only one, that is, Elis. To the Dryopians, Hermione, and that Asine, which lies over against Cardamili in Laconia. To the Lemnians, all the towns of the Paroriots. The aboriginal Kynurians alone seem to be Ionians. Even they, however, have in course of time grown to be Dorians under the government of the Argives, whose Oroniots and vassals they were. All the cities of these 7 nations, except those mentioned above, stood aloof from the war, and by so doing, if I may speak freely, they in fact took part with the Medes. So the Greeks at the isthmus toiled unceasingly, as though in the greatest peril, since they never imagined that any great success would be gained by the fleet. The Greeks at Salamis, on the other hand, when they heard what the rest were about, felt greatly alarmed, but their fear wasn't so much for themselves as for the Peloponnese. At first they conversed together in low tones, each man with his fellow, secretly, and marvelled at the folly shown by Eurybiades. But presently the smothered feeling broke out, and another assembly was held, whereat the old subjects provoked much talk from the speakers, one side maintaining that it was best to sail to the Peloponnese and risk battle for that, instead of abiding at Salamis and fighting for a land already taken by the enemy, while the other, which consisted of the Athenians, Aeginetans, and Megarians, was urgent to remain and have the battle fought where they were. Then Themistocles, when he saw that the Peloponnesians would carry the vote against him, went out secretly from the council, and instructing a certain man what he should say, sent him on board a merchant ship to the fleet of the Medes. The man's name was Sicinus. He was one of Themistocles' household slaves, and acted as tutor to his sons. In after times, when the Thespians were admitting persons to citizenship, Themistocles made him a Thespian, and a rich man to boot. The ship brought Sicinus to the Persian fleet, and there he delivered his message to the leaders in these words: "The Athenian commander has sent me to you privily without the knowledge of the other Greeks. He is a well-wisher to the king's cause, and would rather success should attend on you than on his countrymen. Wherefore he bids me tell you that fear has seized the Greeks, and they are meditating a hasty flight. Now then, it's open to you to achieve the best work that ever ye wrought, if only ye will hinder their escaping. They no longer agree among themselves, so that they will not now make any resistance. Nay, 'tis likely you may see a fight already begun between such as favour and such as oppose your cause." The messenger, when he had thus expressed himself, departed, and was seen no more. Then the captains, believing all that the messenger had said, proceeded to land a large body of Persian troops on the islet of Citalaia, which lies between Salamis and the mainland. After which, about the hour of midnight, they advanced their western wing toward Salamis, so as to enclose the Greeks. At the same time, the force stationed about Chios and Cynosura moved forward and filled the whole strait as far as Munichia with their ships. This advance was made to prevent the Greeks from escaping by flight, and to block them up in Salamis, where it was thought that vengeance might be taken upon them for the battles fought near Artemisium. The Persian troops were landed on the islet of Citalaia because, as soon as the battle began, the men and wrecks were likely to be drifted thither, as the isle lay in the very path of the coming fight, and they would thus be able to save their own men and destroy those of the enemy. All these movements were made in silence, that the Greeks might have no knowledge of them, and they occupied the whole night, so that the men had no time to get their sleep. I can't say that there's no truth in prophecies, or feel inclined to call in question those which speak with clearness, when I think of the following: when they shall bridge with their ships to the sacred strand of Artemis, girt with the golden falchion, and eke to marine Cynosura, mad hope swelling their hearts at the downfall of beautiful Athens, then shall godlike right extinguish haughty presumption, insult's furious offspring, who thinketh to overthrow all things. Brass with brass shall mingle, and Ares with blood shall empurple ocean's waves. Then shall the day of Grecia's freedom come from victory fair, and Cronos' sun all-seeing. When I look to this, and perceive how clearly Bacchus spoke, I neither venture myself to say anything against prophecies, nor do I approve of others impugning them. Meanwhile, among the captains at Salamis, the strife of words grew fierce. As yet they didn't know that they were encompassed, but imagined that the barbarians remained in the same places where they had seen them the day before. In the midst of their contention, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who had crossed from Aegina, arrived in Salamis. He was an Athenian, and had been ostracized by the commonalty. Yet I believe, from what I've heard concerning his character, that there wasn't in all Athens a man so worthy or so just as he. He now came to the council, and standing outside called for Themistocles. Now Themistocles wasn't his friend, but his most determined enemy. However, under the pressure of the great dangers impending, Aristides forgot their feud, and called Themistocles out of the council, since he wished to confer with him. He'd heard before his arrival of the impatience of the Peloponnesians to withdraw the fleet to the isthmus. As soon, therefore, as Themistocles came forth, Aristides addressed him in these words: "Our rivalry at all times, and especially at the present season, ought to be a struggle which of us shall most advantage our country. Let me then say to thee that so far as regards the departure of the Peloponnesians from this place, much talk and little will be found precisely alike. I have seen with my own eyes that which I now report, that however much the Corinthians or Eurybiades himself may wish it, they cannot now retreat, for we are enclosed on every side by the enemy. Go in to them, and make this known." "Thy advice is excellent," answered the other, "and thy tidings are also good. That which I earnestly desired to happen, thine eyes have beheld accomplished. Know that what the Medes have now done was at my instance, for it was necessary, as our men wouldn't fight here of their own free will, to make them fight whether they would or no. But come now, as thou hast brought the good news, go in and tell it. For if I speak to them, they will think it a feigned tale, and won't believe that the barbarians have enclosed us around. Therefore do thou go to them, and inform them how matters stand. If they believe thee, 'twill be for the best, but if otherwise, it won't harm, for it's impossible that they should now flee away, if we are indeed shut in on all sides, as thou sayest." Then Aristides entered the assembly and spoke to the captains. He had come, he told them, from Aegina, and had but barely escaped the blockading vessels. The Greek fleet was entirely enclosed by the ships of Xerxes, and he advised them to get themselves in readiness to resist the foe. Having said so much, he withdrew, and now another contest arose, for the greater part of the captains wouldn't believe the tidings. But while they still doubted, a Athenian trireme, commanded by Panaetius, the son of Sosimenes, deserted from the Persians and joined the Greeks, bringing full intelligence. For this reason the Athenians were inscribed upon the tripod at Delphi, among those who overthrew the barbarians. With this ship, which deserted to their side at Salamis, and the Lemnian vessel, which came over before at Artemisium, the Greek fleet was brought to the full number of 380 ships. Otherwise it fell short by 2 of that amount. The Greeks now, not doubting what the Athenians told them, made ready for the coming fight. At the dawn of day all the men-at-arms were assembled together, and speeches were made to them, of which the best was that of Themistocles, who throughout contrasted what was noble with what was base, and bade them in all that came within the range of man's nature and constitution always to make choice of the nobler part. Having thus wound up his discourse, he told them to go at once on board their ships, which they accordingly did. And about this time the trireme that had been sent to Aegina for the Aeacidae returned, whereupon the Greeks put to sea with all their fleet. The fleet had scarce left the land when they were attacked by the barbarians. At once most of the Greeks began to back water, and were about touching the shore, when Arminius of Pallene, one of the Athenian captains, darted forth in front of the line and charged a ship of the enemy. The 2 vessels became entangled and couldn't separate, whereupon the rest of the fleet came up to help Arminius, and engaged with the Persians. Such is the account which the Athenians give of the way in which the battle began. But the Aeginetans maintain that the vessel which had been to Aegina for the Aeacidae was the one that brought on the fight. It's also reported that a phantom in the form of a woman appeared to the Greeks, and in a voice that was heard from end to end of the fleet, cheered them on to the fight, first, however, rebuking them and saying, "Strange men, how long are ye going to back water?" Against the Athenians, who held the western extremity of the line towards Eleusis, were placed the Phoenicians. Against the Lacedaemonians, whose station was eastward towards the Piraeus, the Ionians. Of these last, a few only followed the advice of Themistocles to fight backwardly. The greater number did far otherwise. I could mention here the names of many triarchs who took vessels from the Greeks, but I shall pass over all except Theomestor, the son of Androdamus, and Phylacus, the son of Histiaeus, both Samians. I show this preference to them, inasmuch as for this service Theomestor was made tyrant of Samos by the Persians, while Phylacus was enrolled among the king's benefactors and presented with a large estate in land. In the Persian tongue, the king's benefactors are called orosangs. Far the greater number of the Persian ships engaged in this battle were disabled, either by the Athenians or by the Aeginetans, for as the Greeks fought in order and kept their line, while the barbarians were in confusion and had no plan in anything that they did, the issue of the battle could scarce be other than it was. Yet the Persians fought far more bravely here than at Euboea, and indeed surpassed themselves. Each did his utmost through fear of Xerxes, for each thought that the king's eye was upon himself. What part the several nations, whether Greek or barbarian, took in the combat, I am not able to say for certain. Artemisia, however, I know, distinguished herself in such a way as raised her even higher than she stood before in the esteem of the king, for after confusion had spread throughout the whole of the king's fleet, and her ship was closely pursued by an Athenian trireme, she, having no way to fly, since in front of her were a number of friendly vessels, and she was the nearest of all the Persians to the enemy, resolved on a measure which in fact proved her safety. Pressed by the Athenian pursuer, she bore straight against one of the ships of her own party, a Calindian, which had Damascenus, the Calindian king, himself on board. I can't say whether she had had any quarrel with the man while the fleet was at the Hellespont or no, neither can I decide whether she of set purpose attacked his vessel, or whether it merely chanced that the Calindian ship came in her way, but certain it is that she bore down upon his vessel and sank it, and that thereby she had the good fortune to procure herself a double advantage. For the commander of the Athenian trireme, when he saw her bear down on one of the enemy's fleet, thought immediately that her vessel was a Greek, or else had deserted from the Persians, and was now fighting on the Greek side. He therefore gave up the chase, and turned away to attack others. Thus, in the first place, she saved her life by the action, and was enabled to get clear off from the battle, while further it fell out that in the very act of doing the king an injury, she raised herself to a greater height than ever in his esteem. For as Xerxes beheld the fight, he remarked, it said, the destruction of the vessel, whereupon the bystanders observed to him, "Seest thou, master, how well Artemisia fights, and how she has just sunk a ship of the enemy?" Then Xerxes asked if it were really Artemisia's doing, and they answered, "Certainly, for they knew her ensign," while all made sure that the sunken vessel belonged to the opposite side. Everything, it said, conspired to prosper the queen. It was especially fortunate for her that not one of those on board the Calindian ship survived to become her accuser. Xerxes, they say, in reply to the remarks made to him, observed, "My men have behaved like women, my women like men." There fell in this combat Ariobaenes, one of the chief commanders of the fleet, who was son of Darius and brother of Xerxes, and with him perished a vast number of men of high repute, Persians, Medes, and allies. Of the Greeks there died only a few, for as they were able to swim, all those that were not slain outright by the enemy escaped from the sinking vessels and swam across to Salamis. But on the side of the barbarians, more perished by drowning than in any other way, since they didn't know how to swim. The great destruction took place when the ships which had been first engaged began to fly, for they who were stationed in the rear, anxious to display their valour before the eyes of the king, made every effort to force their way to the front, and thus became entangled with such of their own vessels as were retreating. In this confusion the following event occurred. Certain Phoenicians, belonging to the ships which had thus perished, made their appearance before the king, and laid the blame of their loss on the Ionians, declaring that they were traitors and had wilfully destroyed the vessels. But the upshot of this complaint was that the Ionian captains escaped the death which threatened them, while their Phoenician accusers received death as their reward. For it happened that exactly as they spoke, a Samothracian vessel bore down on an Athenian and sank it, but was attacked and crippled immediately by one of the Aeginetan squadron. Now the Samothracians were expert with the javelin, and aimed their weapons so well that they cleared the deck of the vessel which had disabled their own, after which they sprang on board and took it. This saved the Ionians. Xerxes, when he saw the exploit, turned fiercely on the Phoenicians. He was ready in his extreme vexation to find fault with anyone, and ordered their heads to be cut off, to prevent them, he said, from casting the blame of their own misconduct upon braver men. During the whole time of the battle, Xerxes sat at the base of the hill called Aigaleus, over against Salamis, and whenever he saw any of his own captains perform any worthy exploit, he inquired concerning him, and the man's name was taken down by his scribes, together with the names of his father and his city. Arioramnes, too, a Persian, who was a friend of the Ionians, and present at the time whereof I speak, had a share in bringing about the punishment of the Phoenicians. When the rout of the barbarians began, and they sought to make their escape to Phalerum, the Aeginetans, awaiting them in the channel, performed exploits worthy to be recorded. Through the whole of the confused struggle, the Athenians employed themselves in destroying such ships as either made resistance or fled to shore, while the Aeginetans dealt with those which endeavoured to escape down the strait, so that the Persian vessels were no sooner clear of the Athenians than forthwith they fell into the hands of the Aeginetan squadron. It chanced here that there was a meeting between the ship of Themistocles, which was hasting in pursuit of the enemy, and that of Polycrates, son of Creus the Aeginetan, which had just charged a Sidonian trireme. The Sidonian vessel was the same that captured the Aeginetan guard ship off Scirthus, which had Pythias, the son of Iscanous, on board. That Pythias, I mean, who fell covered with wounds, and whom the Sidonians kept on board their ship from admiration of his gallantry. This man afterwards returned in safety to Aegina, for when the Sidonian vessel with its Persian crew fell into the hands of the Greeks, he was still found on board. Polycrates no sooner saw the Athenian trireme than, knowing at once whose vessel it was, as he observed that it bore the ensign of the admiral, he shouted to Themistocles jeeringly, and asked him in a tone of reproach if the Aeginetans didn't show themselves rare friends to the Medes. At the same time, while he thus reproached Themistocles, Polycrates bore straight down on the Sidonian. Such of the barbarian vessels as escaped from the battle fled to Phalerum, and there sheltered themselves under the protection of the land army. The Greeks who gained the greatest glory of all in the sea fight off Salamis were the Aeginetans, and after them the Athenians. The individuals of most distinction were Polycrates the Aeginetan and two Athenians, Eumenes of Anagyrus and Amynius of Pellene, the latter of whom had pressed Artemisia so hard. And assuredly, if he had known that the vessel carried Artemisia on board, he would never have given over the chase till he had either succeeded in taking her or else been taken himself, for the Athenian captains had received special orders touching the queen, and moreover a reward of 10,000 drachmas had been proclaimed for anyone who should make her prisoner, since there was great indignation felt that a woman should appear in arms against Athens. However, as I said before, she escaped, and so did some others whose ships survived the engagement, and these were all now assembled at the port of Phalerum. The Athenians say that Adimantus, the Corinthian commander, at the moment when the two fleets joined battle, was seized with fear, and being beyond measure alarmed, spread his sails and hasted to fly away, on which the other Corinthians, seeing their leader's ship in full flight, sailed off likewise. They had reached in their flight that part of the coast of Salamis where stands the temple of Athena Sciras, when they met a light bark, a very strange apparition. It was never discovered that anyone had sent it to them, and till it appeared they were altogether ignorant how the battle was going. That there was something beyond nature in the matter they judged from this, that when the men in the bark drew near to their ships, they addressed them, saying, Adimantus, while thou playest the traitor's part by withdrawing all these ships and flying away from the fight, the Greeks whom thou hast deserted are defeating their foes as completely as they ever wished in their prayers. Adimantus, however, wouldn't believe what the men said, whereupon they told him he might take them with him as hostages and put them to death if he did not find the Greeks winning. Then Adimantus put about, both he and those who were with him, and they rejoined the fleet when the victory was already gained. Such is the tale which the Athenians tell concerning them of Corinth. These latter, however, don't allow its truth. On the contrary, they declare that they were among those who distinguished themselves most in the fight, and the rest of Greece bears witness in their favour. In the midst of the confusion, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus the Athenian, of whom I lately spoke as a man of the greatest excellence, performed the following service. He took a number of the Athenian heavy-armed troops who had previously been stationed along the shore at Salamis, and landing with them on the islet of Citalaia, slew all the Persians by whom it was occupied. As soon as the sea fight was ended, the Greeks drew together to Salamis all the wrecks that were to be found in that quarter, and prepared themselves for another engagement, supposing that the king would renew the fight with the vessels which still remained to him. Many of the wrecks had been carried away by a westerly wind to the coast of Attica, where they were thrown upon the strip of shore called Colias. Thus not only were the prophecies of Bacchus and Musaeus concerning this battle fulfilled completely, but likewise, by the place to which the wrecks were drifted, the prediction of Lysistratus, an Athenian soothsayer, uttered many years before these events, and quite forgotten at the time by all the Greeks, was fully accomplished. The words were, Then shall the sight of the oars fill Colian dames with amazement. Now this must have happened as soon as the king was departed. Xerxes, when he saw the extent of his loss, began to be afraid lest the Greeks might be counselled by the Ionians, or, without their advice, might determine to sail straight to the Hellespont and break down the bridges there, in which case he would be blocked up in Europe, and run great risk of perishing. He therefore made up his mind to fly, but as he wished to hide his purpose alike from the Greeks and from his own people, he set to work to carry a mound across the channel to Salamis, and at the same time began fastening a number of Phoenician merchant ships together to serve at once for a bridge and a wall. He likewise made many warlike preparations, as if he were about to engage the Greeks once more at sea. Now when these things were seen, all grew fully persuaded that the king was bent on remaining, and intended to push the war in good earnest. Mardonius, however, was in no respect deceived, for long acquaintance enabled him to read all the king's thoughts. Meanwhile Xerxes, though engaged in this way, sent off a messenger to carry intelligence of his misfortune to Persia. Nothing mortal travels so fast as these Persian messengers. The entire plan is a Persian invention, and this is the method of it. Along the whole line of road there are men, they say, stationed with horses, in number equal to the number of days which the journey takes, allowing a man and horse to each day. And these men will not be hindered from accomplishing at their best speed the distance which they have to go, either by snow or rain or heat or by the darkness of night. The first rider delivers his dispatch to the second, and the second passes it to the third, and so it is borne from hand to hand along the whole line, like the light in the torch race, which the Greeks celebrate to Hephaestus. The Persians give the riding post in this manner the name of Angarum. At Susa, on the arrival of the first message, which said that Xerxes was master of Athens, such was the delight of the Persians who had remained behind, that they forthwith strewed all the streets with myrtle boughs, and burnt incense, and fell to feasting and merriment. In like manner, when the second message reached them, so sore was their dismay that they all with one accord rent their garments and cried aloud and wept and wailed without stint. They laid the blame of the disaster on Mardonius, and their grief on the occasion was less on account of the damage done to their ships than owing to the alarm which they felt about the safety of the king. Hence their trouble didn't cease till Xerxes himself, by his arrival, put an end to their fears. And now Mardonius, perceiving that Xerxes took the defeat of his fleet greatly to heart, and suspecting that he had made up his mind to leave Athens and fly away, began to think of the likelihood of his being visited with punishment for having persuaded the king to undertake the war. He therefore considered that it would be the best thing for him to adventure further, and either become the conqueror of Greece, which was the result he rather expected, or else die gloriously after aspiring to a noble achievement. So with these thoughts in his mind, he said one day to the king, "Don't grieve, master, or take so greatly to heart thy late loss. Our hopes hang not altogether on the fate of a few planks, but on our brave steeds and horsemen. These fellows, whom thou imaginest to have quite conquered us, will not venture, no, not one of them, to come ashore and contend with our land army, nor will the Greeks who are upon the mainland fight our troops. Such as did so have received their punishment. If thou so pleasest, we may at once attack the Peloponnese. If thou wouldst rather wait a while, that too is in our power. Only be not disheartened, for it's not possible that the Greeks can avoid being brought to account alike for this and for their former injuries, nor can they anyhow escape being thy slaves. Thou shouldst therefore do as I've said. If, however, thy mind is made up, and thou art resolved to retreat and lead away thy army, listen to the counsel which in that case I have to offer. Make not the Persians, O king, a laughing-stock to the Greeks. If thy affairs have succeeded ill, it hasn't been by their fault. Thou canst not say that thy Persians have ever shown themselves cowards. What matters it if Phoenicians and Egyptians, Cyprians and Cilicians have misbehaved? Their misconduct touches not us. Since then thy Persians are without fault, be advised by me. Depart home, if thou art so minded, and take with thee the bulk of thy army. But first let me choose out 300,000 troops, and let it be my task to bring Greece beneath thy sway." Xerxes, when he heard these words, felt a sense of joy and delight, like a man who's relieved from care. Answering Mardonius, therefore, that he would consider his counsel and let him know which course he might prefer, Xerxes proceeded to consult with the chief men among the Persians, and because Artemisia on the former occasion had shown herself the only person who knew what was best to be done, he was pleased to summon her to advise him now. As soon as she arrived, he put forth all the rest, both counsellors and bodyguards, and said to her, Mardonius wishes me to stay and attack the Peloponnese. My Persians, he said, and my other land forces are not to blame for the disasters which have befallen our arms, and of this he declares they would very gladly give me the proof. He therefore exhorts me either to stay and act as I've said, or to let him choose out 300,000 of my troops, wherewith he undertakes to reduce Greece beneath my sway, while I myself retire with the rest of my forces, and withdraw into my own country. Do thou therefore, as thou didst counsel me so wisely to decline the sea fight, now also advise me in this matter, and say which course of the twain I ought to take for my own good. Thus did the king ask Artemisia's counsel, and the following are the words wherewith she answered him. It is a hard thing, O king, to give the best possible advice to one who asks our counsel. Nevertheless, as thy affairs now stand, it seemeth to me that thou wilt do right to return home. As for Mardonius, if he prefers to remain and undertakes to do as he has said, leave him behind by all means with the troops which he desires. If his design succeeds, and he subdues the Greeks as he promises, thine is the conquest, master, for thy slaves will have accomplished it. If, on the other hand, affairs run counter to his wishes, we can suffer no great loss so long as thou art safe and thy house is in no danger. The Greeks, too, while thou livest, and thy house flourishes, must be prepared to fight full many a battle for their freedom. Whereas if Mardonius fall, it matters nothing. They will have gained but a poor triumph, a victory over one of thy slaves. Remember also, thou goest home having gained the purpose of thy expedition, for thou hast burnt Athens. The advice of Artemisia pleased Xerxes well, for she had exactly uttered his own thoughts. I, for my part, don't believe that he would have remained had all his counsellors, both men and women, united to urge his stay, so great was the alarm that he felt. As it was, he gave praise to Artemisia, and entrusted certain of his children to her care, ordering her to convey them to Ephesus, for he had been accompanied on the expedition by some of his natural sons. He likewise sent away at this time one of the principal of his eunuchs, a man named Hermotimus, a Pedasian, who was bidden to take charge of these sons. Now the Pedasians inhabit the region above Halicarnassus, and it's related of them that in their country the following circumstance happens. When a mischance is about to befall any of their neighbours within a certain time, the priestess of Athena in their city grows a long beard. This has already taken place on 2 occasions. The Hermotimus of whom I spoke above was, as I said, a Pedasian, and he, of all men whom we know, took the most cruel vengeance on the person who had done him an injury. He had been made a prisoner of war, and when his captors sold him, he was bought by a certain Panionius, a native of Chios, who made his living by a most nefarious traffic. Whenever he could get any boys of unusual beauty, he made them eunuchs, and carrying them to Sardis or Ephesus, sold them for large sums of money. For the barbarians value eunuchs more than others, since they regard them as more trustworthy. Many were the slaves that Panionius, who made his living by the practice, had thus treated, and among them was this Hermotimus, of whom I've here made mention. However, he wasn't without his share of good fortune, for after a while he was sent from Sardis, together with other gifts, as a present to the king. Nor was it long before he came to be esteemed by Xerxes more highly than all his eunuchs. When the king was on his way to Athens with the Persian army, and abode for a time at Sardis, Hermotimus happened to make a journey upon business into Mysia, and there, in a district which is called Artanius, but belongs to Chios, he chanced to fall in with Panionius. Recognizing him at once, he entered into a long and friendly talk with him, wherein he counted up the numerous blessings he enjoyed through his means, and promised him all manner of favours in return if he would bring his household to Sardis and live there. Panionius was overjoyed, and accepting the offer made him, came presently and brought with him his wife and children. Then Hermotimus, when he had got Panionius and all his family into his power, addressed him in these words: Thou man who gettest a living by viler deeds than any one else in the whole world, what wrong to thee or thine had I or any of mine done, that thou shouldst have made me the nothing that I now am? Ah, surely thou thoughtest that the gods took no note of thy crimes. But they in their justice have delivered thee, the doer of unrighteousness, into my hands. And now thou canst not complain of the vengeance which I am resolved to take on thee. After these reproaches, Hermotimus commanded the 4 sons of Panionius to be brought, and forced the father to make them eunuchs with his own hand. Unable to resist, he did as Hermotimus required, and then his sons were made to treat him in the self-same way. So in this way there came to Panionius requital at the hands of Hermotimus. Xerxes, after charging Artemisia to convey his sons safe to Ephesus, sent for Mardonius and bade him choose from all his army such men as he wished, and see that he made his achievements answer to his promises. During this day he did no more, but no sooner was night come than he issued his orders, and at once the captains of the ships left Phalerum and bore away for the Hellespont, each making all the speed he could, and hasting to guard the bridges against the king's return. On their way, as they sailed to Zosta, where certain narrow points of land project into the sea, they took the cliffs for vessels, and fled far away in alarm. Discovering their mistake, however, after a time they joined company once more, and proceeded upon their voyage. Next day the Greeks, seeing the land force of the barbarians encamped in the same place, thought that their ships must still be lying at Phalerum, and expecting another attack from that quarter, made preparations to defend themselves. Soon, however, news came that the ships were all departed and gone away, whereupon it was instantly resolved to make sail in pursuit. They went as far as Andros, but seeing nothing of the Persian fleet, they stopped at that place and held a council of war. At this council, Themistocles advised that the Greeks should follow on through the islands, still pressing the pursuit, and making all haste to the Hellespont, there to break down the bridges. Eurybiades, however, delivered a contrary opinion. If, he said, the Greeks should break down the bridges, it would be the worst thing that could possibly happen for Greece. The Persian, supposing that his retreat were cut off, and he, compelled to remain in Europe, would be sure never to give them any peace. Inaction on his part would ruin all his affairs, and leave him no chance of ever getting back to Asia, nay, would even cause his army to perish by famine. Whereas, if he bestirred himself and acted vigorously, it was likely that the whole of Europe would in course of time become subject to him, since by degrees the various towns and tribes would either fall before his arms, or else agree to terms of submission, and in this way his troops would find food sufficient for them, since each year the Greek harvest would be theirs. As it was, the Persian, because he had lost the sea fight, intended evidently to remain no longer in Europe. The Greeks ought to let him depart, and when he was gone from among them, and had returned into his own country, then would be the time for them to contend with him for the possession of that. The other captains of the Peloponnesians declared themselves of the same mind, whereupon Themistocles, finding that the majority was against him, and that he couldn't persuade them to push on to the Hellespont, changed round, and addressing himself to the Athenians, who of all the allies were the most nettled at the enemy's escape, and who eagerly desired, if the other Greeks wouldn't stir, to sail on by themselves to the Hellespont and break the bridges, spake as follows: I've often myself witnessed occasions, and I've heard of many more from others, where men who had been conquered by an enemy, having been driven quite to desperation, have renewed the fight, and retrieved their former disasters. We've now had the great good luck to save both ourselves and all Greece by the repulse of this vast cloud of men. Let's then be content and not press them too hard, now that they have begun to fly. Be sure we've not done this by our own might. It's the work of gods and heroes, who were jealous that one man should be king at once of Europe and of Asia, more especially a man like this, unholy and presumptuous, a man who esteems alike things sacred and things profane, who has cast down and burnt the very images of the gods themselves, who even caused the sea to be scourged with rods and commanded fetters to be thrown into it. At present all is well with us. Let's then abide in Greece and look to ourselves and to our families. The barbarian is clean gone. We've driven him off. Let each now repair his own house and sow his land diligently. In the spring we will take ship and sail to the Hellespont and to Ionia." All this Themistocles said in the hope of establishing a claim upon the king, for he wanted to have a safe retreat in case any mischance should befall him at Athens, which indeed came to pass afterwards. At present, however, he dissembled, and the Athenians were persuaded by his words, for they were ready now to do whatever he advised, since they had always esteemed him a wise man, and he had lately proved himself most truly wise and well-judging. Accordingly they came into his views, whereupon he lost no time in sending messengers on board a light bark to the king, choosing for this purpose men whom he could trust to keep his instructions secret, even though they should be put to every kind of torture. Among them was the house-slave Sicinius, the same whom he had made use of previously. When the men reached Attica, all the others stayed with the boat, but Sicinius went up to the king and spake to him as follows: "I am sent to thee by Themistocles, the son of Neocles, who's the leader of the Athenians, and the wisest and bravest man of all the allies, to bear thee this message. Themistocles the Athenian, anxious to render thee a service, has restrained the Greeks, who were impatient to pursue thy ships, and to break up the bridges at the Hellespont. Now therefore return home at thy leisure." The messengers, when they'd performed their errand, sailed back to the fleet. And the Greeks, having resolved that they would neither proceed further in pursuit of the barbarians, nor push forward to the Hellespont and destroy the passage, laid siege to Andros, intending to take the town by storm, for Themistocles had required the Andrians to pay down a sum of money, and they had refused, being the first of all the islanders who did so. To his declaration that the money must needs be paid, as the Athenians had brought with him two mighty gods, persuasion and necessity, they made reply that Athens might well be a great and glorious city, since she was blessed with such excellent gods, but they were wretchedly poor, stinted for land, and cursed with two unprofitable gods, who always dwelt with them, and would never quit their island, to wit, poverty and helplessness. These were the gods of the Andrians, and therefore they wouldn't pay the money, for the power of Athens couldn't possibly be stronger than their inability. This reply, coupled with the refusal to pay the sum required, caused their city to be besieged by the Greeks. Meanwhile, Themistocles, who never ceased his pursuit of gain, sent threatening messages to the other islanders with demands for different sums, employing the same messengers and the same words as he had used towards the Andrians. If, he said, they didn't send him the amount required, he would bring the Greek fleet upon them and besiege them till he took their cities. By these means he collected large sums from the Carystians and the Parians, who, when they heard that Andros was already besieged, and that Themistocles was the best esteemed of all the captains, sent the money through fear. Whether any of the other islanders did the like, I can't say for certain, but I think some did, besides those I've mentioned. However, the Carystians, though they complied, weren't spared any the more, but Themistocles was softened by the Parians' gift, and therefore they received no visit from the army. In this way it was that Themistocles, during his stay at Andros, obtained money from the islanders, unbeknown to the other captains. King Xerxes and his army waited but a few days after the sea fight, and then withdrew into Boeotia by the road which they'd followed on their advance. It was the wish of Mardonius to escort the king a part of the way, and as the time of year was no longer suitable for carrying on war, he thought it best to winter in Thessaly and wait for the spring before he attempted the Peloponnese. When the army was come into Thessaly, Mardonius made choice of the troops that were to stay with him, and first of all he took the whole body called the Immortals, except only their leader, Hydarnes, who refused to quit the person of the king. Next he chose the Persians who wore breastplates and the 1,000 picked horse. Likewise the Medes, the Sacans, the Bactrians, and the Indians, foot and horse equally. These nations he took entire. From the rest of the allies he culled a few men, taking either such as were remarkable for their appearance, or else such as had performed in his knowledge some valiant deed. The Persians furnished him with the greatest number of troops, men who were adorned with chains and armlets. Next to them were the Medes, who in number equalled the Persians, but in valour fell short of them. The whole army, reckoning the horsemen with the rest, amounted to 300,000 men. At the time when Mardonius was making choice of his troops and Xerxes still continued in Thessaly, the Lacedaemonians received a message from the Delphic oracle, bidding them seek satisfaction at the hands of Xerxes for the death of Leonidas, and take whatever he chose to give them. So the Spartans sent a herald with all speed into Thessaly, who arrived while the entire Persian army was still there. This man, being brought before the king, spake as follows: King of the Medes, the Lacedaemonians and the Heracleids of Sparta require of thee the satisfaction due for bloodshed, because thou slewest their king, who fell fighting for Greece. Xerxes laughed, and for a long time spake not a word. At last, however, he pointed to Mardonius, who was standing by him, and said, Mardonius here shall give them the satisfaction they deserve to get. And the herald accepted the answer, and forthwith went his way. Xerxes after this left Mardonius in Thessaly, and marched away himself at his best speed toward the Hellespont. In 45 days he reached the place of passage, where he arrived with scarce a fraction, so to speak, of his former army. All along their line of march, in every country where they chanced to be, his soldiers seized and devoured whatever corn they could find belonging to the inhabitants, while if no corn was to be found, they gathered the grass that grew in the fields, and stripped the trees, whether cultivated or wild, alike of their bark and of their leaves, and so fed themselves. They left nothing anywhere, so hard were they pressed by hunger. Plague, too, and dysentery attacked the troops while still upon their march, and greatly thinned their ranks. Many died, others fell sick and were left behind in the different cities that lay upon the route, the inhabitants being strictly charged by Xerxes to tend and feed them. Of these some remained in Thessaly, others in Syris of Paeonia, others again in Macedon. Here Xerxes, on his march into Greece, had left the sacred car and steeds of Jove, which upon his return he was unable to recover, for the Paeonians had disposed of them to the Thracians, and when Xerxes demanded them back, they said that the Thracian tribes, who dwelt about the sources of the Strymon, had stolen the mares as they pastured. Here, too, a Thracian chieftain, king of the Bisaltians and of Crestonia, did a deed which went beyond nature. He had refused to become the willing slave of Xerxes, and had fled before him into the heights of Rhodope, at the same time forbidding his sons to take part in the expedition against Greece. But they, either because they cared little for his orders, or because they wished greatly to see the war, joined the army of Xerxes. At this time they had all returned home to him. The number of the men was 6, quite safe and sound. But their father took them and punished their offence by plucking out their eyes from the sockets. Such was the treatment which these men received. The Persians, having journeyed through Thrace and reached the passage, entered their ships hastily and crossed the Hellespont to Abydos. The bridges were not found stretched across the strait, since a storm had broken and dispersed them. At Abydos the troops halted, and obtaining more abundant provision than they had yet got upon their march, they fed without stint, from which cause, added to the change in their water, great numbers of those who had hitherto escaped perished. The remainder, together with Xerxes himself, came safe to Sardis. There is likewise another account given of the return of the king. It said that when Xerxes on his way from Athens arrived at Ion upon the Strymon, he gave up travelling by land, and entrusting Hydarnes with the conduct of his forces to the Hellespont, embarked himself on board a Phoenician ship, and so crossed into Asia. On his voyage the ship was assailed by a strong wind blowing from the mouth of the Strymon, which caused the sea to run high. As the storm increased and the ship laboured heavily because of the number of the Persians who had come in the king's train and who now crowded the deck, Xerxes was seized with fear and called out to the helmsman in a loud voice, asking him if there were any means whereby they might escape the danger. "No means, master," the helmsman answered, "unless we could be quit of these too numerous passengers." Xerxes, they say, on hearing this, addressed the Persians as follows: "Men of Persia," he said, "now is the time for you to show what love ye bear your king. My safety, as it seems, depends wholly upon you." So spake the king, and the Persians instantly made obeisance, and then leapt over into the sea. Thus was the ship lightened, and Xerxes got safe to Asia. As soon as he had reached the shore, he sent for the helmsman, and gave him a golden crown, because he had preserved the life of the king. But because he had caused the death of a number of Persians, he ordered his head to be struck from his shoulders. Such is the other account which is given of the return of Xerxes, but to me it seems quite unworthy of belief, alike in other respects and in what relates to the Persians. For had the helmsman made any such speech to Xerxes, I suppose there's not one man in 10,000 who will doubt that this is the course which the king would have followed. He would have made the men upon the ship's deck, who were not only Persians, but Persians of the very highest rank, quit their place and go down below, and would have cast into the sea an equal number of the rowers who were Phoenicians. But the truth is that the king, as I've already said, returned into Asia by the same road as the rest of the army. I'll add a strong proof of this. It's certain that Xerxes, on his way back from Greece, passed through Abdera, where he made a contract of friendship with the inhabitants and presented them with a golden scimitar and a tiara broidered with gold. The Abderites declare, but I put no faith in this part of their story, that from the time of the king's leaving Athens he never once loosed his girdle till he came to their city, since it wasn't till then that he felt himself in safety. Now Abdera is nearer to the Hellespont than Ion and the Strymon, where Xerxes, according to the other tale, took ship. Meanwhile, the Greeks, finding that they couldn't capture Andros, sailed away to Carystus and wasted the lands of the Carystians, after which they returned to Salamis. Arrived here, they proceeded, before entering on any other matter, to make choice of the first fruits, which should be set apart as offerings to the gods. These consisted of divers gifts. Among them were 3 Phoenician triremes, one of which was dedicated at the Isthmus, where it continued to my day, another at Sunium, and the third at Salamis itself, which was devoted to Ajax. This done, they made a division of the booty, and sent away the first fruits to Delphi. Thereof was made the statue, holding in its hand the beak of a ship, which is 12 cubits high, and which stands in the same place with the golden one of Alexander the Macedonian. After the first fruits had been sent to Delphi, the Greeks made inquiry of the god, in the name of their whole body, if he had received his full share of the spoils, and was satisfied therewith. The god made answer that all the other Greeks had paid him his full due, except only the Aeginetans. On them he had still a claim for the prize of valour, which they had gained at Salamis. So the Aeginetans, when they heard this, dedicated the 3 golden stars, which stand on the top of a bronze mast in the corner, near the bowl offered by Croesus. When the spoils had been divided, the Greeks sailed to the Isthmus, where a prize of valour was to be awarded to the man who, of all the Greeks, had shown the most merit during the war. When the chiefs were all come, they met at the altar of Poseidon, and took the ballots, wherewith they were to give their votes for the first and for the second in merit. Then each man gave himself the first vote, since each considered that he was himself the worthiest, but the second votes were given chiefly to Themistocles. In this way, while the others received but 1 vote apiece, Themistocles had for the second prize a large majority of the suffrages. Envy, however, hindered the chiefs from coming to a decision, and they all sailed away to their homes, without making any award. Nevertheless, Themistocles was regarded everywhere as by far the wisest man of all the Greeks, and the whole country rang with his fame. As the chiefs who fought at Salamis, notwithstanding that he was really entitled to the prize, had withheld his honour from him, he went without delay to Lacedaemon, in the hope that he would be honoured there, and the Lacedaemonians received him handsomely and paid him great respect. The prize of valour, indeed, which was a crown of olive, they gave to Eurybiades, but Themistocles was given a crown of olive too, as the prize of wisdom and dexterity. He was likewise presented with the most beautiful chariot that could be found in Sparta, and after receiving abundant praises, was, upon his departure, escorted as far as the borders of Tegea by the 300 picked Spartans, who are called the Knights. Never was it known, either before or since, that the Spartans escorted a man out of their city. On the return of Themistocles to Athens, Timodemus of Aphidne, who was one of his enemies, but otherwise a man of no repute, became so maddened with envy that he openly railed against him, and reproaching him with his journey to Sparta, said, "'Twas not his own merit that had won him honour from the men of Lacedaemon, but the fame of Athens, his country." Then Themistocles, seeing that Timodemus repeated this phrase unceasingly, replied, "Thus stands the case, friend. I had never got this honour from the Spartans had I been a Belbenite, nor thou, hadst thou been an Athenian." Artabazus, the son of Pharnaces, a man whom the Persians had always held in much esteem, but who after the affair of Plataea rose still higher in their opinion, escorted King Xerxes as far as the Strait, with 60,000 of the chosen troops of Mardonius. When the king was safe in Asia, Artabazus set out upon his return, and on arriving near Pallene and finding that Mardonius had gone into winter quarters in Thessaly and Macedonia, and was in no hurry for him to join the camp, he thought it his bounden duty, as the Potidæans had just revolted, to occupy himself in reducing them to slavery. For as soon as the king had passed beyond their territory, and the Persian fleet had made its hasty flight from Salamis, the Potidæans revolted from the barbarians openly, as likewise did all the other inhabitants of that peninsula. Artabazus therefore laid siege to Potidæa, and having a suspicion that the Olynthians were likely to revolt shortly, he besieged their city also. Now Olynthus was at that time held by the Bottiaeans, who had been driven from the parts about the Thamaic Gulf by the Macedonians. Artabazus took the city, and having so done, led out all the inhabitants to a marsh in the neighbourhood, and there slew them. After this he delivered the place into the hands of the people called Chalcidians, having first appointed Creobalus of Torone to be governor. Such was the way in which the Chalcidians got Olynthus. When this town had fallen, Artabazus pressed the siege of Potidæa all the more unremittingly, and was pushing his operations with vigour, when Timoxenus, captain of the Scionians, entered into a plot to betray the town to him. How the matter was managed at first I can't pretend to say, for no account has come down to us, but at the last this is what happened. Whenever Timoxenus wished to send a letter to Artabazus, or Artabazus to send one to Timoxenus, the letter was written on a strip of paper and rolled round the notched end of an arrow shaft. The feathers were then put on over the paper, and the arrow thus prepared was shot to some place agreed upon. But after a while the plot of Timoxenus to betray Potidæa was discovered in this way. Artabazus on one occasion shot off his arrow, intending to send it to the accustomed place, but missing his mark, hit one of the Potidæans in the shoulder. A crowd gathered about the wounded man, as commonly happens in war, and when the arrow was pulled out they noticed the paper, and straightway carried it to the captains who were present from the various cities of the peninsula. The captains read the letter, and finding who the traitor was, nevertheless resolved, out of regard for the city of Scione, that as they didn't wish the Scionians to be thenceforth branded with the name of traitors, they wouldn't bring against him any charge of treachery. Such accordingly was the mode in which this plot was discovered. After Artabazus had continued the siege by the space of 3 months, it happened that there was an unusual ebb of the tide, which lasted a long while. So when the barbarians saw that what had been sea was now no more than a swamp, they determined to push across it into Pellene. And now the troops had already made good 2/5 of their passage, and 3/5 still remained before they could reach Pellene, when the tide came in with a very high flood, higher than had ever been seen before, as the inhabitants of those parts declare, though high floods are by no means uncommon. All who were not able to swim perished immediately. The rest were slain by the Potidæans, who bore down upon them in their sailing vessels. The Potidæans say that what caused this swell and flood, and so brought about the disaster of the Persians, which ensued therefrom, was the profanation by the very men now destroyed in the sea of the temple and image of Poseidon, situated in their suburb, and in this they seem to me to say well. Artabazus afterwards led away the remainder of his army and joined Mardonius in Thessaly. Thus fared it with the Persians who escorted the king to the strait. As for that part of the fleet of Xerxes which had survived the battle, when it had made good its escape from Salamis to the coast of Asia, and conveyed the king with his army across the strait from the Chersonese to Abydos, it passed the winter at Kyme. On the first approach of spring there was an early muster of the ships at Samos, where some of them indeed had remained throughout the winter. Most of the men-at-arms who served on board were Persians or else Medes, and the command of the fleet had been taken by Mardontes, the son of Bagaius, and Artaintes, the son of Artachias, while there was likewise a third commander, Ithametres, the nephew of Artaintes, whom his uncle had advanced to the post. Further west than Samos, however, they didn't venture to proceed, for they remembered what a defeat they had suffered, and there was no one to compel them to approach any nearer to Greece. They therefore remained at Samos and kept watch over Ionia, to hinder it from breaking into revolt. The whole number of their ships, including those furnished by the Ionians, was 300. It didn't enter into their thoughts that the Greeks would proceed against Ionia. On the contrary, they supposed that the defence of their own country would content them, more especially if they hadn't pursued the Persian fleet when it fled from Salamis, but had so readily given up the chase. They despaired, however, altogether of gaining any success by sea themselves, though by land they thought that Mardonius was quite sure of victory. So they remained at Samos and took counsel together, if by any means they might harass the enemy, at the same time that they waited eagerly to hear how matters would proceed with Mardonius. The approach of spring, and the knowledge that Mardonius was in Thessaly, roused the Greeks from inaction. Their land force, indeed, was not yet come together, but the fleet, consisting of 110 ships, proceeded to Aegina under the command of Leotychides. This Leotychides, who was both general and admiral, was the son of Menares, the son of Agesilaus, the son of Hippocratides, the son of Leotychides, the son of Anaxilaus, the son of Archidamus, the son of Anaxandrides, the son of Theopompus, the son of Nicanor, the son of Charillus, the son of Eunomus, the son of Polydectes, the son of Prytanis, the son of Euryphone, the son of Procles, the son of Aristodemus, the son of Aristomachus, the son of Cleodius, the son of Hyllus, the son of Heracles. He belonged to the younger branch of the royal house. All his ancestors, except the 2 next in the above list to himself, had been kings of Sparta. The Athenian vessels were commanded by Xanthippus, the son of Ariphron. When the whole fleet was collected together at Aegina, ambassadors from Ionia arrived at the Greek station. They had but just come from paying a visit to Sparta, where they'd been entreating the Lacedaemonians to undertake the deliverance of their native land. One of these ambassadors was Herodotus, the son of Basileides. Originally they were 7 in number, and the whole 7 had conspired to slay Stratus, the tyrant of Chios. One, however, of those engaged in the plot betrayed the enterprise, and the conspiracy being in this way discovered, Herodotus and the remaining 5 quitted Chios and went straight to Sparta, where they now proceeded to Aegina, their object being to beseech the Greeks that they would pass over to Ionia. It was not, however, without difficulty that they were induced to advance even so far as Delos. All beyond that seemed to the Greeks full of danger. The places were quite unknown to them, and to their fancy swarmed with Persian troops. As for Samos, it appeared to them as far off as the Pillars of Heracles. Thus it came to pass that at the very same time the barbarians were hindered by their fears from venturing any further west than Samos, and the prayers of the Chians failed to induce the Greeks to advance any further east than Delos. Terror guarded the mid-region. The Greek fleet was now on its way to Delos, but Mardonius still abode in his winter quarters in Thessaly. When he was about to leave them, he dispatched a man named Mies, a European by birth, to go and consult the different oracles, giving him orders to put questions everywhere to all the oracles whereof he found it possible to make trial. What it was that he wanted to know when he gave Mies these orders I am not able to say, for no account has reached me of the matter, but for my own part I suppose that he sent to inquire concerning the business which he had in hand, and not for any other purpose. Mies, it is certain, went to Labadeia, and by the payment of a sum of money induced one of the inhabitants to go down to Trophonius. He likewise visited Abai of the Phocians, and there consulted the god. While at Thebes, to which place he went first of all, he not only got access to Apollo Ismenius, of whom inquiry was made by means of victims, according to the custom practised also at Olympia, but likewise prevailed on a man who was not a Theban but a foreigner to pass the night in the temple of Amphiaraus. No Theban can lawfully consult this oracle for the following reason. Amphiaraus by an oracle gave the Thebans their choice, to have him for their prophet or for their helper in war. He bade them elect between the two, and forego either one or the other. So they chose rather to have him for their helper. On this account it's unlawful for a Theban to sleep in his temple. One thing which the Thebans declare to have happened at this time is to me very surprising. Mies, the European, they say, after he had gone about to all the oracles, came at last to the sacred precinct of Apollo Ptoeus. The place itself bears the name of Ptoum. It's in the country of the Thebans, and is situate on the mountainside overlooking Lake Copais, only a very little way from the town called Acryphia. Here Mies arrived, and entered the temple, followed by 3 Theban citizens, picked men whom the state had appointed to take down whatever answer the god might give. No sooner was he entered than the prophet delivered him an oracle, but in a foreign tongue, so that his Theban attendants were astonished, hearing a strange language, when they expected Greek, and didn't know what to do. Mies, however, the European, snatched from their hands the tablet which they had brought with them, and wrote down what the prophet uttered. The reply, he told them, was in the Carian dialect. After this, Mies departed, and returned to Thessaly. Mardonius, when he had read the answers given by the oracles, sent next an envoy to Athens. This was Alexander, the son of Amyntas, a Macedonian, of whom he made choice for 2 reasons. Alexander was connected with the Persians by family ties, for Gaugaea, who was the daughter of Amyntas and sister to Alexander himself, was married to Babares, a Persian, and by him had a son, to wit, Amyntas of Asia, who was named after his mother's father, and enjoyed the revenues of Alabanda, a large city of Phrygia, which had been assigned him by the king. Alexander was likewise, and of this too Mardonius was well aware, both by services which he had rendered and by formal compact of friendship, connected with Athens. Mardonius therefore thought that by sending him he would be most likely to gain over the Athenians to the Persian side. He'd heard that they were a numerous and a warlike people, and he knew that the disasters which had befallen the Persians by sea were mainly their work. He therefore expected that if he could form alliance with them, he would easily get the mastery of the sea, as indeed he would have done beyond a doubt, while by land he believed that he was already greatly superior, and so he thought by this alliance to make sure of overcoming the Greeks. Perhaps, too, the oracles leant this way, and counselled him to make Athens his friend. So it may have been in obedience to them that he sent the embassy. This Alexander was descended in the 7th degree from Perdiccas, who obtained the sovereignty over the Macedonians in the way which I will now relate. 3 brothers, descendants of Temenus, fled from Argos to the Illyrians. Their names were Goanes, Iropus, and Perdiccas. From Illyria they went across to Upper Macedonia, where they came to a certain town called Libya. There they hired themselves out to serve the king in different employs. One tended the horses, another looked after the cows, while Perdiccas, who was the youngest, took charge of the smaller cattle. In those early times, poverty wasn't confined to the people. Kings themselves were poor, and so here it was the king's wife who cooked the victuals. Now, whenever she baked the bread, she always observed that the loaf of the labouring boy, Perdiccas, swelled to double its natural size. So the queen, finding this never fail, spoke of it to her husband. Directly that it came to his ears, the thought struck him that it was a miracle, and boded something of no small moment. He therefore sent for the 3 labourers, and told them to be gone out of his dominions. They answered they had a right to their wages. If he would pay them what was due, they were quite willing to go. Now it happened that the sun was shining down the chimney into the room where they were, and the king, hearing them talk of wages, lost his wits, and said, "There are the wages which you deserve. Take that. I give it you," and pointed, as he spoke, to the sunshine. The 2 elder brothers, Goanes and Iropus, stood aghast at the reply, and did nothing, but the boy, who had a knife in his hand, made a mark with it round the sunshine on the floor of the room, and said, "O king, we accept your payment." Then he received the light of the sun 3 times into his bosom, and so went away, and his brothers went with him. When they were gone, one of those who sat by told the king what the youngest of the 3 had done, and hinted that he must have had some meaning in accepting the wages given. Then the king, when he heard what had happened, was angry, and sent horsemen after the youths to slay them. Now there's a river in Macedonia to which the descendants of these Argives offer sacrifice as their saviour. This stream swelled so much, as soon as the sons of Temenus were safe across, that the horsemen found it impossible to follow. So the brothers escaped into another part of Macedonia, and took up their abode near the place called the Gardens of Midas, son of Gordius. In these gardens there are roses which grow of themselves, so sweet that no others can come near them, and with blossoms that have as many as 6 petals each. It was here, according to the Macedonians, that Silenus was made a prisoner. Above the gardens stands a mountain called Bermius, which is so cold that none can reach the top. Here the brothers made their abode, and from this place, by degrees, they conquered all Macedonia. From the Perdiccas of whom we've here spoken, Alexander was descended in the following way. Alexander was the son of Amyntas, Amyntas of Alcetus. The father of Alcetus was Aeropus, of Aeropus Philip, of Philip Argaius, of Argaius Perdiccas, the first sovereign. Such was the descent of Alexander. And when Alexander reached Athens as the ambassador of Mardonius, he spoke as follows: "O men of Athens, these be the words of Mardonius. The king has sent a message to me, saying, all the trespasses which the Athenians have committed against me I freely forgive. Now then, Mardonius, thus shalt thou act towards them. Restore to them their territory, and let them choose for themselves whatever land they like besides, and let them dwell therein as a free people. Build up likewise all their temples which I burned, if on these terms they will consent to enter into a league with me. Such are the orders which I have received, and which I must needs obey, unless there be a hindrance on your part. And now I say unto you, why are ye so mad as to levy war against the king, whom ye cannot possibly overcome or even resist for ever? Ye have seen the multitude and the bravery of the host of Xerxes. You know also how large a power remains with me in your land. Suppose then ye should get the better of us, and defeat this army, a thing whereof ye will not, if ye be wise, entertain the least hope. What follows even then but a contest with a still greater force? Do not, because you would fain match yourselves with the king, consent to lose your country, and live in constant danger of your lives. Rather agree to make peace, which ye can now do without any tarnish to your honour, since the king invites you to it. Continue free, and make an alliance with us, without fraud or deceit. These are the words, O Athenians, which Mardonius had bid me speak to you. For my own part, I'll say nothing of the good will I bear your nation, since ye have not now for the first time to become acquainted with it. But I'll add my entreaties also, and beseech you to give ear to Mardonius, for I see clearly that it's impossible for you to go on for ever contending against Xerxes. If that had appeared to me possible, I wouldn't now have come hither the bearer of such a message. But the king's power surpasses that of man, and his arm reaches far. If then ye do not hasten to conclude a peace when such fair terms are offered you, I tremble to think of what you will have to endure, you who of all the allies lie most directly in the path of danger, whose land will always be the chief battleground of the contending powers, and who will therefore constantly have to suffer alone. Hearken then, I pray you, to Mardonius. Surely it's no small matter that the great king chooses you out from all the rest of the Greeks, to offer you forgiveness of the wrongs you have done him, and to propose himself as your friend and ally. Such were the words of Alexander. Now the Lacedaemonians, when tidings reached them that Alexander was gone to Athens to bring about a league between the Athenians and the barbarians, and when at the same time they called to mind the prophecies which declared that the Dorian race should one day be driven from the Peloponnese by the Medes and the Athenians, were exceedingly afraid lest the Athenians might consent to the alliance with Persia. They therefore lost no time in sending envoys to Athens, and it so happened that these envoys were given their audience at the same time with Alexander. For the Athenians had waited and made delays, because they felt sure that the Lacedaemonians would hear that an ambassador was come to them from the Persians, and as soon as they heard it, would with all speed send an embassy. They contrived matters therefore of set purpose, so that the Lacedaemonians might hear them deliver their sentiments on the occasion. As soon as Alexander had finished speaking, the ambassadors from Sparta took the word, and said, We are sent here by the Lacedaemonians, to entreat of you that ye will not do a new thing in Greece, nor agree to the terms which are offered you by the barbarian. Such conduct on the part of any of the Greeks were alike unjust and dishonourable. But in you 'twould be worse than in others, for divers reasons. 'Twas by you that this war was kindled at the first among us. Our wishes were in no way considered. The contest began by your seeking to extend your empire. Now the fate of Greece is involved in it. Besides, it were surely an intolerable thing that the Athenians, who have always hitherto been known as a nation to which many men owed their freedom, should now become the means of bringing all other Greeks into slavery. We feel, however, for the heavy calamities which press on you, the loss of your harvest these 2 years, and the ruin in which your homes have lain for so long a time. We offer you, therefore, on the part of the Lacedaemonians and the allies, sustenance for your women, and for the unwarlike portion of your households, so long as the war endures. Be ye not seduced by Alexander the Macedonian, who softens down the rough words of Mardonius. He does as is natural for him to do. A tyrant himself, he helps forward a tyrant's cause. But ye Athenians should do differently, at least if ye be truly wise. For ye should know that with barbarians there is neither faith nor truth. Thus spake the envoys. After which the Athenians returned this answer to Alexander. We know, as well as thou dost, that the power of the Mede is many times greater than our own. We did not need to have that cast in our teeth. Nevertheless, we cling so to freedom that we shall offer what resistance we may. Seek not to persuade us into making terms with the barbarian. Say what thou wilt never gain our assent. Return rather at once, and tell Mardonius that our answer to him is this: so long as the sun keeps his present course, we will never join alliance with Xerxes. Nay, we shall oppose him unceasingly, trusting in the aid of those gods and heroes whom he has lightly esteemed, and whose houses and whose images he has burnt with fire. And come not thou again to us with words like these, nor thinking to do us a service persuade us to unholy actions. Thou art the guest and friend of our nation. We would not that thou shouldst receive hurt at our hands. Such was the answer which the Athenians gave to Alexander. To the Spartan envoys they said, 'Twas natural, no doubt, that the Lacedaemonians should be afraid we might make terms with the barbarian, but nevertheless 'twas a base fear in men who knew so well of what temper and spirit we are. Not all the gold that the whole earth contains, not the fairest and most fertile of all lands, would bribe us to take part with the Medes and help them to enslave our countrymen. Even could we anyhow have brought ourselves to such a thing, there are many very powerful motives which would now make it impossible. The first and chief of these is the burning and destruction of our temples and the images of our gods, which forces us to make no terms with their destroyer, but rather to pursue him with our resentment to the uttermost. Again, there is our common brotherhood with the Greeks, our common language, the altars and the sacrifices of which we all partake, the common character which we bear. Did the Athenians betray all these, of a truth it would not be well. Know then now, if ye have not known it before, that while one Athenian remains alive, we will never join alliance with Xerxes. We thank you, however, for your forethought on our behalf, and for your wish to give our families sustenance, now that ruin has fallen on us. The kindness is complete on your part, but for ourselves we will endure as we may, and not be burdensome to you. Such, then, is our resolve. Be it your care with all speed to lead out your troops, for if we surmise aright, the barbarian will not wait long ere he invade our territory, but will set out so soon as he learns our answer to be that we will do none of those things which he requires of us. Now then is the time for us, before he enters Attica, to go forth ourselves into Boeotia and give him battle. When the Athenians had thus spoken, the ambassadors from Sparta departed, and returned back to their own country. The 9th book, entitled Calliope. Mardonius, when Alexander upon his return made known to him the answer of the Athenians, forthwith broke up from Thessaly and led his army with all speed against Athens, forcing the several nations through whose land he passed to furnish him with additional troops. The chief men of Thessaly, far from repenting of the part which they had taken in the war hitherto, urged on the Persians to the attack more earnestly than ever. Thorax of Larissa in particular, who had helped to escort Xerxes on his flight to Asia, now openly encouraged Mardonius in his march upon Greece. When the army reached Boeotia, the Thebans sought to induce Mardonius to make a halt. He would not, they told him, find anywhere a more convenient place in which to pitch his camp, and their advice to him was that he should go no further, but fix himself there, and thence take measures to subdue all Greece without striking a blow. If the Greeks, who had held together hitherto, still continued united among themselves, it would be difficult for the whole world to overcome them by force of arms. But if thou wilt do as we advise, they went on to say, thou mayst easily obtain the direction of all their counsels. Send presents to the men of most weight in the several states, and by so doing thou wilt sow division among them. After that it will be a light task, with the help of such as side with thee, to bring under all thy adversaries. Such was the advice of the Thebans, but Mardonius didn't follow it. A strong desire of taking Athens a second time possessed him, in part arising from his inborn stubbornness, in part from a wish to inform the king at Sardis by fire signals along the islands that he was master of the place. However, he didn't on his arrival in Attica find the Athenians in their country. They had again withdrawn, some to their ships, but the greater part to Salamis, and he only gained possession of a deserted town. It was 10 months after the taking of the city by the king that Mardonius came against it for the second time. Mardonius, being now in Athens, sent an envoy to Salamis, one Eurycodes, a Hellespontine Greek, to offer the Athenians once more the same terms which had been conveyed to them by Alexander. The reason for his sending a second time, though he knew beforehand their unfriendly feelings towards him, was that he hoped, when they saw the whole land of Attica conquered and in his power, their stubbornness would begin to give way. On this account, therefore, he dispatched Eurycodes to Salamis. Now, when Eurycodes came before the council and delivered his message, one of the councillors, named Lycidas, gave it as his opinion that the best course would be to admit the proposals brought by Eurycodes and lay them before the assembly of the people. This he stated to be his opinion, perhaps because he had been bribed by Mardonius, or it may be because that course really appeared to him the most expedient. However, the Athenians, both those in the council and those who stood without, when they heard of the advice, were full of wrath, and forthwith surrounded Lycidas and stoned him to death. As for Eurycodes, the Hellespontine Greek, him they sent away unharmed. Now there was a stir in the island about Lycidas, and the Athenian women learnt what had happened. Then each exhorted her fellow, and one brought another to take part in the deed, and they all flocked of their own accord to the house of Lycidas, and stoned to death his wife and his children. The circumstances under which the Athenians had sought refuge in Salamis were the following. So long as any hope remained that a Peloponnesian army should come to give them aid, they abode still in Attica. But when it appeared that the allies were slack and slow to move, while the invader was reported to be pressing forward and to have already entered Boeotia, then they proceeded to remove their goods and chattels from the mainland, and to themselves again crossed the strait to Salamis. At the same time they sent ambassadors to Lacedaemon, who were to reproach the Lacedaemonians for having allowed the barbarian to advance into Attica, instead of joining them and going out to meet him in Boeotia. They were likewise to remind the Lacedaemonians of the offers by which the Persian had sought to win Athens over to his side, and to warn them that if no aid came from Sparta, the Athenians must consult for their own safety. The truth was, the Lacedaemonians were keeping holiday at that time, for it was the feast of the Hyacinthia, and they thought nothing of so much moment as to perform the service of the god. They were also engaged in building their wall across the isthmus, which was now so far advanced that the battlements had begun to be placed upon it. When the envoys of the Athenians, accompanied by ambassadors from Megara and Plataea, reached Lacedaemon, they came before the ephors and spoke as follows. The Athenians have sent us to you to say the king of the Medes offers to give us back our country, and wishes to conclude an alliance with us on fair and equal terms, without fraud or deceit. He is willing likewise to bestow on us another country besides our own, and bids us choose any land that we like. But we, because we reverenced Hellenic Zeus, and thought it a shameful act to betray Greece, instead of consenting to these terms, refused them, notwithstanding that we have been wronged and deserted by the other Greeks, and are fully aware that it's far more for our advantage to make peace with the Persian than to prolong the war with him. Still we shall not, of our own free will, consent to any terms of peace. Thus do we, in all our dealings with the Greeks, avoid what is base and counterfeit. While, contrariwise, ye, who were but now so full of fear lest we should make terms with the enemy, having learnt of what temper we are, and assured yourselves that we shall not prove traitors to our country, having brought moreover your wall across the isthmus to an advanced state, cease altogether to have any care for us. Ye covenanted with us to go out and meet the Persian in Boeotia. But when the time came, ye were false to your word, and looked on while the barbarian host advanced into Attica. At this time, therefore, the Athenians are angered with you, and justly, for ye have not done what was right. They bid you, however, make haste to send forth your army, that we may even yet meet Mardonius in Attica. Now that Boeotia is lost to us, the best place for the fight within our country will be the plain of Thria. The ephors, when they had heard this speech, delayed their answer till the morrow, and when the morrow came, till the day following. And thus they acted for 10 days, continually putting off the ambassadors from one day to the next. Meanwhile the Peloponnesians generally were labouring with great zeal at the wall, and the work nearly approached completion. I can give no other reason for the conduct of the Lacedaemonians in showing themselves so anxious, at the time when Alexander came, that the Athenians should not join the Medes, and now being quite careless about it, except that at the former time the wall across the isthmus was not complete, and they worked at it in great fear of the Persians, whereas now the bulwark had been raised, and so they imagined that they had no further need of the Athenians. At last the ambassadors got an answer, and the troops marched forth from Sparta under the following circumstances. The last audience had been fixed for the ambassadors, when the very day before it was to be given, a certain Tegean named Chilius, a man who had more influence in Sparta than any other foreigner, learning from the ephors exactly what the Athenians had said, addressed these words to them. The case stands thus, O ye ephors. If the Athenians are not our friends, but league themselves with the barbarians, however strong our wall across the isthmus may be, there will be doors enough and wide enough open too, by which the Persian may gain entrance to the Peloponnese. Grant their request then, before they make any fresh resolve, and may bring Greece to ruin. Such was the counsel which Chilius gave, and the ephors, taking the advice into consideration, determined forthwith, without speaking a word to the ambassadors from the 3 cities, to dispatch to the isthmus a body of 5,000 Spartans. And accordingly they sent them forth the same night, appointing to each Spartan a retinue of 7 helots, and giving the command of the expedition to Pausanias, the son of Cleombrotus. The chief power belonged of right at this time to Pleistarchus, the son of Leonidas, but as he was still a child, Pausanias, his cousin, was regent in his room. For the father of Pausanias, Cleombrotus, the son of Anaxandridas, no longer lived. He'd died a short time after bringing back from the isthmus the troops who had been employed in building the wall. A prodigy had caused him to bring his army home, for while he was offering sacrifice to know if he should march out against the Persian, the sun was suddenly darkened in mid-sky. Pausanias took with him, as joint leader of the army, Euryanax, the son of Dorius, a member of his own family. The army accordingly had marched out from Sparta with Pausanias, while the ambassadors, when day came, appeared before the ephors, knowing nothing of the march of the troops, and purposing themselves to leave Sparta forthwith and return each man to his own country. They therefore addressed the ephors in these words: Lacedaemonians, as you do not stir from home, but keep the Hyacinthean festival, and amuse yourselves, deserting the cause of your confederates, the Athenians, whom your behaviour wrongs, and who have no other allies, will make terms with the Persians as they shall find possible. Now when terms are once made, it's plain that having become the king's allies, we shall march with the barbarians whithersoever they choose to lead. Then at length you will perceive what the consequences will be to yourselves. When the envoys had spoken, the ephors declared to them with an oath, Our troops must be at Orestium by this time, on their march against the strangers. The Spartans say strangers for barbarians. At this the ambassadors, quite ignorant of what had happened, questioned them concerning their meaning, and when by much questioning they had discovered the truth, they were greatly astonished thereat, and forthwith set off at their best speed to overtake the Spartan army. At the same time, a body of 5,000 Lacedaemonian perioikoi, all picked men and fully armed, set forth from Sparta in the company of the ambassadors. So these troops marched in haste towards the isthmus. Meanwhile, the Argives, who had promised Mardonius that they would stop the Spartans from crossing their borders, as soon as they learnt that Pausanias with his army had started from Sparta, took the swiftest courier they could find and sent him off to Attica. The message which he delivered on his arrival at Athens was the following. "Mardonius," he said, "the Argives have sent me to tell thee that the Lacedaemonian youth are gone forth from their city, and that the Argives are too weak to hinder them. Take good heed, therefore, to thyself at this time." After thus speaking, without a word more, he returned home. When Mardonius learnt that the Spartans were on their march, he no longer cared to remain in Attica. Hitherto he had kept quiet, wishing to see what the Athenians would do, and had neither ravaged their territory nor done it any the least harm. For till now he had cherished the hope that the Athenians would come to terms with him. As, however, he found that his persuasions were of no avail, and as their whole policy was now clear to him, he determined to withdraw from Attica before Pausanias and his army reached the isthmus. First, however, he resolved to burn Athens, and to cast down and level with the ground whatever remained standing of the walls, temples, and other buildings. His reason for retreating was that Attica was not a country where horse could act with advantage, and further, that if he suffered defeat in a battle, no way of escape was open to him except through defiles, where a handful of troops might stop all his army. So he determined to withdraw to Thebes, and give the Greeks battle in the neighbourhood of a friendly city, and on ground well suited for cavalry. After he'd quitted Attica and was already upon his march, news reached him that a body of 1,000 Lacedaemonians, distinct from the army of Pausanias, and sent on in advance, had arrived in the Megarid. When he heard it, wishing if possible to destroy this detachment first, Mardonius considered with himself how he might compass their ruin. With the sudden change of march he made for Megara, while the horse, pushing on in advance, entered and ravaged the Megarid. Here was the furthest point in Europe towards the setting sun to which this Persian army ever penetrated. After this, Mardonius received another message, whereby he learned that the forces of the Greeks were collected together at the isthmus, which tidings caused him to draw back and leave Attica by the way of Decelea. The Boeotarchs had sent for some of the neighbours of the Asopians, and these persons served as guides to the army, and led them first to Spendale, and from thence to Tanagra, where Mardonius rested a night, after which, upon the morrow, he bent his course to Scolus, which brought him into the territory of the Thebans. And now, although the Thebans had espoused the cause of the Medes, yet Mardonius cut down all the trees in those parts, not, however, from any enmity towards the Thebans, but on account of his own urgent needs, for he wanted a rampart to protect his army from attack, and he likewise desired to have a place of refuge, whither his troops might flee, in case the battle should go contrary to his wishes. His army at this time lay on the Asopus, and stretched from Erythrae along by Hysiae to the territory of the Plataeans. The wall, however, was not made to extend so far, but formed a square of about 10 furlongs each way. While the barbarians were employed in this work, a certain citizen of Thebes, Atagenas by name, the son of Phrynon, having made great preparations, gave a banquet, and invited Mardonius thereto, together with 50 of the noblest Persians. Now the banquet was held at Thebes, and all the guests who were invited came to it. What follows was recounted to me by Thersander, a native of Orchomenus, a man of the first rank in that city. Thersander told me that he was himself among those invited to the feast, and that besides the Persians 50 Thebans were asked, and the two nations were not arranged separately, but a Persian and a Theban were set side by side upon each couch. After the feast was ended and the drinking had begun, the Persian who shared Thersander's couch addressed him in the Greek tongue, and inquired of him from what city he came. He answered that he was of Orchomenus. Whereupon the other said, Since thou hast eaten with me at one table and poured libation from one cup, I would fain leave with thee a memorial of the belief I hold, the rather that thou mayest have timely warning thyself, and so be able to provide for thy own safety. Seest thou these Persians here feasting, and the army which we left encamped yonder by the river side? Yet a little while, and of all this number thou wilt behold but a few surviving. As he spake, the Persian let fall a flood of tears, whereon Thersander, who was astonished at his words, replied, Surely thou shouldst say all this to Mardonius, and the Persians who are next him in honour. But the other rejoined, Dear friend, it's not possible for man to avert that which God has decreed shall happen. No one believes warnings, however true. Many of us Persians know our danger, but we are constrained by necessity to do as our leader bids us. Verily, 'tis the sorest of all human ills to abound in knowledge, and yet have no power over action. All this I heard myself from Thersander the Orchomenian, who told me further that he mentioned what had happened to divers persons before the battle was fought at Plataea. When Mardonius formerly held his camp in Boeotia, all the Greeks of those parts who were friendly to the Medes sent troops to join his army, and these troops accompanied him in his attack upon Athens. The Phocians alone abstained and took no part in the invasion, for though they had espoused the Median cause warmly, it was very much against their will, and only because they were compelled so to do. However, a few days after the arrival of the Persian army at Thebes, 1,000 of their heavy-armed soldiers came up, under the command of Harmachides, one of their most distinguished citizens. No sooner had these troops reached Thebes than some horsemen came to them from Mardonius, with orders that they should take up a position upon the plain away from the rest of the army. The Phocians did so, and forthwith the entire Persian cavalry drew nigh to them, whereupon there went a rumour through the whole of the Greek force encamped with the Medes that Mardonius was about to destroy the Phocians with missiles. The same conviction ran through the Phocian troops themselves, and Harmachides, their leader, addressed them thus with words of encouragement. Phocians, said he, 'tis plain that these men have resolved beforehand to take our lives because of the accusations of the Thessalians, as I imagine. Now, then, is the time for you all to show yourselves brave men. 'Tis better to die fighting and defending our lives than tamely to allow them to slay us in this shameful fashion. Let them learn that they are barbarians, and that the men whose death they have plotted are Greeks. Thus spake Harmachides, and the Persian horse, having encircled the Phocians, charged towards them as if about to deal out death, with bows bent and arrows ready to be let fly. Nay, here and there some did even discharge their weapons, but the Phocians stood firm, keeping close one to another, and serrying their ranks as much as possible. Whereupon the horse suddenly wheeled round and rode off. I can't say with certainty whether they came at the prayer of the Thessalians to destroy the Phocians, but seeing them prepared to stand on their defence, and fearing to suffer damage at their hands, on that account beat a retreat, having orders from Mardonius so to act, or whether his sole intent was to try the temper of the Phocians, and see whether they had any courage or no. However this may have been, when the horsemen retired, Mardonius sent a herald to the Phocians, saying, Fear not, Phocians, ye have shown yourselves valiant men, much unlike the report I had heard of you. Now therefore be forward in the coming war. Ye will not readily outdo either the king or myself in services. Thus ended the affair of the Phocians. The Lacedaemonians, when they reached the Isthmus, pitched their camp there, and the other Peloponnesians, who had embraced the good side, hearing or else seeing that they were upon the march, thought it not right to remain behind when the Spartans were going forth to the war. So the Peloponnesians went out in one body from the isthmus, the victims being favourable for setting forth, and marched as far as Eleusis, where again they offered sacrifices, and finding the omens still encouraging, advanced further. At Eleusis they were joined by the Athenians, who had come across from Salamis, and now accompanied the main army. On reaching Erythrae in Boeotia, they learnt that the barbarians were encamped upon the Asopus, wherefore they themselves, after considering how they should act, disposed their forces opposite to the enemy upon the slopes of Mount Cithaeron. Mardonius, when he saw that the Greeks would not come down into the plain, sent all his cavalry under Mecistius, or Macistius, as the Greeks call him, to attack them where they were. Now Mecistius was a man of much repute among the Persians, and rode a Nisaean charger with a golden bit, and otherwise magnificently caparisoned. So the horse advanced against the Greeks, and made attacks upon them in divisions, doing them great damage at each charge, and insulting them by calling them women. It chanced that the Megarians were drawn up in the position most open to attack, and where the ground offered the best approach to the cavalry. Finding themselves therefore hard pressed by the assaults upon their ranks, they sent a herald to the Greek leaders, who came and said to them, "This is the message of the Megarians. We cannot, brothers in arms, continue to resist the Persian horse in that post which we have occupied from the first, if we are left without succours. Hitherto, although hard pressed, we have held out against them firmly and courageously. Now, however, if you do not send others to take our place, we warn you that we shall quit our post." Such were the words of the herald. Pausanias, when he heard them, inquired among his troops if there were any who would volunteer to take the post, and so relieve the Megarians. Of the rest, none were willing to go, whereupon the Athenians offered themselves, and a body of picked men, 300 in number, commanded by Olympiodorus, the son of Lampo, undertook the service. Selecting to accompany them the whole body of archers, these men relieved the Megarians, and occupied a post which all the other Greeks collected at Erythrae had shrunk from holding. After the struggle had continued for a while, it came to an end on this wise. As the barbarians continued charging in divisions, the horse of Mecistius, which was in front of the others, received an arrow in his flank, the pain of which caused him to rear and throw his rider. Immediately the Athenians rushed upon Mecistius as he lay, caught his horse, and when he himself made resistance, slew him. At first, however, they weren't able to take his life, for his armour hindered them. He had on a breastplate formed of golden scales, with a scarlet tunic covering it. Thus the blows, all falling upon his breastplate, took no effect, till one of the soldiers, perceiving the reason, drove his weapon into his eye, and so slew him. All this took place without any of the other horsemen seeing it. They had neither observed their leader fall from his horse, nor beheld him slain, for he fell as they wheeled round and prepared for another charge, so that they were quite ignorant of what had happened. When, however, they halted and found that there was no one to marshal their line, Mecistius was missed, and instantly his soldiers, understanding what must have fallen him, with loud cheers charged the enemy in one mass, hoping to recover the dead body. So when the Athenians saw that instead of coming up in squadrons, the whole mass of the horse was about to charge them at once, they called out to the other troops to make haste to their aid. While the rest of the infantry, however, was moving to their assistance, the contest waxed fierce about the dead body of Mecistius. The 300, so long as they fought by themselves, had greatly the worse of the encounter, and were forced to retire and yield up the body to the enemy. But when the other troops approached, the Persian horse could no longer hold their ground, but fled without carrying off the body, having incurred in the attempt a further loss of several of their number. They therefore retired about 2 furlongs, and consulted with each other what was best to be done. Being without a leader, it seemed to them the fittest course to return to Mardonius. When the horse reached the camp, Mardonius and all the Persian army made great lamentation for Mecisteus. They shaved off all the hair from their own heads, and cut the manes from their war horses and their sumpter beasts, while they vented their grief in such loud cries that all Boeotia resounded with the clamour, because they had lost the man who, next to Mardonius, was held in the greatest esteem, both by the king and by the Persians generally. So the barbarians, after their own fashion, paid honours to the dead Mecisteus. The Greeks, on the other hand, were greatly emboldened by what had happened, seeing that they had not only stood their ground against the attacks of the horse, but had even compelled them to beat a retreat. They therefore placed the dead body of Mecisteus upon a cart, and paraded it along the ranks of the army. Now the body was a sight which well deserved to be gazed upon, being remarkable both for stature and for beauty, and it was to stop the soldiers from leaving their ranks to look at it that they resolved to carry it round. After this, the Greeks determined to quit the high ground and go nearer Plataea, as the land there seemed far more suitable for an encampment than the country about Erythrae, particularly because it was better supplied with water. To this place, therefore, and more especially to a spring head which was called Gargaphia, they considered that it would be best for them to remove, after which they might once more encamp in their order. So they took their arms and proceeded along the slopes of Kithyron, past Hysiae, to the territory of the Plataeans. And here they drew themselves up, nation by nation, close by the fountain Gargaphia and the sacred precinct of the hero Androcrates, partly along some hillocks of no great height, and partly upon the level of the plain. Here, in the marshalling of the nations, a fierce battle of words arose between the Athenians and the Tegeans, both of whom claimed to have one of the wings assigned to them. On each side were brought forward the deeds which they had done, whether in earlier or in later times, and first the Tegeans urged their claim as follows. This post has been always considered our right, and not the right of any of the other allies, in all the expeditions which have been entered into conjointly by the Peloponnesians, both anciently and in later times. Ever since the Heraclidae made their attempt, after the death of Eurystheus, to return by force of arms into the Peloponnese, this custom has been observed. It was then that the right became ours, and this was the way in which we gained it. When in company with the Achaeans and Ionians, who then dwelt in the Peloponnese, we marched out to the isthmus and pitched our tent over against the invaders, then, as the tale goes, that Hyllus made proclamation, saying, "It needs not to imperil two armies in a general battle, rather let one be chosen from the Peloponnesian ranks, whomsoever they deem the bravest, and let him engage with me in single combat on such terms as shall be agreed upon." The saying pleased the Peloponnesians, and oaths were sworn to the effect following: "If Hyllus conquer the Peloponnesian champion, the Heraclidae shall return to their inheritance. If, on the other hand, he be conquered, the Heraclidae shall withdraw, lead back their army, and engage for the next 100 years to make no further endeavours to force their return. Hereupon Achimus, the son of Aeropus and grandson of Phageus, who was our leader and king, offered himself, and was preferred before all his brothers in arms as champion, engaged in single combat with Hyllus, and slew him upon the spot. For this exploit we were rewarded by the Peloponnesians of that day with many goodly privileges, which we have ever since enjoyed, and among the rest we obtained the right of holding the leading post in one wing, whenever a joint expedition goes forth beyond our borders. With you then, O Lacedaemonians, we do not claim to compete. Choose you which wing ye please. We yield and grant you the preference, but we maintain that the command of the other wing belongs of right to us, now no less than formerly. Moreover, set aside this exploit which we have related, and still our title to the chief post is better than that of the Athenians. Witness the many glorious fights in which we have been engaged against yourselves, O Spartans, as well as those which we have maintained with others, We have therefore more right to this place than they, for they have performed no exploits to be compared to ours, whether we look to earlier or to later times." Thus spake the Tegeans, and the Athenians made reply as follows. "We're not ignorant that our forces were gathered here not for the purpose of speech-making, but for battle against the barbarian. Yet as the Tegeans have been pleased to bring into debate the exploits performed by our two nations, alike in earlier and in later times, we have no choice but to set before you the grounds on which we claim it as our heritage, deserved by our unchanging bravery, to be preferred above Arcadians. In the first place, then, those very Heraclidae, whose leader they boast to have slain at the Isthmus, and whom the other Greeks wouldn't deceive when they asked for a refuge from the bondage wherewith they were threatened by the people of Mycenae, were given a shelter by us, and we brought down the insolence of Eurystheus, and helped to gain the victory over those who were at that time lords of the Peloponnese. Again, when the Argives led their troops with Polynices against Thebes, and were slain, and refused burial, it's our boast that we went out against the Cadmeans, recovered the bodies, and buried them at Eleusis in our own territory. Another noble deed of ours was that against the Amazons, when they came from their seats upon the Thermodon, and poured their hosts into Attica. And in the Trojan War, too, we were not a whit behind any of the Greeks. But what boots it to speak of these ancient matters? A nation which was brave in those days might have grown cowardly since, and a nation of cowards then might now be valiant. Enough, therefore, of our ancient achievements, had we performed no other exploit than that at Marathon, though in truth we have performed exploits as many and as noble as any of the Greeks. Yet had we performed no other, we should deserve this privilege, and many a one beside. There we stood alone, and singly fought with the Persians. Nay, and venturing on so dangerous a cast, we overcame the enemy, and conquered on that day 46 nations. Does not this one achievement suffice to make good our title to the post we claim? Nevertheless, Lacedaemonians, as to strive concerning place at such a time as this is not right, we are ready to do as ye command, and to take our station at whatever part of the line, and face whatever nation ye think most expedient. Wherever so ye place us, 'twill be our endeavour to behave as brave men. Only declare your will, and we shall at once obey you." Such was the reply of the Athenians, and forthwith all the Lacedaemonian troops cried out with one voice that the Athenians were worthier to have the left wing than the Arcadians. In this way were the Tegeans overcome, and the post was assigned to the Athenians. When this matter had been arranged, the Greek army, which was in part composed of those who came at the first, in part of such as had flocked in from day to day, drew up in the following order. 10,000 Lacedaemonian troops held the right wing, 5,000 of whom were Spartans, and of these 5,000 were attended by a body of 35,000 Helots, who were lightly armed, 7 Helots to each Spartan. The place next to themselves the Spartans gave to the Tegeans, on account of their courage and of the esteem in which they held them. They were all fully armed, and numbered 1,500 men. Next in order came the Corinthians, 5,000 strong, and with them Pausanias had placed, at their request, the band of 300 which had come from Potidaea in Pellene. The Arcadians of Orchomenus, in number 600, came next, then the Sicyonians, 3,000, then the Epidaurians, 800, then the Troezenians, 1,000, then the Lepreates, 200, the Mycenaeans and Tirynthians, 400, the Phliasians, 1,000, the Hermioneans, 300, the Eretrians and Styrians, 600, the Chalcidians, 400, and the Ambraciots, 500. After these came the Leucadians and Anactorians, who numbered 800, the Palians of Cephallenia 200, the Aeginetans 500, the Megarians 3,000, and the Plataeans 600. Last of all, but first in their extremity of the line, were the Athenians, who, to the number of 8,000, occupied the left wing, under the command of Aristides, the son of Lysimachus. All these, except the Helots, 7 of whom, as I said, attended each Spartan, were heavy armed troops, and they amounted to 38,700 men. This was the number of hoplites, or heavy armed soldiers, which was brought together against the barbarian. The light-armed troops consisted of the 35,000 ranged with the Spartans, 7 in attendance upon each, who were all well equipped for the war, and of 34,500 others belonging to the Lacedaemonians and the rest of the Greeks, at the rate nearly of 1 light to 1 heavy-armed. Thus the entire number of the light-armed was 69,500. The Greek army, therefore, which mustered at Plataea, counting light-armed as well as heavy-armed, was but 1,800 men short of 110,000. And this amount was exactly made up by the Thespians who were present in the camp, for 1,800 Thespians, being the whole number left, were likewise with the army. But these men were without arms. Such was the array of the Greek troops when they took post on the Ossopus. The barbarians under Mardonius, when the mourning for Mecistius was at an end, and they learnt that the Greeks were in the Plataean territory, moved likewise towards the river Ossopus, which flows in those parts. On their arrival, Mardonius marshalled them against the Greeks in the following order. Against the Lacedaemonians he posted his Persians, and as the Persians were far more numerous, he drew them up with their ranks deeper than common, and also extended their front, so that part faced the Tegeans. And here he took care to choose out the best troops to face the Lacedaemonians, whilst against the Tegeans he arrayed those on whom he couldn't so much depend. This was done at the suggestion and by the advice of the Thebans. Next to the Persians he placed the Medes, facing the Corinthians, Potidaeans, Orchomenians, and Sicyonians. Then the Bactrians, facing the Epidaurians, Troezenians, Lepreats, Cerinthians, Mycenaeans, and Phliasians. After them the Indians, facing the Hermionians, Eretrians, Styrians, and Chalcidians. Then the Sacans, facing the Ambraciates, Anactorians, Leucadians, Palians, and Aeginetans. Last of all, facing the Athenians, the Plataeans, and the Megarians, he placed the troops of the Boeotians, Locrians, Malians, and Thessalians, and also the 1,000 Phocians. The whole nation of the Phocians had not joined the Medes. On the contrary, there were some who had gathered themselves into bands about Parnassus, and made expeditions from thence, whereby they distressed Mardonius and the Greeks who sided with him, and so did good service to the Grecian cause. Besides those mentioned above, Mardonius likewise arrayed against the Athenians the Macedonians, and the tribes dwelling about Thessaly. I have named here the greatest of the nations which were marshalled by Mardonius on this occasion, to wit all those of most renown and account. Mixed with these, however, were men of divers other peoples, as Phrygians, Thracians, Mysians, Ionians, and the like, Ethiopians again, and Egyptians, both of the Hamotabean and Calazirian races, whose weapon is the sword, and who are the only fighting men in that country. These persons had formerly served on board the fleet of Xerxes, but Mardonius disembarked them before he left Phalerum. In the land force which Xerxes brought to Athens there were no Egyptians. The number of the barbarians, as I've already mentioned, was 300,000. That of the Greeks, who had made alliance with Mardonius, is known to none, for they were never counted. I should guess that they mustered near 50,000 strong. The troops thus marshalled were all foot soldiers. As for the horse, it was drawn up by itself. When the marshalling of Mardonius's troops by nations and by maniples was ended, the two armies proceeded on the next day to offer sacrifice. The Grecian sacrifice was offered by Tisamenus, the son of Antiochus, who accompanied the army as soothsayer. He was an Elean, and belonged to the Clytiad branch of the Iambidae, but had been admitted among their own citizens by the Lacedaemonians. Now his admission among them was on this wise. Tisamenus had gone to Delphi to consult the god concerning his lack of offspring, when it was declared to him by the Pythoness that he would win 5 very glorious combats. Misunderstanding the oracle and imagining that he was to win combats in the games, Tisamenus at once applied himself to the practice of gymnastics. He trained himself for the pentathlon, and on contending at Olympia came within a little of winning it, for he was successful in everything except the wrestling match, which was carried off by Hieronymus the Andrian. Hereon the Lacedaemonians perceived that the combats of which the oracle spoke were not combats in the games, but battles. They therefore sought to induce Tisamenus to hire out his services to them, in order that they might join him with their Heracleid kings in the conduct of their wars. He, however, when he saw that they set great store by his friendship, forthwith raised his price, and told them, if they would receive him among their citizens, and give him equal rights with the rest, he was willing to do as they desired, but on no other terms would they ever gain his consent. The Spartans, when they heard this, at first thought it monstrous, and ceased to implore his aid. Afterwards, however, when the fearful danger of the Persian war hung over their heads, they sent for him and agreed to his terms. But Tisamenus now, perceiving them so changed, declared he could no longer be content with what he had asked before. They must likewise make his brother Helios a Spartan, with the same rights as himself. In acting thus, he did but follow the example once set by Melampus, at least if kingship may be compared with citizenship. For when the women of Argos were seized with madness, and the Argives would have hired Melampus to come from Pylos and heal them of their disease, he demanded as his reward 1/2 of the kingdom. But as the Argives disdained to stoop to this, they left him and went their way. Afterwards, however, when many more of their women were seized, they brought themselves to agree to his terms, and accordingly they went again to him, and said they were content to give what he required. Hereon Melampus, seeing them so changed, raised his demand, and told them, except they would give his brother Bias 1/3 of the kingdom likewise, he would not do as they wished. So, as the Argives were in a strait, they consented even to this. In like manner the Spartans, as they were in great need of Tisamenus, yielded everything, and Tisamenus the Elean, having in this way become a Spartan citizen, afterwards in the capacity of soothsayer, helped the Spartans to gain 5 very glorious combats. He and his brother were the only men whom the Spartans ever admitted to citizenship. The 5 combats were these following. The first was the combat at Plataea, the second that near Tegea against the Tegeans and the Argives, the third that at Dipais against all the Arcadians excepting those at Mantinea, the fourth that at the Isthmus against the Messenians, and the fifth that at Tanagra against the Athenians and the Argives. The battle here fought was the last of all the 5. The Spartans had now brought Tisamenus with them to the Plataean territory, where he acted as soothsayer for the Greeks. He found the victims favourable, if the Greeks stood on the defensive, but not if they began the battle or crossed the river Asopus. With Mardonius also, who was very eager to begin the battle, the victims were not favourable for so doing, but he likewise found they bode him well if he was content to stand on his defence. He too had made use of the Grecian rights, for Hegesistratus, an Elean and the most renowned of the Teliads, was his soothsayer. This man had once been taken captive by the Spartans, who, considering that he had done them many grievous injuries, laid him in bonds with the intent to put him to death. Thereupon Hegesistratus, finding himself in so sore a case, since not only was his life in danger, but he knew that he would have to suffer torments of many kinds before his death, Hegesistratus, I say, did a deed for which no words suffice. He had been set with one foot in the stocks, which were of wood, but bound with iron bands, and in this condition received from without an iron implement, wherewith he contrived to accomplish the most courageous deed upon record. Calculating how much of his foot he would be able to draw through the hole, he cut off the front portion with his own hand, and then, as he was guarded by watchmen, forced a way through the wall of his prison, and made his escape to Tegea, travelling during the night, but in the daytime stealing into the woods and staying there. In this way, though the Lacedaemonians went out in full force to search for him, he nevertheless escaped, and arrived the third evening at Tegea. So the Spartans were amazed at the man's endurance when they saw on the ground the piece which he had cut off his foot, and yet for all their seeking couldn't find him anywhere. Hegesistratus, having thus escaped the Lacedaemonians, took refuge in Tegea, for the Tegeans at that time were ill friends with the Lacedaemonians. When his wound was healed, he procured himself a wooden foot, and became an open enemy to Sparta. At the last, however, this enmity brought him to trouble, for the Spartans took him captive as he was exercising his office in Zacynthus, and forthwith put him to death. But these things happened some while after the fight at Plataea. At present he was serving Mardonius on the Asopus, having been hired at no inconsiderable price, and here he offered sacrifice with a right good will, in part from his hatred of the Lacedaemonians, in part for lucre's sake. So when the victims didn't allow either the Persians or their Greek allies to begin the battle, these Greeks had their own soothsayer in the person of Hippomachus, a Leucadian. And when soldiers continued to pour into the opposite camp, and the numbers on the Greek side to increase continually, Timagenidas, the son of Herpes, a Theban, advised Mardonius to keep a watch on the passes of Kithaeron, telling him how supplies of men kept flocking in day after day, and assuring him that he might cut off large numbers. It was 8 days after the two armies first encamped opposite to one another when this advice was given by Timagenidas. Mardonius, seeing it to be good, as soon as evening came, sent his cavalry to that pass of Mount Kithaeron, which opens out upon Plataea, a pass called by the Boeotians the Three Heads, but called the Oak Heads by the Athenians. The horse sent on this errand didn't make the movement in vain. They came upon a body of 500 sumpter beasts, which were just entering the plain, bringing provisions to the Greek camp from the Peloponnese, with a number of men driving them. Seeing this prey in their power, the Persians set upon them and slaughtered them, sparing none, neither man nor beast, till at last, when they had had enough of slaying, they secured such as were left, and bore them off to the camp to Mardonius. After this they waited again for 2 days more, neither army wishing to begin the fight. The barbarians indeed advanced as far as the Asopus, and endeavoured to tempt the Greeks to cross, but neither side actually passed the stream. Still the cavalry of Mardonius harassed and annoyed the Greeks incessantly, for the Thebans, who were zealous in the cause of the Medes, pressed the war forward with all eagerness, and often led the charge till the lines met, when the Medes and Persians took their place, and displayed many of them uncommon valour. For 10 days nothing was done more than this, but on the 11th day, from the time when the two hosts first took station, one over against the other, near Plataea, the number of the Greeks being now much greater than it was at the first, and Mardonius being impatient of the delay, there was a conference held between Mardonius, son of Gobryas, and Artabazus, son of Pharnaces, a man who was esteemed by Xerxes more than almost any of the Persians. At this consultation the following were the opinions delivered. Artabazus thought it would be best for them to break up from their quarters as soon as possible, and withdraw the whole army to the fortified town of Thebes, where they had abundant stores of corn for themselves and of fodder for the sumpter beasts. There, he said, they had only to sit quiet, and the war might be brought to an end on this wise. Coined gold was plentiful in the camp, and uncoined gold too. They had silver, moreover, in great abundance, and drinking cups. Let them not spare to take of these, and distribute them among the Greeks, especially among the leaders in the several cities. 'Twould not be long before the Greeks gave up their liberty without risking another battle for it. Thus the opinion of Artabazus agreed with that of the Thebans, for he too had more foresight than some. Mardonius, on the other hand, expressed himself with more fierceness and obstinacy, and was utterly disinclined to yield. Their army, he said, was vastly superior to that of the Greeks, and they had best engage at once, and not wait till greater numbers were gathered against them. As for Hegesistratus and his victims, they should let them pass unheeded, not seeking to force them to be favourable, but according to the old Persian custom, hasting to join battle. When Mardonius had thus declared his sentiments, no one ventured to say him nay, and accordingly his opinion prevailed, for it was to him and not to Artabazus that the king had given the command of the army. Mardonius now sent for the captains of the squadrons and the leaders of the Greeks in his service, and questioned them, did they know of any prophecy which said that the Persians were to be destroyed in Greece? All were silent, some because they did not know the prophecies, but others who knew them full well, because they didn't think it safe to speak out. So Mardonius, when none answered, said, Since ye know of no such oracle, and do not dare to speak of it, I, who know it well, will myself declare it to you. There is an oracle which says that the Persians shall come into Greece, sack the temple at Delphi, and when they have so done, perish, one and all. Now we, as we are aware of the prediction, will neither go against the temple, nor make any attempt to sack it. We therefore shall not perish for this trespass. Rejoice then thus far, all ye who are well-wishers to the Persians, and doubt not we shall get the better of the Greeks. When he had so spoken, he further ordered them to prepare themselves, and to put all in readiness for a battle upon the morrow. As for the oracle of which Mardonius spoke, and which he referred to the Persians, it did not, I am well assured, mean them, but the Illyrians and the Echalian host. There are, however, some verses of Bacchus which did speak of this battle. By Thermodon's stream and the grass-clad banks of Asopus, see where gather the Grecians, and hark to the foreigners' war-shout. There in death shall lie, ere fate or Lachesis doomed him, many a bow-bearing mead, when the day of calamity cometh. These verses, and some others like them, which Musaeus wrote, referred, I well know, to the Persians. The river Thermodon flows between Tanagra and Glissas. After Mardonius had put his question about the prophecies, and spoken the above words of encouragement, night drew on apace, and on both sides the watches were set. As soon then as there was silence throughout the camp, the night being now well advanced, and the men seeming to be in their deepest sleep, Alexander, the son of Amyntas, king and leader of the Macedonians, rode up on horseback to the Athenian outposts, and desired to speak with the generals. Hereupon, while the greater part continued on guard, some of the watch ran to the chiefs, and told them there had come a horseman from the Median camp, who wouldn't say a word, except that he wished to speak with the generals, of whom he mentioned the names. They, at once hearing this, made haste to the outpost, where they found Alexander, who addressed them as follows. Men of Athens, that which I'm about to say I trust to your honour, and I charge you to keep it secret from all, excepting Pausanias, if you wouldn't bring me to destruction. Had I not greatly at heart the common welfare of Greece, I should not have come to tell you, but I am myself a Greek by descent, and I wouldn't willingly see Greece exchange freedom for slavery. Know then that Mardonius and his army cannot obtain favourable omens. Had it not been for this, they would have fought with you long ago. Now, however, they have determined to let the victims pass unheeded, and as soon as day dawns to engage in battle. Mardonius, I imagine, is afraid that if he delays you will increase in number. Make ready then to receive him. Should he, however, still defer the combat, do you abide where you are, for his provisions will not hold out many more days. If ye prosper in this war, forget not to do something for my freedom. Consider the risk I have run, out of zeal for the Greek cause, to acquaint you with what Mardonius intends, and to save you from being surprised by the barbarians. I am Alexander of Macedon." As soon as he had said this, Alexander rode back to the camp and returned to the station assigned him. Meanwhile, the Athenian generals hastened to the right wing and told Pausanias all that they had learned from Alexander. Hereupon Pausanias, who no sooner heard the intention of the Persians than he was struck with fear, addressed the generals and said, "Since the battle is to come with tomorrow's dawn, it were well that you Athenians should stand opposed to the Persians, and we Spartans to the Boeotians and the other Greeks. For ye know the Medes and their manner of fight, since ye have already fought with them once at Marathon, but we are quite ignorant, and without any experience of their warfare. While, however, there isn't a Spartan here present who has ever fought against a Mede, of the Persians and Thessalians we have had experience. Take then your arms and march over to our post upon the right, while we supply your place in the left wing." Hereto the Athenians replied, "We too long ago, when we saw that the Persians were drawn up to face you, were minded to suggest to you the very course which you have now been first to bring forward. We feared, however, that perhaps our words might not be pleasing to you, but as you have now spoken of these things yourselves, we gladly give our consent, and are ready to do as ye have said." Both sides agreeing hereto, at the dawn of day, the Spartans and Athenians changed places. But the movement was perceived by the Boeotians, and they gave notice of it to Mardonius, who at once, on hearing what had been done, made a change in the disposition of his own forces, and brought the Persians to face the Lacedaemonians. Then Pausanias, finding that his design was discovered, led back his Spartans to the right wing, and Mardonius, seeing this, replaced his Persians on the left of his army. When the troops again occupied their former posts, Mardonius sent a herald to the Spartans, who spoke as follows: "Lacedaemonians, in these parts the men say that you are the bravest of mankind, and admire you because you never turn your backs in flight nor quit your ranks, but always stand firm, and either die at your posts or else destroy your adversaries. But in all this which they say concerning you, there is not one word of truth. For now have we seen you, before battle was joined, or our two hosts had come to blows, flying and leaving your posts, wishing the Athenians to make the first trial of our arms, and taking your own station against our slaves. Surely these are not the deeds of brave men. Much do we find ourselves deceived in you, for we believed the reports of you that reached our ears, and expecting that you would send a herald with a challenge to us, proposing to fight by yourselves against our division of native Persians. We, for our part, were ready to have agreed to this. But ye have made us no such offer. Nay, ye seem rather to shrink from meeting us. However, as no challenge of this kind comes from you to us, lo, we send a challenge to you. Why should not you, on the part of the Greeks, as you are thought to be the bravest of all, and we, on the part of the barbarians, fight a battle with equal numbers on both sides? Then, if it seems good to the others to fight likewise, let them engage afterwards. But if not, if they're content that we should fight on behalf of all, let us so do, and whichever side wins the battle, let them win it for their whole army." When the herald had thus spoken, he waited a while, but as no one made him any answer, he went back and told Mardonius what had happened. Mardonius was full of joy thereat, and so puffed up by the empty victory that he at once gave orders to his horse to charge the Greek line. Then the horsemen drew near, and with their javelins and their arrows, for though horsemen they use the bow, sorely distressed the Greek troops, which couldn't bring them to close combat. The fountain of Gargaphia, whence the whole Greek army drew its water, lay at this time choked up and spoiled. The Lacedaemonians were the only troops who had their station near the fountain. The other Greeks were more or less distant from it, according to their place in the line. They, however, were not far from the Esopus. Still, as the Persian horse with their missile weapons didn't allow them to approach, and so they couldn't get their water from the river, these Greeks, no less than the Lacedaemonians, resorted at this time to the fountain. When the fountain was choked, the Grecian captains, seeing that the army had no longer a watering place, and observing, moreover, that the cavalry greatly harassed them, held a meeting on these and other matters at the headquarters of Pausanias upon the right. For besides the above-named difficulties, which were great enough, other circumstances added to their distress. All the provisions that they had brought with them were gone, and the attendants who had been sent to fetch supplies from the Peloponnese were prevented from returning to camp by the Persian horse, which had now closed the passage. The captains, therefore, held a council whereat it was agreed that if the Persians didn't give battle that day, the Greeks should move to the island, a tract of ground which lies in front of Plataea, at the distance of 10 furlongs from the Esopus and Fount Gargaphia, where the army was encamped at that time. This tract was a sort of island in the continent, for there is a river which, dividing near its source, runs down from Mount Kithaeron into the plain below in 2 streams, flowing in channels about 3 furlongs apart, which after a while unite and become one. The name of this river is Oroe, and the dwellers in those parts call it the daughter of the Esopus. This was the place in which the Greeks resolved to remove, and they chose it first because they would there have no lack of water, and secondly because the horse could not harass them as when it was drawn up right in their front. They thought it best to begin their march at the 2nd watch of the night, lest the Persians should see them as they left their station, and should follow and harass them with their cavalry. It was agreed likewise that after they had reached the place which the Esopus born Oroe surrounds, as it flows down from Kithaeron, they should dispatch the very same night 1/2 of their army towards that mountain range to relieve those whom they had sent to procure provisions, and who were now blocked up in that region. Having made these resolves, they continued during that whole day to suffer beyond measure from the attacks of the enemy's horse. At length, when towards dusk the attacks of the horse ceased, and night having closed in, the hour arrived at which the army was to commence its retreat. The greater number struck their tents and began the march towards the rear. They were not minded, however, to make for the place agreed upon, but in their anxiety to escape from the Persian horse, no sooner had they begun to move than they fled straight to Plataea, where they took post at the temple of Hera, which lies outside the city at the distance of about 20 furlongs from Gargaphia, and here they pitched their tent in front of the sacred building. As soon as Pausanias saw a portion of the troops in motion, he issued orders to the Lacedaemonians to strike their tents and follow those who had been the first to depart, supposing that they were on their march to the place agreed upon. All the captains but one were ready to obey his orders. Amompharetus, however, the son of Polyidas, who was leader of the Pitonate cohort, refused to move, saying he, for one, wouldn't fly from the strangers, or of his own will bring disgrace upon Sparta. It had happened that he was absent from the former conference of the captains, and so what was now taking place astonished him. Pausanias and Euryanex thought it a monstrous thing that Amompharetus wouldn't hearken to them, but considered that it would be yet more monstrous if, when he was so minded, they were to leave the Pitonates to their fate, seeing that if they forsook them to keep their agreement with the other Greeks, Amompharetus and those with him might perish. On this account, therefore, they kept the Lacedaemonian force in its place, and made every endeavour to persuade Amompharetus that he was wrong to act as he was doing. While the Spartans were engaged in these efforts to turn Amompharetus, the only man unwilling to retreat either in their own army or in that of the Tegeans, the Athenians on their side did as follows. Knowing that it was the Spartan temper to say one thing and do another, they remained quiet in their station until the army began to retreat, when they dispatched a horseman to see whether the Spartans really meant to set forth, or whether, after all, they had no intention of moving. The horseman was also to ask Pausanias what he wished the Athenians to do. The herald, on his arrival, found the Lacedaemonians drawn up in their old position and their leaders quarrelling with one another. Pausanias and Euryanax had gone on urging Amompharetus not to endanger the lives of his men by staying behind while the others drew off, but without succeeding in persuading him, until at last the dispute had waxed hot between them just at the moment when the Athenian herald arrived. At this point Amompharetus, who was still disputing, took up with both his hands a vast rock, and placed it at the feet of Pausanias, saying, "With this pebble I give my vote not to run away from the strangers." By strangers he meant barbarians. Pausanias, in reply, called him a fool and a madman, and turning to the Athenian herald, who had made the inquiries with which he was charged, bade him tell his countrymen how he was occupied, and ask them to approach nearer and retreat, or not, according to the movements of the Spartans. So the herald went back to the Athenians, and the Spartans continued to dispute till morning began to dawn upon them. Then Pausanias, who as yet had not moved, gave the signal for retreat, expecting, and rightly as the event proved, that Amompharetus, when he saw the rest of the Lacedaemonians in motion, would be unwilling to be left behind. No sooner was the signal given than all the army, except the Pythonates, began their march, and retreated along the line of the hills, the Tegeans accompanying them. The Athenians likewise set off in good order, but proceeded by a different way from the Lacedaemonians, for while the latter clung to the hilly ground and the skirts of Mount Kithaeron on account of the fear which they entertained of the enemy's horse, the former betook themselves to the low country and marched through the plain. As for Amompharetus, at first he didn't believe that Pausanias would really dare to leave him behind. He therefore remained firm in his resolve to keep his men at their post. When, however, Pausanias and his troops were now some way off, Amompharetus, thinking himself forsaken in good earnest, ordered his band to take their arms and led them at a walk towards the main army. Now the army was waiting for them at a distance of about 10 furlongs, having halted upon the river Malois at a place called Argiopius, where stands a temple dedicated to Eleusinian Demeter. They had stopped here that in case Amompharetus and his band should refuse to quit the spot where they were drawn up, and should really not stir from it, they might have it in their power to move back and lend them assistance. Amompharetus, however, and his companions rejoined the main body, and at the same time the whole mass of the barbarian cavalry arrived, and began to press hard upon them. The horsemen had followed their usual practice and ridden up to the Greek camp, when they discovered that the place where the Greeks had been posted hitherto was deserted. Hereupon they pushed forward without stopping, and as soon as they overtook the enemy, pressed heavily on them. Mardonius, when he heard that the Greeks had retired under cover of the night and beheld the place where they had been stationed empty, called to him Thorax of Larissa and his brethren Eurypylus and Thrasideus, and said, "O sons of Eleus, what will ye say now when ye see yonder place empty? Why, you, who dwell in their neighbourhood, told me the Lacedaemonians never fled from battle, but were brave beyond all the rest of mankind. Lately, however, you yourselves beheld them charge their place in the line, and here, as all may see, they have run away during the night. Verily, when their turn came to fight with those who are of a truth the bravest warriors in all the world, they showed plainly enough that they are men of no worth, who have distinguished themselves among Greeks, men likewise of no worth at all. However, I can readily excuse you, who, knowing nothing of the Persians, praised these men from your acquaintance with certain exploits of theirs. But I marvel all the more at Artabazus, that he should have been afraid of the Lacedaemonians, and have therefore given us so dastardly a counsel, bidding us, as he did, break up our camp and remove to Thebes, and there allow ourselves to be besieged by the Greeks, advice whereof I shall take care to inform the king. But of this hereafter. Now we must not allow them to escape us, but must pursue after them till we overtake them, and then we must exact vengeance for all the wrongs which have been suffered at their hands by the Persians." When he had so spoken, he crossed the Asopus, and led the Persians forward at a run directly upon the track of the Greeks, whom he believed to be in actual flight. He couldn't see the Athenians, for as they had taken the way of the plain, they were hidden from his sight by the hills. He therefore led on his troops against the Lacedaemonians and the Tegeans only. When the commanders of the other divisions of the barbarians saw the Persians pursuing the Greeks so hastily, they all forthwith seized their standards and hurried after at their best speed, in great disorder and disarray. On they went, with loud shouts and in a wild rout, thinking to swallow up the runaways. Meanwhile Pausanias had sent a horseman to the Athenians at the time when the cavalry first fell upon him, with this message: "Men of Athens, now that the great struggle has come, which is to decide the freedom or the slavery of Greece, we twain, Lacedaemonians and Athenians, are deserted by all the other allies, who have fled away from us during the past night. Nevertheless, we are resolved what to do. We must endeavour, as best we may, to defend ourselves and to succour one another. Now had the horse fallen upon you first, we ourselves, with the Tegeans, who remain faithful to the Greek cause, would have been bound to render you assistance against them. As, however, the entire body has advanced upon us, 'tis your place to come to our aid, sore pressed as we are by the enemy. Should you yourselves be so straitened that you cannot come, at least send us your archers, and be sure you will earn our gratitude. We acknowledge that throughout this whole war there has been no zeal to be compared to yours. We therefore doubt not that you will do us this service." The Athenians, as soon as they received this message, were anxious to go to the aid of the Spartans and to help them to the uttermost of their power. But as they were upon the march, the Greeks on the king's side, whose place in the line had been opposite theirs, fell upon them, and so harassed them by their attacks that it wasn't possible for them to give the succour they desired. Accordingly, the Lacedaemonians and the Tegeans, whom nothing could induce to quit their side, were left alone to resist the Persians. Including the light-armed, the number of the former was 50,000, while that of the Tegeans was 3,000. Now therefore, as they were about to engage with Mardonius and the troops under him, they made ready to offer sacrifice. The victims, however, for some time were not favourable, and during the delay many fell on the Spartan side, and a still greater number were wounded. For the Persians had made a rampart of their wicker shields, and shot from behind them such clouds of arrows that the Spartans were sorely distressed. The victims continued unpropitious, till at last Pausanias raised his eyes to the Heraium of the Plataeans, and calling the goddess to his aid, besought her not to disappoint the hopes of the Greeks. As he offered his prayer, the Tegeans, advancing before the rest, rushed forward against the enemy, and the Lacedaemonians, who had obtained favourable omens the moment that Pausanias prayed, at length, after their long delay, advanced to the attack, while the Persians, on their side, left shooting and prepared to meet them. And first the combat was at the wicker shields. Afterwards, when these were swept down, a fierce contest took place by the side of the temple of Demeter, which lasted long and ended in a hand-to-hand struggle. The barbarians many times seized hold of the Greek spears and brake them, for in boldness and warlike spirit the Persians were not a whit inferior to the Greeks, but they were without bucklers, untrained, and far below the enemy in respect of skill in arms. Sometimes singly, sometimes in bodies of 10, now fewer and now more in number, they dashed forward upon the Spartan ranks, and so perished. The fight went most against the Greeks, where Mardonius, mounted upon a white horse and surrounded by the bravest of all the Persians, the 1,000 picked men, fought in person. So long as Mardonius was alive, this body resisted all attacks, and while they defended their own lives, struck down no small number of Spartans. But after Mardonius fell, and the troops with him, which were the main strength of the army, perished, the remainder yielded to the Lacedaemonians and took to flight. The light clothing and want of bucklers were of the greatest hurt to them, for they had to contend against men heavily armed, while they themselves were without any such defence. Then was the warning of the oracle fulfilled, and the vengeance which was due to the Spartans for the slaughter of Leonidas was paid them by Mardonius. Then too did Pausanias, the son of Cleombrotus and grandson of Anaxandridas, I omit to recount his other ancestors, since they are the same with those of Leonidas, win a victory exceeding in glory all those to which our knowledge extends. Mardonius was slain by Aemnestus, a man famous in Sparta, the same who in the Messenian War, which came after the struggle against the Medes, fought a battle near Stheneclarus with but 300 men against the whole force of the Messenians, and himself perished, and the 300 with him. The Persians, as soon as they were put to flight by the Lacedaemonians, ran hastily away without preserving any order, and took refuge in their own camp within the wooden defence which they had raised in the Theban territory. It's a marvel to me how it came to pass that although the battle was fought quite close to the grove of Demeter, yet not a single Persian appears to have died on the sacred soil, nor even to have set foot upon it, while round about the precinct, in the unconsecrated ground, great numbers perished. I imagine, if it's lawful in matters which concern the gods to imagine anything, that the goddess herself kept them out, because they had burnt her dwelling at Eleusis. Such, then, was the issue of this battle. Artabazus, the son of Pharnaces, who had disapproved from the first of the king's leaving Mardonius behind him, and had made great endeavours, but all in vain, to dissuade Mardonius from risking a battle, when he found that the latter was bent on acting otherwise than he wished, did as follows. He had a force under his orders which was far from inconsiderable, amounting as it did to near 40,000 men. Being well aware, therefore, how the battle was likely to go, as soon as the two armies began to fight, he led his soldiers forward in an orderly array, bidding them one and all proceed at the same pace, and follow him with such celerity as they should observe him to use. Having issued these commands, he pretended to lead them to the battle. But when, advancing before his army, he saw that the Persians were already in flight, instead of keeping the same order, he wheeled his troops suddenly round and beat a retreat, nor did he even seek shelter within the palisade or behind the walls of Thebes, but hurried on into Phocis, wishing to make his way to the Hellespont with all possible speed. Such accordingly was the course which these Persians took. As for the Greeks upon the king's side, while most of them played the coward purposely, the Boeotians, on the contrary, had a long struggle with the Athenians. Those of the Thebans who were attached to the Medes displayed especially no little zeal. Far from playing the coward, they fought with such fury that 300 of the best and bravest among them were slain by the Athenians in this passage of arms. But at last they too were routed and fled away, not, however, in the same direction as the Persians and the crowd of allies, who, having taken no part in the battle, ran off without striking a blow, but to the city of Thebes. To me it shows very clearly how completely the rest of the barbarians were dependent upon the Persian troops, that here they all fled at once, without ever coming to blows with the enemy, merely because they saw the Persians running away. And so it came to pass that the whole army took to flight, except only the horse, both Persian and Boeotian. These did good service to the flying footmen by advancing close to the enemy and separating between the Greeks and their own fugitives. The victors, however, pressed on, pursuing and slaying the remnant of the king's army. Meantime, while the flight continued, tidings reached the Greeks who were drawn up round the Heraeum, and so were absent from the battle, that the fight was begun, and that Pausanias was gaining the victory. Hearing this, they rushed forward without any order, the Corinthians taking the upper road across the skirts of Kithaeron and the hills which led straight to the temple of Demeter, while the Megarians and Phliasians followed the level route through the plain. These last had almost reached the enemy when the Theban horse espied them, and observing their disarray, dispatched against them the squadron of which Asopodorus, the son of Timander, was captain. Asopodorus charged them with such effect that he left 600 of their number dead upon the plain, and pursuing the rest, compelled them to seek shelter in Kithaeron. So these men perished without honour. The Persians and the multitude with them, who fled to the wooden fortress, were able to ascend into the towers before the Lacedaemonians came up. Thus placed, they proceeded to strengthen the defences as well as they could, and when the Lacedaemonians arrived, a sharp fight took place at the rampart. So long as the Athenians were away, the barbarians kept off their assailants and had much the best of the combat, since the Lacedaemonians were unskilled in the attack of walled places. But on the arrival of the Athenians, a more violent assault was made, and the wall was for a long time attacked with fury. In the end, the valour of the Athenians and their perseverance prevailed. They gained the top of the wall, and breaking a breach through it, enabled the Greeks to pour in. The first to enter here were the Tegeans, and they it was who plundered the tent of Mardonius, where, among other booty, they found the manger from which his horses ate, all made of solid brass, and well worth looking at. This manger was given by the Tegeans to the temple of Athena Alia, while the remainder of their booty was brought into the common stock of the Greeks. As soon as the wall was broken down, the barbarians no longer kept together in any array, nor was there one among them who thought of making further resistance. In good truth, they were all half dead with fright, huddled as so many thousands were into so narrow and confined a space. With such tameness did they submit to be slaughtered by the Greeks, that of the 300,000 men who composed the army, omitting the 40,000 by whom Artabazus was accompanied in his flight, no more than 3,000 outlived the battle. Of the Lacedaemonians from Sparta there perished in this combat 91, of the Tegeans 16, of the Athenians 52. On the side of the barbarians, the greatest courage was manifested among the foot soldiers by the Persians, among the horse by the Sacae, while Mardonius himself as a man bore off the palm from the rest. Among the Greeks, the Athenians and the Tegeans fought well, but the prowess shown by the Lacedaemonians was beyond either. Of this I have but one proof to offer, since all the three nations overthrew the force opposed to them, and that is that the Lacedaemonians fought and conquered the best troops. The bravest man by far on that day was, in my judgment, Aristodemus, the same who alone escaped from the slaughter of the 300 at Thermopylae, and who on that account had endured disgrace and reproach. Next to him were Posidonius, Philocleon, and Amompharetus the Spartan. The Spartans, however, who took part in the fight, when the question of who had distinguished himself most came to be talked over among them, decided that Aristodemus, who, on account of the blame which attached to him, had manifestly courted death, and had therefore left his place in the line and behaved like a madman, had done, of a truth, very notable deeds, but that Posidonius, who with no such desire to lose his life had quitted himself no less gallantly, was by so much a braver man than he. Perchance, however, it was envy that made them speak after this sort. Of those whom I've named above as slain in this battle, All, save and except Aristodemus, received public honours. Aristodemus alone had no honours, because he courted death for the reason which I've mentioned. These, then, were the most distinguished of those who fought at Plataea. As for Callicrates, the most beautiful man, not among the Spartans only, but in the whole Greek camp, he was not killed in the battle, for it was while Pausanias was still consulting the victims that, as he sat in his proper place in the line, an arrow struck him on the side. While his comrades advanced to the fight, he was borne out of the ranks, very loath to die, as he showed by the words which he addressed to Aramnestus, one of the Plataeans. "I grieve," said he, "not because I have to die for my country, but because I have not lifted my arm against the enemy, nor done any deed worthy of me, much as I have desired to achieve something." The Athenian who is said to have distinguished himself the most was Sophones, the son of Eutychides, of the Decalion canton. The men of this canton, once upon a time, did a deed which, as the Athenians themselves confess, has ever since been serviceable to them. When the Tindaridae, in days of yore, invaded Attica with a mighty army to recover Helen, and, not being able to find out whither she had been carried, desolated the cantons, at this time, they say, the Decalions, or Decalus himself, according to some, displeased at the rudeness of Theseus, and fearing that the whole territory would suffer, discovered everything to the enemy, and even showed them the way to Aphidne, which Titychus, a native of the place, betrayed into their hands. As a reward for this action, Sparta has always, from that time to the present, allowed the Decalions to be free from all dues, and to have seats of honour at their festivals, and hence, too, in the war which took place many years after these events between the Peloponnesians and the Athenians, the Lacedaemonians, while they lay waste all the rest of Attica, spared the lands of the Decalions. Of this canton was Sophones the Athenian, who most distinguished himself in the battle. Two stories are told concerning him. According to the one, he wore an iron anchor fastened to the belt which secured his breastplate by a brazen chain, and this, when he came near the enemy, he threw out, to the intent that when they made their charge it might be impossible for him to be driven from his post. As soon, however, as the enemy fled, his wont was to take up his anchor and join the pursuit. Such, then, is one of the said stories. The other, which is contradictory to the first, relates that Sophones, instead of having an iron anchor fastened to his breastplate, bore the device of an anchor upon his shield, which he never allowed to rest, but made to run round continually. Another glorious deed was likewise performed by this same Sophones. At the time when the Athenians were laying siege to Aegina, he took up the challenge of Eurybates the Argive, a winner of the pentathlum, and slew him. The fate of Sophones in after times was the following. He was leader of an Athenian army in conjunction with Leagrus, the son of Glaucon, and in a battle with the Edonians near Datum, about the gold mines there, he was slain, after displaying uncommon bravery. As soon as the Greeks at Plataea had overthrown the barbarians, a woman came over to them from the enemy. She was one of the concubines of Pharandates, the son of Thyaspes, a Persian. And when she heard that the Persians were all slain, and that the Greeks had carried the day, forthwith she adorned herself and her maids with many golden ornaments, and with the bravest of the apparel that she had brought with her, and alighting from her litter, came forward to the Lacedaemonians ere the work of slaughter was well over. When she saw that all the orders were given by Pausanias, with whose name and country she was well acquainted, as she had oftentimes heard tell of them, she knew who he must be. Wherefore she embraced his knees, and said, "O King of Sparta, save thy suppliant from the slavery that awaits the captive. Already I am beholden to thee for one service, the slaughter of these men, wretches who had no regard either for gods or angels. I am by birth a Coan, the daughter of Hegetoridas, the son of Actagoras. The Persians seized me by force in Kos and kept me against my will." "Lady," answered Pausanias, "fear nothing. As a suppliant thou art safe, and still more if thou hast spoken truth, and Herodotus of Kos is thy father, for he's bound to me by closer ties of friendship than any other man in those regions." When he had thus spoken, Pausanias placed the woman in the charge of some of the ephors who were present, and afterwards sent her to Aegina, whither she had a desire to go. About the time of this woman's coming, the Mantineans arrived upon the field and found that all was over, and that it was too late to take any part in the battle. Greatly distressed hereat, they declared themselves to deserve a fine as laggards, after which, learning that a portion of the Medes had fled away under Artabazus, they were anxious to go after them as far as Thessaly. The Lacedaemonians, however, wouldn't suffer the pursuit, so they returned again to their own land and sent the leaders of their army into banishment. Soon after, the Mantineans, the Eleans, likewise arrived and showed the same sorrow, after which they too returned home and banished their leaders. But enough concerning these nations. There was a man at Plataea among the troops of the Aeginetans whose name was Lampon. He was the son of Pythias, and a person of the first rank among his countrymen. Now this Lampon went about the same time to Pausanias, and counselled him to do a deed of exceeding wickedness. "Son of Cleombrotus," he said very earnestly, "what thou hast already done is passing great and glorious. By the favour of heaven thou hast saved Greece, and gained a renown beyond all the Greeks of whom we have any knowledge. Now then, so finish thy work, that thine own fame may be increased thereby, and that henceforth barbarians may fear to commit outrages on the Grecians." When Leonidas was slain at Thermopylae, Xerxes and Mardonius commanded that he should be beheaded and crucified. Do thou the like at this time by Mardonius, and thou wilt have glory in Sparta, and likewise through the whole of Greece, for by hanging him upon a cross thou wilt avenge Leonidas, who was thy father's brother. Thus spake Lampon, thinking to please Pausanias. But Pausanias answered him, "My Aeginetan friend, for thy foresight and thy friendliness I am much beholden to thee, but the counsel which thou hast offered is not good. First hast thou lifted me up to the skies by the praise of my country and my achievement, and then thou hast cast me down to the ground by bidding me maltreat the dead, and saying that thus I shall raise myself in men's esteem. Such doings befit barbarians rather than Greeks, and even in barbarians we detest them. On such terms, then, I couldn't wish to please the Aeginetans, nor those who think as they think. Enough for me to gain the approval of my own countrymen by righteous deeds as well as by righteous words. Leonidas, whom thou wouldst have me avenge, is, I maintain, abundantly avenged already. Surely the countless lives here taken are enough to avenge not him only, but all those who fell at Thermopylae. Come not thou before me again with such a speech, nor with such counsel, and thank my forbearance that thou art not now punished." Then Lampon, having received this answer, departed and went his way. After this, Pausanias caused proclamation to be made, that no one should lay hands on the booty, but that the Helots should gather it and bring it all to one place. So the Helots went and spread themselves through the camp, wherein were found many tents, richly adorned with furniture of gold and silver, many couches covered with plates of the same, and many golden bowls, goblets, and other drinking vessels. On the carriages were bags containing silver and golden kettles, and the bodies of the slain furnished bracelets and chains and scimitars with golden ornaments, not to mention embroidered apparel, of which no one made any account. The Helots at this time stole many things of much value, which they sold in after times to the Aeginetans. However, they brought in likewise no small quantity, chiefly such things as it wasn't possible for them to hide, and this was the beginning of the great wealth of the Aeginetans, who bought the gold of the Helots as if it had been mere brass. When all the booty had been brought together, 1/10 of the whole was set apart for the Delphian god, and hence was made the golden tripod which stands on the bronze serpent with the 3 heads, quite close to the altar. Portions were also set apart for the gods of Olympia and of the Isthmus, from which were made in the one case a bronze Zeus 10 cubits high, and in the other a bronze Poseidon of 7 cubits. After this the rest of the spoil was divided among the soldiers, each of whom received less or more according to his deserts. And in this way was a distribution made of the Persian concubines, of the gold, the silver, the beasts of burthen, and all the other valuables. What special gifts were presented to those who had most distinguished themselves in the battle I don't find mentioned by anyone, but I should suppose that they must have had some gifts beyond the others. As for Pausanias, the portion which was set apart for him consisted of 10 specimens of each kind of thing, women, horses, talents, camels, or whatever else there was in the spoil. It said that the following circumstance happened likewise at this time. Xerxes, when he fled away out of Greece, left his war tent with Mardonius. When Pausanias therefore saw the tent with its adornments of gold and silver and its hangings of divers colours, he gave commandment to the bakers and the cooks to make him ready a banquet in such fashion as was their wont for Mardonius. Then they made ready as they were bidden, and Pausanias, beholding the couches of gold and silver daintily decked out with their rich covertures, and the tables of gold and silver laid, and the feast itself prepared with all magnificence, was astonished at the good things which were set before him, and being in a pleasant mood, gave commandment to his own followers to make ready a Spartan supper. When the suppers were both served, and it was apparent how vast a difference lay between the two, Pausanias laughed, and sent his servants to call to him the Greek generals. On their coming he pointed to the 2 boards, and said, I sent for you, O Greeks, to show you the folly of this Median captain, who, when he enjoyed such fare as this, must needs come here to rob us of our penury. Such, it is said, were the words of Pausanias to the Grecian generals. During many years afterwards, the Plataeans used often to find upon the field of battle concealed treasures of gold and silver and other valuables. More recently they likewise made discovery of the following. The flesh having all fallen away from the bodies of the dead, and their bones having been gathered together into one place, the Plataeans found a skull without any seam, made entirely of a single bone, likewise a jaw, both the upper bone and the other, wherein all the teeth, front and back, were joined together and made of one bone. Also the skeleton of a man not less than 5 cubits in height. The body of Mardonius disappeared the day after the battle, but who it was that stole it away I can't say with certainty. I've heard tell of a number of persons, and those too of many different nations, who are said to have given him burial, and I know that many have received large sums on this score from Atantes, the son of Mardonius, but I can't discover with any certainty which of them it was who really took the body away and buried it. Among others, Dionysophanes, an Ephesian, is rumoured to have been the actual person. The Greeks, after sharing the booty upon the field of Plataea, proceeded to bury their own dead, each nation apart from the rest. The Lacedaemonians made 3 graves. In one they buried their youths, among whom were Posidonius, Amompharetus, Philocyon, and Callicrates. In another the rest of the Spartans, and in the third the Helots. Such was their mode of burial. The Tegeans buried all their dead in a single grave, as likewise did the Athenians theirs, and the Megarians and Phliasians those who were slain by the horse. These graves, then, had bodies buried in them. As for the other tombs which are to be seen at Plataea, they were raised, as I understand, by the Greeks whose troops took no part in the battle, and who, being ashamed of themselves, erected empty barrows upon the field, to obtain credit with those who should come after them. Among others, the Aeginetans have a grave there which goes by their name, but which I learn was made 10 years later by Cleades, the son of Autochidus, a Plataean, at the request of the Aeginetans, whose agent he was. After the Greeks had buried their dead at Plataea, they presently held a council, whereat it was resolved to make war upon Thebes, and to require that those who had joined the Medes should be delivered into their hands. 2 men who had been the chief leaders on the occasion were especially named, to wit, Timagenes and Artagenes. If the Thebans should refuse to give these men up, it was determined to lay siege to their city, and never stir from before it till it should surrender. After this resolve, the army marched upon Thebes, and having demanded the men, and been refused, began the siege, laying waste the country all around, and making assaults upon the wall in divers places. When 20 days were gone by, and the violence of the Greeks didn't slacken, Timagenidas thus bespake his countrymen: Ye men of Thebes, since the Greeks have so decreed that they will never desist from the siege till either they take Thebes or we are delivered to them, we would not that the land of Boeotia should suffer any longer on our behalf. If it be money that they in truth desire, and their demand of us be no more than a pretext, let money from the treasury of the state be given them. For the state, and not we alone, embraced the cause of the Medes. If, however, they really want our persons, and on that account press this siege, we are ready to be delivered to them, and to stand our trial. The Thebans thought this offer very right and seasonable, wherefore they dispatched a herald without any delay to Pausanias, and told him they were willing to deliver up the men. As soon as an agreement had been concluded upon these terms, Artagenes made his escape from the city. His sons, however, were surrendered in his place, but Pausanias refused to hold them guilty, since children, he said, could have had no part in such an offence. The rest of those whom the Thebans gave up had expected to obtain a trial, and in that case their trust was to escape by means of bribery. But Pausanias, afraid of this, dismissed at once the whole army of allies, and took the men with him to Corinth, where he slew them all. Such were the events which happened at Plataea and at Thebes. Artabazus, the son of Pharnaces, who fled away from Plataea, was soon far sped on his journey. When he reached Thessaly, the inhabitants received him hospitably, and made inquiries of him concerning the rest of the army, since they were still altogether ignorant of what had taken place at Plataea. Whereupon the Persian, knowing well that if he told them the truth he would run great risk of perishing himself, together with his whole army, for if the facts were once blazoned abroad, all who learnt them would be sure to fall upon him, the Persian, I say, considering this, as he had before kept all secret from the Phocians, so now answered the Thessalians after the following fashion: I myself, Thessalians, am hastening, as you see, into Thrace, and I'm fain to use all possible dispatch, as I'm sent with this force on special business from the main army. Mardonius with his host are close behind me, and may be looked for shortly. When he comes, receive him as ye have received me, and show him every kindness. Be sure ye will never hereafter regret it, if ye so do. With these words he took his departure, and marched his troops at their best speed through Thessaly and Macedon straight upon Thrace, following the inland route, which was the shortest, and in good truth using all possible dispatch. He himself succeeded in reaching Byzantium, but a great part of his army perished upon the road, many being cut to pieces by the Thracians, and others dying from hunger and excess of toil. From Byzantium Artabazus set sail and crossed the strait, returning into Asia in the manner which has been here described. On the same day that the blow was struck at Plataea, another defeat befell the Persians at Mycale in Ionia. While the Greek fleet under Leontychides, the Lacedaemonian, was still lying inactive at Delos, there arrived at that place an embassy from Samos, consisting of 3 men, Lampon the son of Thrasycles, Athenagoras the son of Archestratidas, and Hegesistratus the son of Aristagoras. The Samians had sent them secretly, concealing their departure both from the Persians and from their own tyrant Theomista, the son of Androdamus, whom the Persians had made ruler of Samos. When the ambassadors came before the Greek captains, Hegesistratus took the word and urged them with many and various arguments, saying that the Ionians only needed to see them arrive in order to revolt from the Persians, and that the Persians would never abide their coming, or if they did, would be to offer them the finest booty that they could anywhere expect to gain, while at the same time he made appeal to the gods of their common worship, and besought them to deliver from bondage a Grecian race, and withal to drive back the barbarians. This, he said, might very easily be done, for the Persian ships were bad sailors, and far from a match for theirs, adding moreover that if there was any suspicion lest the Samians intended to deal treacherously, they were themselves ready to become hostages and to return on board the ships of their allies to Asia. When the Samian stranger continued importunately beseeching him, Leotychides, either because he wanted an omen, or by a mere chance, as God guided him, asked the man, "Samian stranger, prithee tell me thy name." "Hegesistratus, army leader," answered the other, and might have said more, but Leotychides stopped him by exclaiming, "I accept, O Samian, the omen which thy name affords. Only before thou goest back, swear to us, thyself and thy brother envoys, that the Samians will indeed be our warm friends and allies." No sooner had he thus spoken than he proceeded to hurry forward the business. The Samians pledged their faith upon the spot, and oaths of alliance were exchanged between them and the Greeks. This done, two of the ambassadors forthwith sailed away. As for Hegesistratus, Leotychides kept him to accompany his own fleet, for he considered his name to be a good omen. The Greeks abode where they were that day, and on the morrow sacrificed, and found the victims favourable. Their soothsayer was Deiphonus, the son of Evenius, a man of Apollonia. I mean the Apollonia which lies upon the Ionian Gulf. A strange thing happened to this man's father Evenius. The Apolloniates have a flock of sheep sacred to the sun. During the daytime these sheep graze along the banks of the river which flows from Mount Lacmon through their territory and empties itself into the sea by the port of Auricus, while at night they are guarded by the richest and noblest of the citizens, who are chosen to serve the office and who keep the watch each for 1 year. Now the Apolloniates set great store by these sheep, on account of an oracle which they received concerning them. The place where they are folded at night is a cavern, a long way from the town. Here it happened that Evenius, when he was chosen to keep the watch, by some accident fell asleep upon his guard, and while he slept, the cave was entered by wolves, which destroyed some 60 of the flock under his care. Evenius, when he woke and found what had occurred, kept silence about it, and told no one, for he thought to buy other sheep and put them in the place of the slain. But the matter came to the ears of the Apolloniates, who forthwith brought Evenius to trial, and condemned him to lose his eyes, because he had gone to sleep upon his post. Now when Evenius was blinded, straightway the sheep had no young, and the land ceased to bear its wonted harvests. Then the Apolloniates sent to Dodona and to Delphi, and asked the prophets what had caused the woes which so afflicted them. The answer which they received was this: the woes were come for Evenius, the guardian of the sacred sheep, whom the Apolloniates had wrongfully deprived of sight. They, the gods, had themselves sent the wolves, nor would they ever cease to exact vengeance for Evenius, till the Apolloniates made him whatever atonement he liked to ask. When this was paid, they would likewise give him a gift, which would make many men call him blessed. Such was the tenor of the prophecies. The Apolloniates kept them close, but charged some of their citizens to go and make terms with Evenius, and these men managed the business for them in the way which I will now describe. They found Evenius sitting upon a bench, and approaching him they sat down by his side and began to talk. At first they spoke of quite other matters, but in the end they mentioned his misfortune, and offered him their condolence. Having thus beguiled him, at last they put the question, what atonement would he desire if the Apolloniates were willing to make him satisfaction for the wrong which they had done to him? Hereupon Evenius, who hadn't heard of the oracle, made answer, if I were given the lands of this man and that, here he named the two men whom he knew to have the finest farms in Apollonia, and likewise the house of this other, and here he mentioned the house which he knew to be the handsomest in the town, I would, when master of these, be quite content, and my wrath would cease altogether. As soon as Evenius had thus spoken, the men who sat by him rejoined, Evenius, the Apolloniates give thee the atonement which thou hast desired, according to the bidding of the oracles. Then Evenius understood the whole matter, and was enraged that they had deceived him so. But the Apolloniates bought the farms from their owners, and gave Evenius what he had chosen. After this was done, straightway Evenius had the gift of prophecy, insomuch that he became a famous man in Greece. Deiphonus, the son of this Evenius, had accompanied the Corinthians, and was soothsayer, as I said before, to the Greek armament. One account, however, which I have heard, declares that he was not really the son of this man, but only took the name, and then went about Greece and let out his services for hire. The Greeks, as soon as the victims were favourable, put to sea and sailed across from Delos to Samos. Arriving off Calame, a place upon the Samian coast, they brought the fleet to an anchor near the temple of Hera, which stands there, and prepared to engage the Persians by sea. These latter, however, no sooner heard of the approach of the Greeks than, dismissing the Phoenician ships, they sailed away with the remainder to the mainland. For it had been resolved in council not to risk a battle, since the Persian fleet was thought to be no match for that of the enemy. They fled, therefore, to the main, to be under the protection of their land army, which now lay at Mycale, and consisted of the troops left behind by Xerxes to keep guard over Ionia. This was an army of 60,000 men under the command of Tigranes, a Persian of more than common beauty and stature. The captains resolved, therefore, to betake themselves to these troops for defence, to drag their ships ashore, and to build a rampart around them, which might at once protect the fleet, and serve likewise as a place of refuge for themselves. Having so resolved, the commanders put out to sea, and passing the temple of the Eumenides, arrived at Gyson and Scolopois, which are in the territory of Mycale. Here is a temple of Eleusinian Demeter, built by Philistus, the son of Pasicles, who came to Asia with Nilus, the son of Codrus, what time he founded Miletus. At this place they drew the ships up on the beach, and surrounded them with a rampart made of stones and trunks of trees, cutting down for this purpose all the fruit trees which grew near, and defending the barrier by means of stakes firmly planted in the ground. Here they were prepared either to win a battle or undergo a siege, their thoughts embracing both chances. The Greeks, when they understood that the barbarians had fled to the mainland, were sorely vexed at their escape, nor could they determine at first what they should do, whether they should return home or proceed to the Hellespont. In the end, however, they resolved to do neither, but to make sail for the continent. So they made themselves ready for a sea fight by the preparation of boarding bridges and what else was necessary, provided with which they sailed to Mycale. Now when they came to the place where the camp was, they found no one venture out to meet them, but observed the ships all dragged ashore within the barrier, and a strong land force drawn up in battle array upon the beach. Leotychides therefore sailed along the shore in his ship, keeping as close hold to the land as possible, and by the voice of a herald thus addressed the Ionians. Men of Ionia, ye who can hear me speak, do ye take heed to what I say, for the Persians will not understand a word that I utter. When we join battle with them, before aught else, remember freedom, and next recollect our watchword, which is Hebe. If there be any who hear me not, let those who hear report my words to the others. In all this, Leotychides had the very same design which Themistocles entertained at Artemisium. Either the barbarians wouldn't know what he had said, and the Ionians would be persuaded to revolt from them, or if his words were reported to the former, they would mistrust their Greek soldiers. After Leotychides had made this address, the Greeks brought their ships to the land, and having disembarked, arrayed themselves for the battle. When the Persians saw them marshalling their array, and bethought themselves of the advice which had been offered to the Ionians, their first act was to disarm the Samians, whom they suspected of complicity with the enemy. For it had happened lately that a number of the Athenians who lingered in Attica, having been made prisoners by the troops of Xerxes, were brought to Asia on board the barbarian fleet, and these men had been ransomed, one and all, by the Samians, who sent them back to Athens, well furnished with provisions for the way. On this account, as much as on any other, the Samians were suspected as men who had paid the ransom of 500 of the king's enemies. After disarming them, the Persians next dispatched the Milesians to guard the paths which led up into the heights of Mycale, because, they said, the Milesians were well acquainted with that region. Their true object, however, was to remove them to a distance from the camp. In this way the Persians sought to secure themselves against such of the Ionians as they thought likely, if occasion offered, to make rebellion. They then joined shield to shield, and so made themselves a breastwork against the enemy. The Greeks now, having finished their preparations, began to move towards the barbarians, when lo, as they advanced, a rumour flew among the host from one end to the other that the Greeks had fought and conquered the army of Mardonius in Boeotia. At the same time a herald's wand was observed lying upon the beach. Many things prove to me that the gods take part in the affairs of man. How else, when the battles of Mycale and Plataea were about to happen on the self-same day, should such a rumour have reached the Greeks in that region, greatly cheering the whole army, and making them more eager than before to risk their lives? A strange coincidence, too, it was that both the battles should have been fought near a precinct of Eleusinian Demeter. The fight at Plataea took place, as I said before, quite close to one of Demeter's temples, and now the battle at Mycale was to be fought hard by another. Rightly, too, did the rumour run that the Greeks with Pausanias had gained their victory, for the fight at Plataea fell early in the day, whereas that at Mycale was towards evening. That the two battles were really fought on the same day of the same month became apparent when inquiries were made a short time afterwards. Before the rumour reached them, the Greeks were full of fear, not so much on their own account as for their countrymen, and for Greece herself, lest she should be worsted in her struggle with Mardonius. But when the voice fell on them, their fear vanished, and they charged more vigorously and at a quicker pace. So the Greeks and the barbarians rushed with like eagerness to the fray, for the Hellespont and the islands formed the prize for which they were about to fight. The Athenians and the force drawn up with them, who formed one half of the army, marched along the shore, where the country was low and level, but the way for the Lacedaemonians and the troops with them lay across hills and a torrent course. Hence, while the Lacedaemonians were effecting their passage round, the Athenians on the other wing had already closed with the enemy. So long as the wicker bucklers of the Persians continued standing, they made a stout defence, and hadn't even the worst of the battle. But when the Athenians and the allies with them, wishing to make the victory their own and not share it with the Lacedaemonians, cheered each other on with shouts and attacked them with the utmost fierceness, then at last the face of things became changed. For bursting through the line of shields and rushing forwards in a body, the Greeks fell upon the Persians, who, though they bore the charge and for a long time maintained their ground, yet at length took refuge in their entrenchment. Here the Athenians themselves, together with those who followed them in the line of battle, the Corinthians, the Sicyonians, and the Troezenians, pressed so closely on the steps of their flying foes that they entered along with them into the fortress. And now, when even their fortress was taken, the barbarians no longer offered resistance, but fled hastily away, all save only the Persians. They still continued to fight in knots of a few men against the Greeks, who kept pouring into the entrenchment. And here, while 2 of the Persian commanders fled, 2 fell upon the field. Artaintes and Ithamitres, who were leaders of the fleet, escaped. Mardontes and the commander of the land force, Tigranes, died fighting. The Persians still held out when the Lacedaemonians and their part of the army reached the camp, and joined in the remainder of the battle. The number of Greeks who fell in the struggle here was not small. The Sicyonians especially lost many, and among the rest Perilaus, their general. The Samians, who served with the Medes and who, although disarmed, still remained in the camp, seeing from the very beginning of the fight that the victory was doubtful, did all that lay in their power to render help to the Greeks. And the other Ionians likewise, beholding their example, revolted and attacked the Persians. As for the Milesians, who had been ordered for the better security of the Persians to guard the mountain paths, that in case any accident befell them, such as had now happened, they might not lack guides to conduct them into the high tracts of Mycale, and who had also been removed to hinder them from making an outbreak in the Persian camp. They, instead of obeying their orders, broke them in every respect, for they guided the flying Persians by wrong roads, which brought them into the presence of the enemy. And at last they set upon them with their own hands, and showed themselves the hottest of their adversaries. Ionia, therefore, on this day, revolted a second time from the Persians. In this battle the Greeks who behaved with the greatest bravery were the Athenians, and among them the palm was borne off by Homolocus, the son of Euthenus, a man accomplished in the Pancration. This Homolocus was afterwards slain in the war between the Athenians and the Carystians. He fell in the fight near Cyrnus in the Carystian territory, and was buried in the neighbourhood of Geraestus. After the Athenians, the most distinguished on the Greek side were the Corinthians, the Troezenians, and the Sicyonians. The Greeks, when they'd slaughtered the greater portion of the barbarians, either in the battle or in the rout, set fire to their ships and burnt them, together with the bulwark which had been raised for their defence, first, however, removing therefrom all the booty and carrying it down to the beach. Besides other plunder, they found here many caskets of money. When they had burnt the rampart and the vessels, the Greeks sailed away to Samos, and there took counsel together concerning the Ionians whom they thought of removing out of Asia. Ionia they proposed to abandon to the barbarians, and their doubt was in what part of their own possessions in Greece they should settle its inhabitants, for it seemed to them a thing impossible that they should be ever on the watch to guard and protect Ionia. And yet otherwise there could be no hope that the Ionians would escape the vengeance of the Persians. Hereupon the Peloponnesian leaders proposed that the seaport towns of such Greeks as had sided with the Medes should be taken away from them and made over to the Ionians. The Athenians, on the other hand, were very unwilling that any removal at all should take place, and misliked the Peloponnesians holding councils concerning their colonists. So, as they set themselves against the change, the Peloponnesians yielded with a good will. Hereupon the Samians, Chians, Lesbians, and other islanders who had helped the Greeks at this time were received into the league of the allies, and took the oaths, binding themselves to be faithful and not desert the common cause. Then the Greeks sailed away to the Hellespont, where they meant to break down the bridges, which they supposed to be still extended across the strait. The barbarians who escaped from the battle, a scanty remnant, took refuge in the heights of Mycale, whence they made good their retreat to Sardis. During the march, Masistes, the son of Darius, who had been present at the disaster, had words with Artaintes the general, on whom he showered many reproaches. He called him, among other things, worse than a woman, for the way in which he had exercised his command, and said there was no punishment which he didn't deserve to suffer for doing the king's house such grievous hurt. Now with the Persians there is no greater insult than to call a man worse than a woman. So when Artaintes had borne the reproaches for some while, at last he fell in a rage, and drew his scimitar upon Mecistes, being fain to kill him. But a certain Halicarnassian, Xenagorus by name, the son of Praxileus, who stood behind Artaintes at the time, seeing him in the act of rushing forward, seized him suddenly round the waist, and lifting him from his feet, dashed him down upon the ground, which gave time for the spearmen who guarded Mecistes to come to his aid. By his conduct here, Xenagorus gained the favour not of Mecistes only, but likewise of Xerxes himself, whose brother he had preserved from death, and the king rewarded his action by setting him over the whole land of Cilicia. Except this, nothing happened upon the road, and the men continued their march and came all safe to Sardis. At Sardis they found the king, who had been there ever since he lost the sea fight and fled from Athens to Asia. During the time that Xerxes abode at this place, he fell in love with the wife of Mecistes, who was likewise staying in the city. He therefore sent her messages, but failed to win her consent, and he could not dare to use violence out of regard to Mecistes, his brother. This the woman knew well enough, and hence it was that she had the boldness to resist him. So Xerxes, finding no other way open, devised a marriage between his own son Darius and a daughter of this woman and Mecistes, thinking that he might better obtain his ends if he effected this union. Accordingly he betrothed these two persons to one another, and after the usual ceremonies were completed, took his departure for Susa. When he was come there, and had received the woman into his palace as his son's bride, a change came over him, and losing all love for the wife of Mecistes, he conceived a passion for his son's bride, Mecistes' daughter, and Artainta, for so she was called, very soon returned his love. After a while, the thing was discovered in the way which I'll now relate. Amistris, the wife of Xerxes, had woven with her own hands a long robe of many colours and very curious, which she presented to her husband as a gift. Xerxes, who was greatly pleased with it, forthwith put it on and went in it to visit Artainta, who happened likewise on this day to please him greatly. He therefore bade her ask him whatever boon she liked, and promised that whatever it was he would assuredly grant her request. Then Artainta, who was doomed to suffer calamity together with her whole house, said to him, "Wilt thou indeed give me whatever I like to ask?" So the king, suspecting nothing less than that her choice would fall where it did, pledged his word and swore to her. She then, as soon as she heard his oath, asked boldly for the robe. Hereupon Xerxes tried all possible means to avoid the gift, not that he grudged to give it, but because he dreaded Amistris, who already suspected and would now, he feared, detect his love. So he offered her cities instead, and heaps of gold, and an army which should obey no other leader. The last of these is a thoroughly Persian gift. But as nothing could prevail on Artainta to change her mind, at the last he gave her the robe. Then Artainta was very greatly rejoiced, and she often wore the garment and was proud of it. And so it came to the ears of Amistris that the robe had been given to her. Now when Amistris learnt the whole matter, she felt no anger against Artainta, but looking upon her mother, the wife of Mecistes, as the cause of all the mischief, she determined to compass her death. She waited therefore till her husband gave the great royal banquet, a feast which takes place once every year, in celebration of the king's birthday. Tikta, the feast is called, in the Persian tongue, which in our language may be rendered perfect. And this is the only day in all the year on which the king soaps his head and distributes gifts to the Persians. Amistris waited accordingly for this day, and then made request of Xerxes that he would please to give her as her present the wife of Mecistes. But he refused, for it seemed to him shocking and monstrous to give into the power of another a woman who was not only his brother's wife, but was likewise wholly guiltless of what had happened, the more especially as he knew well enough with what intent Amistris had preferred her request.